Chapter 1: The beginning of the Great Pirate Era. Shanks, are you here for the final farewell? In a small tavern in East Blue Logue Town, Shanks looked at the guy who used to be a trainee crew on the one-piece ship just like himself, with some regrets on his face. Giotto, to be honest, I don't want to see this end. Shanks clenched his fists subconsciously, and his expression became solemn at this moment, but since the captain made the decision himself, then I think I will accept this fact. One Piece King Gold Roger, to be precise, it should be Gold Roger. He was not captured by Marine, but he ran to Marine and surrendered himself. Its purpose is to open a new era. A new era that can change the world in his own eyes. Of course, there is also the reason why he himself was seriously ill and died soon. Therefore, he can only bet everything on the future, just like Shanks will leave East Blue in the future. Shanks, the captain's decision is not just to surrender, you are still too naive now. Hearing this sentence, Shanks was stunned, and looked at this friend who had been on a boat with him with a pair of eyes with a little puzzlement. Does the captain surrender have other deeper meanings? After all, the current Shanks is not the red-haired four emperors of the future, but just a young pirate who has just left the one-piece ship. At this moment, the young man with short golden-orange hair, a black and white plaid suit, a black cloak behind him, and black leather shoes on his feet slowly got up. His name is Vongola Giotto. The crew of the original One Piece Gold Roger, like Shanks and Buggy, are all at the level of trainee crew. After all, these young people are now strong like Rayleigh and Jabba. In comparison, the gap is quite large. However, Giotto was the strongest among the trainee crew a long time ago. He exudes a special breath, as if it is all-inclusive, but it also gives people a special sense of oppression. Although I don't understand the specific meaning, listening to your tone, I will definitely understand in the future, right? Shanks grinned suddenly, his innocent look like young Roger and the future King Luffy. By the way, after today, are you going to go to sea with me, Giotto? Ah! Seeing Shanks like this, Giotto couldn't help but let out a low laugh. Sure enough, it's still so naive. To be honest, you seem to be born with leadership skills, and can attract a lot of companions who really belong to you, right? I'll forget it, after all, I don't plan to be a pirate anymore. If you go to sea with Shanks, with your current abilities and the future that Shanks would have, you will be able to be the Emperor of the Four Emperors. Normally speaking, this is actually a good choice. But this was not Giotto's choice. When he appeared in the world of pirates as a traverser, and the moment he appeared under the name and appearance of Vongola Giotto, he already had his own goal. The so-called Vongola Giotto is the name he has in this world today, but this name has another meaning. In another world, this name is called Vongola I. It's just the current Giotto, although it can be said to be Vongola I, but it's not exactly. Well, okay, I'll invite Buggy in a while, he should be with me. At that time, he will have to meet on the sea, Giotto. Shanks seems quite confident about inviting Buggy on board. Seeing his expression, Giotto didn't know who gave him the confidence. Didn't he find out that Buggy is the one who annoys him the most on the boat? Although in the eyes of Giotto and others, these two guys have a feeling of beating or cursing or loving. I wish you well, as for the future, I will talk about it later. However, if you need help, you can come to me at any time. Anyway, it's someone who came out of a boat. Finally. Giotto paused suddenly, then waved his hand and walked directly to the outside of the tavern. Go and see the captain for the last time. Anyway, he has taken care of him a lot in the past few years. After speaking, Giotto walked directly in the direction of the execution table, counting the time, and it will start soon. One Piece, the swan song of Gold Roger. Just after he left the tavern, a baby wearing a black suit and black jazz hat suddenly jumped off the roof of the tavern, landed directly on Giotto's shoulder, and sat down very naturally. Farewell to the previous friend is over, what are your plans, Giotto? The baby sat on Giotto's shoulder and said softly, "Did you arrange things for me in the future, reborn? And, for some reason, I really want to do it." Giotto walked step by step in the direction of the execution platform, and at the same time his expression became a little firm. The opening of the era of the great pirates will indeed bring earth-shaking changes to the world, but for most people, the beginning of this era is painful and cruel. So at the beginning of the times, the first thing we need to do is to protect our homeland. Counting out, I haven't been back in years. Giotto just came into this world not on Roger's boat, but on a special island. For him, that island is in this world, like a home. The era of the great pirates can indeed be said to be magnificent, but for ordinary people, those who only know how to burn, kill, and pillage are a great disaster. Many heroes were born in this era, but it also gave birth to many tragedies that shouldn't have happened. For example, everything that Nami experienced when he was young is the product of evil born in this era of great pirates. Giotto is not a saint with the idea of saving the world, nor is he a pioneer who changes the world, nor is he a naive idiot like Wang Luffy. He doesn't object, but he doesn't approve of Roger's method of starting the era of the great pirate, so naturally he will not pursue Roger's footsteps. It doesn't matter how chaotic this era is, but it belongs to me, and I can't be messed up by those idiot pirates. As the voice fell, Giotto slowly raised his head, and there was also a crisp sound of footsteps in his ears. The legend on the sea, the One Piece Gold Roger, is stepping onto the execution stand. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Vongola Ring. A few years ago, Vongola Giotto boarded Roger's ship and became a trainee crew member of Roger One Piece, a young man like Shanks and Buggy. Originally born in New World, coupled with his own deliberate training from childhood, and talent beyond his imagination, Giotto itself has not weak strength. But what really allowed him to determine the strongest position among the trainees on the One Piece ship was the system he had when he traveled into this world. Even if you walk toward death step by step, you still look like a king? Probably, the only thing you can't let go of is your wife and children, Captain. Giotto looked at the walk towards the high platform, but still had a smile on his face. Roger couldn't help but speak. After real contact with Roger, he finally understood why top powerhouses such as Rayleigh and Jabba would be willing to pursue this somewhat stupid guy. There is indeed something different from ordinary people's courage and charm in Roger's body. With each step Roger walked on the steps leading up to the execution platform, his voice seemed to sound in everyone's heart. That was what he said to everyone during the last parting: the will inherited from generation to generation, times change, people's dreams. As long as people continue to pursue the only answer, all this will never stop. Even though his hands have been bound by chains, even though Marine's high-end combat power is all around, and even the naval headquarters Marshal Kong is sitting in town, the soldier in charge of execution still oozes cold sweat when he sees Roger approaching step by step. A moment later, when he knelt on the execution platform. "Hey, One Piece!" At this moment, the crowd suddenly shouted, "Where did you hide the treasure you found? Is it in the Grand Line? Did you get it, the legendary big secret treasure? You fellow, silence me!" When the execution soldier heard this, his face changed in an instant. At this time, Kong, who was sitting here, also stood up abruptly, shouting loudly, "Leave the others alone, execute the torture immediately." The crowd didn't even pay attention to the soldier's shouts. His eyes were greedy, and he stared at Roger, who was about to be executed, that unique big secret treasure. One Piece. One Piece. The legendary treasure on the sea. No one knows exactly what it is, but everyone recognizes one thing, that is, those who get One Piece can get wealth, fame, and rights. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Roger directly ignored the two soldiers around him who were ready to execute his sentence. His unique smile appeared on his face. He slowly said the most famous words, "Want my treasure?" When Roger spoke, the two execution soldiers panicked instantly. "Don't speak without permission." Execute the torture immediately, don't you hear what the old man said? Kong stood up abruptly at this moment, and his powerful aura broke out in an instant. Not only him, but Sengoku and others were extremely serious at this moment. They all had a foreboding, what exactly the surrendered One Piece wanted to do. Hearing Kong's yelling, the two execution soldiers immediately raised the sharp blades in their hands, and immediately stabbed Roger directly, but their movements failed to stop One Piece from speaking. If you want, I can give it all to you. Go and find it. I put all the treasures there. The voice fell, and the sharp blade pierced his body. At this moment, the One Piece King Gold Roger ended his legendary life. However, he used the key to open the era of great pirates. Complete the novice mission and witness the opening of the great pirate era. Give host Vongola the ring to Kong, unopened. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in Giotto's mind, and then, his left hand essentially showed a deadly orange flame, black and blue, with a silver rim, and a ring with the Vongola family emblem engraved on the center. Along with this flame emerges. At the same time, the 6 colors of red, blue, purple, yellow, green and indigo flashed in his jacket pocket. As the flame on the ring dissipated, the light of the 6 rings in the pocket dimmed. At the next moment, a transparent panel appeared in front of Giotto. The strongest mafia system. Host, Vongola Giotto. Personal abilities: Flame of Death to Kong, Flame of Softness, Super Intuition, Elementary, Armament Haki, Elementary, Observation Haki, Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki, Unawakened. Personal equipment: Vongola Ring Derry, unopened, Vongola Gloves. First family, Vongola Family, 10% unlock. Family member, Sunny Rainbow 7 Sons Reborn. Main task: gather the 6 guardians to complete 0%. 0% completion of the creation of the Vongola family. When the family unlock rate exceeds 50%, the system of the next Mafia family will be unlocked. And every time a part of the main task is completed, Giotto will be rewarded by the system, just like his current ability, and the reborn who is next to him, are the gains from completing the 2 main tasks before. The first task he got was a crew member called One Piece, and the second main task was to witness the opening of the era of the Big Pirate. As for Conqueror's Haki and his current physical fitness, it is the return of years of training. After all, he is also a crew member of One Piece, even if it is a trainee, Conqueror's Haki is still taught. When he was on the ship, the one who was in charge of teaching him armed S*X and observation Haki was also a legend on the sea, Pluton Rayleigh. It won't be long before everything that happens here will spread throughout the world, and the sea will be in chaos. Before the chaos of the new era reaches Seiken Island, we have to rush back first. Giotto turned around, his cloak moving with the wind. Although he was also a participant at this moment, he was completely different from everyone else. He didn't shed tears for Roger's death like Shanks and Buggy, nor was he excited about the coming age like Doflamingo and Moria. Compared with these people, he was extremely calm. It's affirmative to go back first, but Giotto, now New World is probably a mess. At that time, you will have to face not only the pirates born because of the opening of the Great Pirate Era, but also the present just those guys who mingled in New World. Reborn's eyes became serious at this time, and he reminded him. Hearing this, Giotto sighed lightly, stepped directly on his own boat, and took out a permanent pointer from his arms. The direction indicated by this permanent pointer was his hometown, the New World. Seiken Island is an island in Daxia famous for its hot springs. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Lifeless Armed. 3 months later. Giotto slowly opened his eyes. During these 3 months, he and Reborn had been sailing except for the necessary food. Because of the opening of the Great Pirate Era, there were a lot of troubles along the way, and of course it was just trouble. Those ordinary little pirates could easily be solved. It can even be said that their appearance, in a sense, is to give resources to Giotto and Reborn sailing on the sea. Sailing to the present, Giotto has accumulated a fortune of 315 million on this simple boat, which was contributed to him by the pirates. I'm still homecoming, right? Reborn. Giotto made a rare joke and said to the baby in a suit lying flat beside him, blowing bubbles through his nose. It's not the time to talk about this, Giotto. Those guys, they are unkind. As soon as his nose burst, Reborn jumped directly onto Giotto's shoulder and pointed to the front of Seacon Island. There was a medium-sized pirate boat. A group of jicky zombie-like pirates were walking away from the homes of the people on Seacon Island. Moving things. Moreover, the methods are quite rude, and it can be seen that many houses have been severely destroyed, and some people, probably because of resistance, have lost their lives. I will take care of these guys. Giotto furrowed his brows deeply, and the flames of death on his forehead instantly ignited, and the Vongola eye gloves on his hands also ignited orange flames. When the flames were burning, his whole aura became completely different from before. The next moment, the flame jets on Giotto's hands, the whole person quickly flew towards the Seacon Island pier. Hey, you damn guys, stop me! On Seacon Island, a young man suddenly rushed out with a pistol. He stood in front of the pirates without fear, pointed at a guy who was looting with the muzzle, and stopped the opponent loudly. Hey! Brat, who do you think that gun can scare you? Laozi doesn't know how many bullets he has suffered, but do you know what happened to the guys who left bullet holes in Laozi? The 5 big and 3 thick pirate tore off his shirt, and there were more than a dozen bullets on his body. Those guys were finally screwed off by Laozi, and Laozi's movements are very slow, so I can hear it clearly. To their wailing and begging for mercy. But your little head is a little troublesome, after all, with a little effort, it will fall off and roll under Laozi's feet, ha 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 ha. Crazed laughter spread all around, and then continued to drag the stolen things back to the pirate boat. As for the red-haired young man holding the gun, oh, let him be bold, would he dare to shoot? These cowards, who can only be bullied, don't have the courage to shoot. Shot. Giotto didn't know when, he had already appeared behind the young man, his eyes flashed with cold light, and he watched the pirates slowly speak, since I have the courage to stand up, why don't you dare to use what you have in your hand? Weapons, to protect your homeland? You have already taken the first step. Why don't you go on? The young man trembled and turned his head slowly. The moment he saw Giotto, his eyes widened and his face was full of surprise and joy. Brother Giotto. Boy, do you want to be nosy? The 5 big and 3 thick pirate turned around at once. Although Giotto's appearance surprised him, his eyes still had contempt, and he didn't mean to put it in his eyes. Giotto nodded to the young man, then walked 2 steps forward and stood in front of the pirate. There will indeed be many strong men worthy of attention in this era of great pirates, but you are not among them. Also, I don't like to be nosy, but Seacon Island is my hometown, even Whitebeard can't be presumptuous here. As a traverser, this is a place that can give him a sense of belonging. Therefore, no matter who it is, even Whitebeard, who is now recognized as the strongest in the sea, must not make trouble here. Ha ha ha. What are you idiot talking about? Whitebeard? Listen to the idiot, even if it's the One Piece Roger, Laozi doesn't take it seriously. Not only this pirate, but the other pirates are also laughing at it. Can't even Whitebeard be presumptuous here? If it was really Whitebeard, it would have wiped out the island with one punch, right? This aristocratic young man in front of him is somewhat problematic in his mind. Then, at this moment, everyone only saw the afterimage flashing by, and the palm of the burning flame of death suddenly grabbed the pirate's head, and boom! With the powerful force, coupled with the impact of the flames of death, the pirate's head was directly hit on the ground. The ground was cracked because of this, and even the people around could feel the vibration at this moment. Everyone around, the pirates and the people of Seacon Island were stunned, they hadn't seen Giotto's movements just now. But they are very clear that this is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Brothers, kill him. Dare to provoke our skeleton pirates and take him away. Although they are a little frightened by Giotto's strength, after all, their skeleton pirates are crowded and powerful, and they can be courageous. In their opinion, even if Giotto has some strength, it can't match their so many people. But soon, they will know how wrong their actions are. In Giotto's eyes, these pirates are not even capable of fighting. In New World, even Haki is a miscellaneous soldier, even if they are several times more, they can't pose any threat to him. The talents of the skeleton pirates rushed out a few steps. Giotto waved his right hand burning with the flame of death, and the flames of the sky attribute instantly filled the surroundings. All the pirates approaching him were covered by the flames, and only one figure could be seen moving through the flames. In just a few breaths, dozens of pirates fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Giotto raised his left hand to his chest and collected all the flames of death, and his eyes fell on the pirate ship not far away. "Are you planning to hide on the boat?" When the words fell, a burly man about 3 meters tall walked off the pirate ship step by step, holding a serrated knife made of bone in his left hand, with a cold smile on his face. His eyes were fixed on Giotto, and he didn't look at his men all the way down, as if he didn't care about the life and death of these men. "Boy, you are good, do you want to be my subordinate?" The strong man stood not more than 10 meters away from Giotto, grinning. The aura that radiated from his body was worlds apart from those pirates of miscellaneous soldiers. It was a creepy aura. This brawny man looked like a pirate who could mix in New World. "All of your subordinates have been dealt with by me. Under such circumstances, can you still accept me?" Giotto's face was extremely calm. And his tone of voice was considered normal, but there was an unnoticeable sneer in the depths of his eyes. "Gah-ha-ha. It's just a bunch of rubbish that can be thrown away at any time, what's worth paying attention to? Only men with strong enough strength can really walk in the ocean, so, your value is more than the rubbish on the ground. Being tall together, of course I can accept a strong like you." The brawny man didn't even think about it, he just belittled his subordinates to nothing. When he heard these words, Giotto frowned subconsciously. He hated such a guy very much. "Hat, is there rubbish all over the floor? Consider it according to your statement. What makes you think that you are not rubbish?" To that brawny man, the pirates on the ground are rubbish. For Giotto, the guy in front of him who treats his companions as rubbish is inferior to rubbish. "Boy, it's better to be respectful when you talk to me. I'm the leader of the skeleton pirates, Lord Daimo with a bounty of 57 million. And the rubbish you just knocked down, in essence it's completely different." Daimo let out a loud yell, and came out violently, holding a bone knife and slashing at Giotto. The smile on his face also became more and more mad. This kind of battle made him extremely excited, and then in his expectation, the blood that would be sprayed everywhere was even more exciting. At the moment his bone knife fell, the afterimage left by Giotto was directly cut away from it. That's right, the only thing that was cut off was the afterimage. A reward of 57 million? It seems that this bounty has nothing to do with your strength. The sound came from behind Daimo, and at that moment, Giotto used the jet of death flame to move at high speed and appeared directly behind him. The next moment, his right hand clenched into a fist, and then quickly became pitch black, and the flames of death became extremely condensed. Dead-armed bone break. The combination of the flame of death and armament haki, the power that erupted was quite terrifying. At that time, when he was on the Rogers ship, this move combined two powers to create the broken bones, which was taught to him by a senior on the ship. The skills taught by Douglas Bullet. ***. Chapter 4 Vongola Family. Douglas Bullet, known as the descendant of the devil. And one of the reasons why he has this title is that he merged his ghost energy with haki, and his speed and power have been greatly improved, just like a devil from hell. Based on this technique of fusion of ghost and haki, when he was on the ship, he instructed Giotto to combine death with haki to create a death weapon. What? A harsh scream came from Daimo, and the scream only lasted less than 2 seconds. The back of his head was severely damaged by Giotto's punch, and it was directly broken. It can be clearly seen with the naked eye that his head has been deformed obviously. The body of about 3 meters fell straight forward, and his pale eyes were still unbelievable. I can be regarded as a pirate who has been in the sea for a while, but was knocked down by a young man easily. Everything happened so fast that even the people around did not react. After Daimo Bone Knife fell, all the people cheered with excitement. Giotto, your kid is amazing. It was really timely to come back, Giotto. Among them are some people who have known Giotto before. After all, Giotto grew up on the island of Sikon. It was only a few years ago that he left his hometown and sailed on the sea because of the arrival of the Roger pirates. So he hasn't left for a long time. Of course, the people of Sikon didn't forget him. After all, when he was on Sikon before, Giotto was very conspicuous. Not only his golden orange hair, but also the unsurprising way he grew up, and persistence impressed the people of Sikon. Many people may not know that his name is Giotto, but when it comes to the blonde boy who often exercises by the sea, more than 60% of the residents of Sikon Island will suddenly realize. Oh! It turned out to be that kid. Issue such a sigh. Brother Giotto, I'm sorry, I just... The young man who had stood up before quickly ran to Giotto's side, his face down with his head down. His face was very ugly, with unwillingness and guilt on him. Although he stood up just now, he didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. The flames of death on Giotto's body at this moment have all been put away, and his expression has become gentle. Crowley, it's good to be able to take the first step, and in the situation just now, if you shoot rashly, it will cause more trouble. Hearing that, Crowley was taken aback, and then nodded fiercely. He is only 2 years younger than Giotto and has been training with Giotto since he was a child, but he didn't have the opportunity to board the Shanghai pirate ship. I see. By the way, Brother Giotto, how long can I stay here this time? If I go to sea then, can you take me with you? Crowley spoke expectantly. To be honest, he also wants to be like Giotto, with enough strength to protect his hometown. The scenes of pirates raging in their homeland, he never wanted to see again in his life, especially after seeing the helpless appearance. It made him feel abhorrent to his powerless self. I don't plan to go to sea anymore. Giotto smiled, then patted Crowley on the shoulder, and said slowly, my things and my companions are in the boat over there. If I remember correctly, your sailing skills are very good, right? Crowley was sluggish for a few seconds, and then his expression immediately became excited. I see. After answering one sentence, he jumped directly into the sea. And then quickly swam towards the boat where Reborn was. Seeing his reaction like this, Giotto couldn't help covering his forehead. He was planning to ask Crowley to help sail the boat, but who would have thought that this kid would jump into the sea and swim directly? Although the distance is indeed not far, this behavior is more or less ill. Sikon Island. The island famous for its hot springs is also one of the New World EED point magma reservoirs. It is rumored that there are 3 EED points in New World. If all are destroyed, then the entire New World will be destroyed. Under the operation of the world government, everyone except the high-level government and Marine thought that EED point was just a legend that lied to children, but Giotto knew that EED point was real. But this is not what he needs to care about now, anyway. For now, no one will go to EED point's idea. But this aspect needs to be paid attention to. After all, this is his hometown for Giotto. After Crowley brought back the things on the boat and Reborn, Giotto directly used Bailey to buy a large villa near the volcano on Sikon Island. This will be his home and the starting point of a family. Brother Giotto, I brought everyone here. At this moment, Crowley came here with a dozen young people who were about the same age. These young people were gathered on Sikon Island. Those who wanted to protect the island with their own strength. people. The era of the great pirate has begun. Now it is time for him to return to Seacon Island to start his own business, which is the task given to him by the system. The first step is to create the Vongola family. In the earliest days of the Vongola family, it was a self-police group to protect the local residents. So after Giotto bought the big villa, he asked Crowley to gather some people who wanted to take up arms and protect Second in this chaotic era. Young people. Seeing these young people, Giotto stood up slowly, his eyes swept over everyone. I think on the way here, Crowley has told you what we are going to do when we are together. Everyone knows what happened before, but at that time there was no one who stood up and resisted. If this continues in this day and age, Seacon Island can only be a mermaid, and I don't want to see such a thing happen. And if we want to put an end to such things, there is only one way we can go, and that is to become strong enough ourselves. One of the young people stared at Giotto, and suddenly asked, "Then Giotto, are we pirates when we gather together?" The sea is either a marine or a pirate. Hearing this question, Giotto shook his head and said, "No, we are very different from the pirates. If we have to say, we should probably be regarded as a special mafia. If you are willing to join, then stay here. If you don't, it's okay to be willing, just turn around and leave." After a while, none of the young people, including Crowley, left, and they didn't know if they had thought of the skeleton pirates before, and their eyes became more determined. Seeing such a scene, Giotto also showed a smile of relief on his face. Very good, so from now on, the Vongola family is established. Asterisk. Chapter 5 The Strongest Assassination Unit, for Flowers Collection. Main task: create the Vongola family, increase the completion rate. The current completion rate is 5%. Unlock the family member, Fran. Hint: the unlocked family members will appear by host within 3 months. The establishment of the Vongola family has improved the completion of the main mission, and also unlocked a family member. This is of great help to the current Giotto, except for another mission, which is the Extremely 6 Guardians. The mission did not make any progress. And this time the unlocked family member Fran, Giotto is influential. Fran is the Fog Guardian of Vongola's strongest assassination unit and the apprentice of 6 Paths. He is very good at illusion and possesses a Ring of Hell. In terms of strength alone, the Ring of Hell is not much weaker than the Ring of Vongola. It's just that the Ring of Hell used the contract with the user to enhance the user's strength before the death flames were discovered. Those who use the Ring of Hell will greatly increase their combat effectiveness, but they must use their own spirit as a contract. The user may also change from a good-natured person to a vicious dictator. In other words, only people with strong enough mental power can fully manipulate the power of the Ring of Hell. And Fran, as one of the top illusionists, he does have the powerful mental power of the Master Hell Ring. In summary, in terms of combat effectiveness, Fran is at least equivalent to Marine Vice Admiral in the world of pirates, but it is not clear whether Giotto can reach the level of Vice Admiral in the headquarter. But anyway, with Fran's help, Seacon Island will be safer. Nowadays, the Vongola family's available combat power, apart from Giotto himself, is only reborn. One more franc is very important. After all, the location of Seacon Island is New World, and in the future, it will inevitably experience a lot of turbulence. Now, Giotto. Suddenly, Reborn walked over with a smile, his gaze swept over Crowley and others, then turned to look at Giotto, and said softly, "These are all young people in the family? Leave the training to me. Come in charge, what do you think, boss? Since you have all taken the initiative, of course there is no problem." "Oh. Master Reborn, please teach us well." Crowley's eyes were firm and he let out a roar full of passion. At this time, he estimated that he would never be able to think about their miserable appearance a few months later, and the psychological shadow of not wanting to receive Reborn training again. Of course, the later facts will prove that Reborn is indeed the strongest tutor, and the person trained by him will not be weaker no matter how weak it is. With Reborn in charge of training young people who joined the family, Giotto instantly felt that he didn't have much to do. The only thing that bothered him a bit was the family's financial issues. Although I brought a lot of Pele when I returned to Saiken Island, there will be more and more family members in the future, and the expenses will naturally increase. The Vongola family he established exists as a mafia, but he does not intend to collect protection fees from the people of Saiken Island. After all, this is his hometown. Regarding the wealth income such as protection fees, it will wait until the territory of the Vongola family expands. I'll talk about it later. After considering various circumstances, Giotto made a decision. For now, the best way to collect funds is to rob. Of course it wasn't the stupid thing of robbing the house, but against the pirates who are now rioting in the New World. After making this decision, Giotto went to sea alone, handing over the family matters and the safety of Saiken Island to Reborn and Crowley, who was undergoing training. In fact, there is Reborn, and ordinary pirates don't want to do things on Saiken Island. On the Sea of New World, a single-man boat is sailing slowly. The flag hung on the ship is not the flag of World Government and Marine, nor is it the skull and crossbones flag used by pirates. It is a very special pattern, with two spears crossing each other, and in the center is a shield and a bullet. This is the badge of the Vongola family group. The reason why Giotto chose to make this badge into a flag to hang on the ship was mainly considering that improving the family's reputation should also help increase the completion of the main task. But now Giotto is alone on the boat, his face is obviously depressed. By the way, are these pirates so poor? It's been 2 months, and it can be considered that they have robbed 5 or 6 pirate groups, and they have just made up 100 million Baileys. On the way back to Saiken Island, he managed to solve a few pirate groups and got more than 300 million Baileys. Now he can put down his figure and make a special trip to rob the pirates. It took 2 months, and he was exhausted. Barely enough to make up 100 million Baileys. When this continues, when will he be the leader? Of course, there are hundreds of millions of Baileys in exchange for the heads of these pirates. It's just that the Marine branch of New World is just like a joke in this chaotic era. Except for the G1 branch at the entrance of New World, there is only one G5 branch left, and the distance is quite far. Generally, New World bounty hunters want to exchange bounty. The most direct way is to find some middlemen in the Dark World. This process will be charged a large fee, but this is already the best choice for bounty hunters. Therefore, Giotto, who is forced by life, now has 5 or 6 heads with high rewards in completely sealed boxes on the ship. Just when Giotto sighed and was about to continue looking for the next target, a pirate ship suddenly appeared in front of him and approached his location. Looking at the pirate flag hanging on it, Giotto took out a note and began to search for information about the pirate group. After confirming that the other party belonged to that kind of evildoer, there was also a smile on his face. In this way, there is no need to go everywhere to find the next target. I just hope that this pirate group can give his family more development and provide some help. Blubru, blubru. Just as Giotto was about to do it, the phone worm he had placed on the boat rang suddenly. Who will look for me at this time? Reborn. Giotto froze for a moment, then picked up the phone worm. Immediately afterwards, the phone worm turned into blonde hair and a rough face, and at this time, a familiar voice sounded. He, my disciple, you shouldn't be weak now, right? The moment Giotto heard this sound, his brows frowned. First of all, I am not your disciple. You have only taught me the technique of combining 2 powers. Secondly, what do you care about my weakness and strength? Douglas Bullet. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Douglas Bullet. Douglas Bullet. Descendants of the Devil, the successor of the Ghost. The strength of this guy is so powerful that even the companions of the Roger pirate group call him a monster. Even the deputy captain Pluton Rayleigh can only tie him. But later, Bullet was greatly impacted when he learned that Roger was terminally ill, because he knew Roger's death date and worried that he would defeat Roger and become the world's strongest vow that could not be fulfilled. This made him feel very anxious, and it was this anxiety that gave Bullet all kinds of confusion, and gradually developed a consciousness of you must protect your companions. Because of this feeling, his battles were not decisive enough at the beginning, which caused him think of yourself as weak. At the same time, Bullet also began to doubt Roger's strength. After failing to challenge Roger for the last time, he withdrew from the pirates and became famous as a newcomer. At that time, there was one thing that made Giotto feel very incomprehensible. It was Bullet, who was clearly able to fight Rayleigh. After leaving the Roger pirates and encountering the young crocodile, the battle between the two turned out to be undivided. Victory? If the battle was not over at all, Giotto can still understand it, but if the two are quite capable of winning or losing. Could it be that Crocodile is a hidden boss? Or is Bullet going back more and more alive? The guy who can compete with Bullet will not even know Haki in the future, but he can still be defeated by the newly debuted King Luffy? Having said that, from the time Roger was executed, Bullet has been upset on the ocean, and wherever he went, there was almost no grass. I don't know how many people want to eat their meat, drink their blood, and sleep with their skin. In such a time period, he suddenly contacted himself. Giotto guessed there would be nothing good. Haha, at that time, on the boat, your kid was the most powerful one among the others. That kind of special power is called Death Spirit, right? Compared with my Ghost Spirit, it's not weak. Speak straight, Bullet, what can you do with me? Giotto turned his head to look at the pirate group getting closer and closer, and frowned and said with a deep voice. He didn't care about the pirate group that was close. After all, he was not a powerful guy, but the guy on the other end of the phone had to frown. Hunting other pirates in the sea, you boy is very short of money right now? Laozi has a lot of useless treasures, and it's about 1 billion Baileys. So, make a deal, Giotto. The seductive voice of Bullet came. He did collect a lot of wealth. After all, he killed many pirates and marines during this period, and also destroyed some islands. It is not a strange thing to have 1 billion Baileys. Let's talk about your deal later, I have to solve the immediate trouble first. Giotto put the phone worm down slowly. The pirate ship was less than 10 meters away from him, and he could clearly hear the conversation and grinning of the pirate ship at this moment. Trouble? Bullet asked subconsciously. It's just a group of idiots who have never seen the world before, and it will be resolved soon. You don't even have this patience, do you? The moment the voice fell, the flame of death on Giotto's forehead was directly ignited, and the aura of the whole person changed accordingly. Observation Haki also covered the surroundings in an instant, plus the super straight feeling unique to the Vongola bloodline. Didu couldn't escape his perception. With the help of the flame on his hands, he disappeared from his boat in the blink of an eye. Hey! Captain, that guy just disappeared. On the pirate boat, the pirate who was gearing up just now was suddenly surprised. He rubbed his eyes and looked forward carefully to confirm that the boat in front of him was empty. You are looking in the wrong direction. Suddenly, Giotto appeared behind the pirate without warning, and then blasted forward with a punch. Boom! After a loud noise, the pirate was blasted out directly, smashing a human-shaped hollow out of the bow of the pirate ship. Damn, when did this guy show up? Orange flame? Devil fruits capable person. The other pirates on the pirate ship were all focused on Giotto at the moment, but they were not in Giotto's eyes, so the ordinary pirates everywhere in the New World did not have the strength to pose a threat to him. A whole guy, shoot Laozi's crew, do you think about how to die? A guy who was obviously the captain of the pirate group, with a huge warhammer in his hand, stepped towards Giotto. Sorry. Giotto sighed. Ha ha ha, Laozi won't forgive you for confessing at this time. The pirate captain thought that Giotto was scared by himself and confessed, so he laughed very wildly. Hearing this, Giotto was stunned for a moment. I don't have time to play with you. If you leave Bullet aside for a long time, he might do something that I think is extremely troublesome. The sentence he was sorry just meant to express that he had no time to waste, but depending on the situation, the other party should have misunderstood what he meant. If it's normal, he doesn't mind solving these pirates slowly, anyway, he's not in a hurry. But now it's different. Bullet didn't hang up the phone worm. If he kept the lunatic aside, he wouldn't know what crazy things the lunatic would do. Although there is a bit of friendship between himself and Bullet, this does not rule out the possibility that Bullet will suddenly be angry and attack Seacon Island. Because of this, Giotto didn't have any thoughts of keeping his hands. The moment the voice fell, the flames of death on his hands exploded like crazy, so fast that they could not be caught by the naked eye. For a few breaths, apart from Giotto himself, only the pirate captain remained on the ship. Guru. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the throat of the pirate captain slid, his eyes were full of terror, and his face was full of disbelief. What happened just now? Why did all his crew fall down? What kind of monster is this guy with his hands and forehead burning with orange flames? Before he stabilized his emotions, Giotto's hand was placed on his shoulder. Your pirate career is over, a breakthrough of lifelessness. Ultimate's cold air completely froze the pirate captain, and his vitality would only dissipate over time in this ice. Hey, is it solved? Bullet's impatient voice came from the phone worm. Tell me your deal, Bullet. Giotto returned to his boat, picked up the phone again, and spoke slowly. Asterisk. Chapter 7 G5 Under Construction, Seeking Flowers. It's very simple. I heard that Marine is building a branch called G5 in New World. New World is not where they can take charge. The corners of Douglas Bullet's mouth rose, and the eyes flashed with a light called madness. Come with me to destroy that place. As for the reward, it is the billion Baileys in my hand. Hehe, it should be of great help to you. Var. 1 billion Baileys is indeed a great help to the development of the Vongola family. After all, the Vongola family group is in its infancy, and many places need to spend money. Before they develop their own business and form a fixed capital income, they don't know how much money they need to spend. But join Bullet to attack the G5 branch that Marine is building. To be honest, Giotto didn't want to get involved with this. After all, he knew that Bullet would be raging on the sea this year. Whether it was a pirate or Marine, he would provoke him all the time until he forced Marine to use Buster Call. Go against him. If he has something to do with Bullet now, he is not sure that Marine will list himself as a key focus in the future. Why? Don't you guys want to go with me? Don't forget Giotto, you owe me a favor, don't you plan to pay it back? When Giotto was silent, Bullet continued to speak. And when he heard this, Giotto's face also changed. He did owe him a favor. That was when he was still in the Roger Pirates. Because of an encounter with Marine, his strength has not really grown. He almost became a prisoner of Marine. At an important juncture, it was Bullet who broke into the siege alone and saved himself. This is a life-saving grace. Favorites plus 1 billion Baileys, relative to this time I will try my best, and I will definitely not let you down, how about it? After thinking for a long time, Giotto made the decision. 1 billion Baileys can be ignored, but since the other party mentioned this favor, he has to pay it back. As for what Marine thinks about the relationship between himself and Bullet, please do as they please. Although Giotto is afraid of Marine, he will not be afraid of it if the critical moment is reached. That's it. Your boy's favor is not worth it anyway. Let's meet at the Marine G5 branch in a month, and hope that, as you said, your current strength will not let me down. After saying this, Bullet directly hung up the phone. He himself is not a person who likes nonsense. As long as he is sure that Giotto has agreed to his transaction, that is enough. At this time, Giotto put down the phone worm in his hand, and his expression was a little dignified. Marine was building the G5 branch in New World. He didn't think that G5 would be the gangsters and wastes in the future during this time period. In this chaotic new world, if you want to deter the surrounding pirates, and then build a marine branch on a large scale, it will take a long time for the strong to be in charge. For today's new world, the general headquarters of Vice Admiral cannot deter the big pirates, so either the G5 branch under construction has Marine Admiral in charge, or the three in Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral. The guy called the monster. Based on the analysis of the situation, Giotto feels that it is unlikely that Admiral will be in charge. Because the current Marine 3 Admiral did not collect, only the resourceful General Sengoku and Black Arm Zephyr 2 people, after all. The Marine hero directly refused to be promoted to Admiral. Among these two Admiral, the resourceful General Sengoku is mainly responsible for things related to the Whitebeard pirates. As for the Black Arm Zephyr, because his family was killed by a pirate, he began to hate the pirate and offered to resign, but he was retained by his boss, and he still had expectations of Marine. Therefore, although Zephyr retains the rank of Admiral, he has already been transferred to Instructor and is unlikely to appear in the G5 branch. In other words, this time it is basically certain that the people guarding the G5 branch should be the three Marines called monsters. Two of them are Vice Admiral and the other is Rear Admiral, but whether one or two of them, or all three are there, is uncertain. A month later. Although it is a very troublesome thing, but taking advantage of this opportunity, it also happened to really test my current strength and fight against the future Marine Admiral. I have to say that I still have some expectations. After Giotto moved all the financial reports on the pirate ship to his own boat, he sailed directly towards the range that Bullet told him. During this time, he didn't plan to continue to find the pirates to rob him. Take a good rest and prepare. Let's fight a month later. At the same time, Vongola Villa, Seacon Island. Reborn was sitting on a soft cushion, holding a few photos in his hands, and watching with interest. Do you stretch out your hands and feet to Seacon Island so soon? It seems that the world government will not give up on the Rogers ship. The crew, especially the boss in New World. In the photos in his hands, everyone is a guy in a black suit, and that kind of behavior and look are not something ordinary people can do. As a top killer, Reborn can clearly see from the body movements of these people standing and walking. These people are always on guard at all times, and they are in a natural appearance, not being discovered by others. To be alert to everything around you. The person who can make this kind of action is either a killer or an agent. Obviously, if the killer is not necessary, they will not appear on Seacon Island. Even if they do, they will not stay for a long time. They will only use the fastest and safest method to solve the target and leave. Therefore, these guys wearing black suits on Seacon Island must be agents of the world government and members of the CP. But that's not bad, it just happens to set an exam for Crowley and the others. Reborn played with his sideburns and smiled at the corners of his mouth. It's so decided. As the first member of the Vongola family, I have to grow up quickly. Thinking of this, he jumped up directly, and then went to the training room to find Crowley and others. For him, those world government agents who came to Seacon Island did not pose any threat, and he could easily eliminate those agents if he wanted to. It is precisely because of such strength and self-confidence that he is qualified to use these agents to test his students. But at this moment, Crowley and others, who were working hard to complete the training goals set by Reborn in the training room, suddenly felt a chill. Chapter 8 Descendants of the Devil. New World, Marine G5 branch. In the future, this place will become the branch of Marine in New World just like the G1 branch, but now, the construction of this place has just begun. On the beach of this island, a guy with a bowler hat, a monochrome suit, a coat of justice, and a newspaper with coffee beside him, said slowly, "No need to be so serious, Sakazuki. Me. I don't think someone will come to do things at this time, ordinary pirates don't have such courage. This is the New World. Don't take it lightly at any time. Even if ordinary pirates don't have the guts, don't forget Polosalino, monsters like Whitebeard can exist in this sea. Sakazuki always has a straight face, what he insists on is absolute justice, will not let any pirates off, and will not relax his vigilance at any time. Even if this is exactly the same as Polosalino said, no pirate would dare to approach, but he will do his duty faithfully and concentrate on doing what he should do. For example, monitoring the movement on the surrounding sea. Regarding Sakazuki's words, Kizaru felt disapproved for a while, and there are pirates like Whitebeard in this sea area. Haha! If it was the Whitebeard pirates who came, only the few of us were able to fight before there would be ghosts. Anyway, if Whitebeard came, I would definitely become light without saying a word, and then run as fast as you can. Sakazuki Vice Admiral. A pirate ship was found on the sea, and it quickly approached us. Suddenly, a marine soldier ran over quickly, and after a military salute, the information was revealed. Hearing that, the expressions of Sakazuki and Polosalino were one-sided. Sakazuki's eyes were filled with anger, and Polosalino obviously couldn't believe that there were stupid pirates who really dared to come and they were building. The G5 branch is doing things. Wait a moment. Isn't it Whitebeard that the lava idiot said? Should I prepare to escape? Assemble the army, force them to land, and be prepared to annihilate all the pirates approaching. Sakazuki doesn't think so much. For him, as long as he is sure that the other party is a pirate, there is only one choice for so long, which is to get rid of those stupid guys. As for grabbing it and sending it to impel down. Haha, this kind of heinous guy who clearly came to attack the marine branch is not qualified to enter impel down at all. It is the best redemption for their crimes to go to nothing in the lava. Polosalino didn't call it that way. He waved to the marine soldier who had just come to report, and then asked, "Brother, do you see clearly what pirate is here?" Returned to Polosalino Vice Admiral, the other party does not have an obvious pirate banner, and the distance is a little far away, there is no way to tell where it came from. Put down the newspaper in his hand, then stood up and walked in a specific direction. Let's go and see, I also want to know what kind of brave guy will be at this time, dare to come to G5 to find something. Just make sure it's not Whitebeard. In this era, Roger has been executed by their marines, and Golden Lion has also been imprisoned in Impel Down. There were 3 great pirates, but now only one Whitebeard is still active in the sea. Because of this, in the eyes of many people, Whitebeard is now the owner of New World, and no one can provoke it. However, in addition to Whitebeard, although there are some small famous pirates, but it is not enough to let Polosalino, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, escape. Boom! Just when Polosalino was about to follow the marine soldier to see what happened, a terrifying wave of air surged, and in a flash, it madly impacted all the lives on this island. The marine soldier who was about to lead the way, under the impact of the air wave, his eyes widened and fell to the ground, losing meaning. Ah, what a terrible conqueror's haki, it looks like an amazing character has arrived. His eyes were taken aback, and his expression became solemn, and he was able to release such a terrifying conqueror's haki. He is by no means an unfamiliar little person in this sea. After all, not many people can do such a thing. Boom! 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 Successive explosions resounded throughout the island. Bullet, who is tall and strong, with long blonde hair and wearing a military uniform, is almost pressing Sakazuki in the fight. As the descendant of the devil who can tie Pluton Rayleigh to Pluton Rayleigh, the young Sakazuki can support under his attack, which is already very good. Damn it! Bullet, how dare you challenge Marine? Sakazuki blocked Bullet's heavy attack with a punch. Although he is still young now, he is the future Admiral Akainu after all. Even Bullet cannot easily defeat him. Logia Lava Fruit is also a very powerful and dangerous force. Even if armament haki is used, it is not good to withstand the terrible high-temperature erosion. Marine? Ha 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 ha. Bullet's attack was like a squally storm. Without stopping for a moment, Sengoku, Garp, and Kong are the Marines in my eyes. As for you, you are just a puppy who is about to be killed by me. He didn't put Sakazuki in his eyes at all. A young Marine Vice Admiral, even if he ate Logia's devil fruit, couldn't match him. It's terrible, Bullet of the Devil. But the G5 branch is not a place where you can go wild. The golden light flashed, and Polosalino appeared directly in the air. He stretched out his index finger to aim at the position of Bullet, his fingertips dazzling light, laser. When the voice fell, the beam of light flew out instantly. However, Bullet didn't care about this attack at all at this time. He focused on his own battle and continued to suppress Sakazuki. The reason for this is that in addition to his absolute confidence in his own strength, it is also because this time, another person has come to Marine's G5 branch. Boom! The light beam only shot out about half of the distance, and it exploded directly in the air. Hey! Polosalino was slightly confused. I heard that the descendants of the devil are generally alone, so who are you? As the light gradually dissipated, another figure appeared in the sky, with orange flames burning on his hands and forehead. There is no doubt that only Giotto has this characteristic. The reason why the beam exploded when it was halfway out was because he directly blocked the laser beam with one hand. Can I choose not to say it? I only come here for some special reasons, so as long as you don't take action, I can't help Bullet. After all, to stop you, it should be considered as fulfilling what I promised. Giotto's face was calm, but looking at the other person's appearance, it seemed that he didn't intend to let him just fool around like this. Polosalino at this time is still working hard to get promoted, probably. P.S. Thank you for your rewards. Thanks. Lao Z is getting old, Shura, Virgil 0 monthly pass *. Chapter 9 Sengoku is here, 4 flowers. New World Marine Branch G5, the ordinary Marine soldiers have basically all fainted. Bullet's Conqueror's haki is not a joke. These miscellaneous soldiers have no right to resist at all. And those general-level Marines who kept their luck could hardly intervene in the two battles in front of them. The battle between Sakazuki and Bullet has broken the ground. What's more terrifying is that there are almost no wounds on Bullet's body. His powerful body and the armament haki all over his body have made Sakazuki, the marine monster, a little bit in his heart. Powerlessness. But even if he is a little weak, he will not give up at all. His eyes are burning with a strong killing intent. Maybe he doesn't know what fear is when facing the evil pirate in his eyes. Bullet! A frantic roar burst out of Sakazuki's mouth. He forcibly withstood Bullet's fist. He was knocked back for only half a step and his whole body began to move forward. At this time, his right hand had completely turned into magma, Dark Hound. The lava arm was stretched out quickly to approach Bullet. This is one of his tricks to press the bottom of the box. In the future, as Admiral, he will use this trick to knock Whitebeard off half of his face. It is a pity that he is still young now, and neither his strength nor his experience can reach the level of the war era. Bullet grinned and his expression became more and more ferocious. Just as Dark Hound rushed towards him, he simply raised his hand. An armament haki quickly emerged, just like this, grabbing Sakazuki's fist. Marine monster? Ha ha ha, good skills. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Bullet pulled Sakazuki in front of him with his force, staring at the opponent like a devil. Your consciousness is enough, but the strength is not enough, and it is far behind the uncle of Rayleigh. What? As soon as the voice fell, his body quickly turned dark blue, and an extremely powerful aura soared into the sky, setting off waves of aura sweeping in all directions. Until just now, he hadn't used his true power. Now, the descendants of the devil are beginning to show off their tip of the iceberg. Devil form. Combining his ghost energy with haki greatly improves speed and power. In this form, Bullet is like a devil from hell. Without using the integral fruit ability, this is his most powerful form. It's terrible, Bullet. Poor Asalino also felt the extremely skyrocketing breath of Bullet, and couldn't help but let out a surprise. This is not the kind of joke, but really surprised the terrifying power of Bullet, even compared to Admiral. I guess there is nothing wrong with it, right? When you fight with me, you get distracted, but it will cause problems. Relying on the propelling force of the Flame of Death, Giotto's speed is also quite fast. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction of the other party, his whole person is quickly approaching Kizaru, and the distance between the two people is less than 1 meter, death-armed broken bones. Bullet has the power to fuse Devil May Cry and Haki, and Giotto, under his guidance, learned the trick to fuse death with Haki. And at this time, Polisalino had no time to dodge. He could only react instinctively with his body, cross his hands in front of him, and then use armament Haki to block the punch. However, he was not a good student when he was in school. He concentrated on honing his fruit ability. The Marine 6 styles Zephyr taught him at the time, and the armed and knowledgeable Haki, he did not have much high attainments. This can be regarded as one of his weaknesses. Boom! A muffled sound erupted in the air, and then a figure that turned into a beam of light fell violently and smashed into the ground. At this moment, a light flashed in Giotto's eyes, and without any warning, his body quickly leaned a little to the right. At the same time he made this action, a laser shot directly passed through the position where his left shoulder was just now, and then flew towards the sky. It seems that you are not a simple opponent, so you can avoid it. Observation Haki seems quite accomplished. When the dust cleared, Kizaru still kept raising his right hand. He just wanted to take advantage of the fact that the opponent couldn't see him, and at the same time, he attacked carelessly at the moment after the attack was successful, but he didn't expect that even then the opponent would easily avoid it. In fact, this kind of evasion is impossible with Giotto's observation Haki alone, but as a Vongola, he also has a super-intuitive sense. The so-called super-intuition is Vongola's unique ability to see the truth of things. Extraordinary intuition, able to judge the authenticity of things, able to expose the disguise of the enemy, detect the malice of others, and also be able to decipher the illusions of the illusionist. In battle, you can even react instinctively and take the most ideal action. He just relied on his super intuition to evade the other party's laser attack. Giotto didn't talk to him at this time. He turned his head and said directly to Bullet, "Bullet. Do you need so long to deal with a vice admiral? He doesn't want to delay time here. After all, this is the Marine branch." He accompanied Bullet to make a big fuss because of that favor. More importantly, just now, there was a sense of danger in his heart. This feeling will not be faked. Unless there is a problem with his super intuition, something troublesome will surely be coming. He, what are you afraid of? Giotto. Bullet laughed and punched Sakazuki frantically. If he said that the opponent still had the power to parry just now, then after he entered the devil form, he had completely suppressed the opponent. If it weren't for the power of the lava fruit, Sakazuki would have been cold. Now, even if he is still in front of Bullet, he will be embarrassed countless times in comparison. Bullet, don't you want to put justice to shame? Sakazuki panted heavily, completely ignoring that he was covered in blood, and pounced like a mad dog at Bullet. Great eruption. The two of them were fighting in close hands, and using the Great Eruption frontal attack at such a distance, he believed that even with Bullet, there was no way to fully defend it. At the same time, a warship on the sea is approaching the G5 branch at the fastest speed, and on that ship is a marine wearing an admiral coat. The whole army. Bullet must be arrested this time, do you understand? Yes, Sengoku Admiral. P.S. Thank you, Shura, LD520LOVE1314 monthly pass, thank you for your support. Chapter 10 Illusionist with Frog Head, Seeking Flowers. Because Giotto is in the air, his field of vision is wider than that of Bullet, and his observation haki is also good, so he has discovered the marine warship that is not far from the G5 branch at this moment, and he clearly knows that it is above. That guy is Admiral of Headquarters, Sengoku of Buddha. He hadn't expected that the resourceful general, who should stay at Naval Headquarters, would appear here. Bullet. Marine Admiral is here, do you want to continue? At this time, Giotto frowned, and he sighed in his heart. It is not easy to pay for a bad favor, and it is not easy to make a billion Pele. Hey? The Sengoku guy? Finally, a suitable opponent came. How could he leave like this? Even if Garp came, I have to destroy this branch today. I want to be called the strongest in the world. How could I shrink because of a marine admiral? Hearing that Sengoku was coming, Bullet, instead of leaving the intention to leave, became even more excited and crazy. These two rubbish vice admiral will be handed over to you. Don't think that my favor is so good, let alone there are 10. You Bailey's compensation. I remember you said before, will you not disappoint me, will you? Giotto. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, he punched Sakazuki directly back, then turned around and rushed out in the direction of Sengoku Admiral like a cannonball. After Roger's death, Bullet was completely crazy. Unless he was completely defeated, no one could stop him from rioting. Call. Taking a sigh of relief, Giotto is somewhat helpless. I will never agree to your deal again in the future. The price of these two monsters, Vice Admiral, is far more than 1 billion. Indeed, if Sakazuki and Polo Salino are pirates, the sum of their bounties is definitely more than 1 billion. Even if they have not fully grown up yet, they can reach this level. After all, how to be a top Logia fruit ability person? If they are defeated so easily, then in the future, they will not be called Admiral of Headquarters. But then again, take the manpower short. Even if you don't want to continue entangled with Marine here, Giotto must abide by the previous agreement and promise. Then your opponent will be me next, 2 Vice Admiral. Giotto slowly fell from the air and stood 10 meters away from Sakazuki. The flame of death was almost exploded by him. After all, he is not the reckless Bullet, facing 2 monsters Vice Admiral, no matter what. Will not be taken lightly. Speaking of, brother, I just heard that your deal with Bullet is 1 billion Baileys, right? If you help us catch him at this time, the bounty one will not be less than this. Polo Salino fell by Sakazuki's side, and then thought of the dialogue between the other two, and started to induce, how about it, do you want to think about it? I can vouch for your innocence. Stop talking nonsense, Polo Salino. Before Giotto could say anything, Sakazuki stood up and shouted angrily, how can you let such a heinous BD pirate help? Your behavior just now tarnished justice. Look, your partner has already rejected this possibility, and for Vongola, kindness is also a very important kind of persistence, so I will not betray my promise. Of course, if you don't want to fight, you can just stand where you are, and I won't. Shut up your stinky mouth, pirate. Akainu's arm melted directly, and the front end turned into a hideous dog's head, which quickly stretched out to bite Giotto. Dog bite Gurren. In that case, I'd better ask you to leave the game first. Bhe Kayanguyu. At the same time, Polo Salino didn't have any hesitation. After the photon flew into the air, his hands crossed in a special movement, and countless dazzling light bullets fell to the ground like rain. The attack jointly launched by these two men must be taken seriously even for the top pirates in the sea. Giotto, of course, is no exception. Facing the attack from both the sky and the ground quickly approached, the flames of death in his hands suddenly disappeared, and a breath of ultimate coldness spread from his body. Relying on the super intuition to judge the location of the opponent's attack, and the simple movement of his footsteps, it happened to avoid the light bullets falling from the sky. As for the dog biting Gurren, he passed by. All the movements are so smooth that people can't find any flaws in them. In the rain of light, Giotto dodges ghostly, and at the same time backhanded the dog-biting Gurren who was passing by. You know, this move is Sakazuki extending his arm and launching its attack. To clasp the dog's head is no different from grabbing his fist. Breakthrough at 0 point of death. A flat voice came from Giotto's mouth, and the cold air transformed into death air spread crazily at this moment, and layers of ice followed the dog-biting Red Lotus and quickly covered the hot magma, which is Sakazuki's body. How is this possible? Isn't the frozen fruit capable person Kyuzen? My lava can't melt the ice. You guy, what kind of monster is it? Unparalleled anger, deafening roar. At that moment, his entire right arm was completely frozen. If you know that his arm is lava, something that even Kyuzen can't do is easy for this guy in front of him. Moreover, no matter how he tries, he can't melt this damn ice. After all, the ice formed by the breakthrough of Death Chi 0 point cannot be melted by ordinary forces. In the world of family education, only the fire of Death Chi can melt such ice. And now in this world, apart from the death fire belonging to Vongola, only Haki can melt this frost. It's just that the current Sakazuki is not the future Akainu, and his Haki strength is not enough to fight the 0 point breakthrough. Good job Sakazuki! Suddenly, Polosalino uttered a loud shout, and then the entire light transformation rushed to an empty location, condensing the photons in his hands to form a sword of light, aiming at the air and cutting it down with one sword. That's it, brother. Sakazuki and Giotto were a little startled by this scene. Polosalino, even if he was fishing in the water, wouldn't it be so obvious? Fighting wits and courage with air? But at this time, Sakazuki suddenly smiled and said, "Good job Polosalino, finally this kid is dealt with." Giotto was even more confused. "What's that? I'm standing right in front of you, the monkey is playing with the air, why are you also involved? Is it because you two are sick, or is there something wrong with my head?" "Boss, that strange maniac uncle is probably not the opponent of the local tyrant uncle." At this moment, a frog's head appeared in Giotto's field of vision, and his voice rang along with it. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Bullet Escape, Seeking Flowers. Uncle Manik is easy to understand as Bullet, but Sengoku, is he actually a local tyrant in this guy's eyes? However, the Sengoku Buddha is indeed golden and looks very rich. It seems that there is nothing wrong with being a local tyrant. This talker has cyan hair and grandmother green eyes, with indigo inverted triangles under the eyes, and a frog hat on his head. Coupled with this expressionless spit, and the unique way of speaking that lengthens the pronunciation, this guy who doesn't know when to appear here, who else is Fran? And his appearance also made Giotto understand why Polosalino would fight against the air, and why Sakazuki felt that he had been dealt with. Not surprisingly, the two future Marine Admiral, Akainu, and Kizaru, have now fallen into the illusion created by Fran. Fran's presence here is undoubtedly good news for Giotto. His illusion ability is extremely powerful. From the moment when no one noticed it, the future Kizaru Admiral fell into an illusion. It can be seen that the average powerhouse did not even have a chance to resist in front of his illusion. After all, Fran himself said that even his master, Six Paths, would be scared of his existence. One of the strongest illusionists, it's not a joke. And he still has a ring of hell, the emblem of Satan in his hand. Fran, can you confuse Sengoku with illusions? If you can confuse Sengoku with illusion, then things here are much easier to solve. Anyway, now Giotto has no plans to go crazy with Bullet. A Sengoku Admiral has already arrived. If it continues, God knows how much power Marine will deploy. Bullet is a lunatic, but he is not. Hey? Can't the boss freeze the local tyrant directly? Or is it that even the boss can't match the power of money? Fran continued to spit incomparably, but after a pause, he was a little more serious, and said, "The willpower and perception of that local tyrant is very strong. My illusion can't affect him too much for the time being. It works. Anyway, we can't do the same with these two uncles. So, what are we going to do next? Ugh. Giotto sighed. To tell the truth, he didn't want to pay attention to the current bullet. It's just that the 1 billion Bailey hadn't given it to himself, and because of the kindness before, he couldn't just give this lunatic to him. Leave it, I'll go there first, I'll leave it to you here, remember to pick us up later. Hey? Is the boss going to leave me and run away? You will die if you stop complaining. Regarding Fran's behavior, Giotto said he was very helpless. After all, this guy can be said to be complaining all the time. Fran raised his head at the moment, watching his boss have exploded with a deadly fire, flying towards the location of Bullet and Sengoku. He immediately sighed, then looked at Akainu with a triumphant smile, and looked at that Giotto corpse Kizaru. So, what should these two guys do? Look like this, it seems that after a while, they will break free from the illusion, so troublesome. While complaining to himself, Fran walked to the place where the marine warship was docked not far away. To pick up his boss, there must be a boat. The boat of his own boss is about to retire. Uncle Magma, can you help move the things from the boss ship to that warship? Oh, by the way, the boss ship is hidden by the sea behind the hill over there. Fran took 2 steps, putting his hands on his mouth, and shouting to Sakazuki and Polo Salino, Uncle Flash, you help replace the marine flag of that warship with our families. Thank you. Even Admiral and the Marshal of Naval Headquarters would not give orders to the 2 monsters Vice Admiral in this way, and it would not be their turn to move things and change flags. But now, these 2 guys can't refuse Fran, and don't know what they are going through in the illusion. Anyway, both of them are obediently moving things and changing banners. Bang! Huge waves continued to rise above the sea. On the deck of the warship, Bullet fought back and forth with Sengoku, who had turned into a giant Buddha. And every time the 2 of them collided with the palms of their fists, there would be a terrifying aftermath. In the battle between these 2 monsters, the warship had become dilapidated, as if it would sink at any time. And the collision of these 2 guys, Conqueror's Haki, also caused most of the marine soldiers on the ship to faint. That's right. Sengoku Admiral is one of the few marines who has Conqueror's Haki, because what he believes in is kun justice to the world. Damn it! I must throw you guy into impel down today, you don't need a damn BD like you on the sea. Sengoku Admiral directly suppressed Bullet with a severe palm. However, if he wants to defeat Bullet in a short time, he himself knows that it is impossible. After all, the lunatic in front of me is a monster who can draw with Pluton Rayleigh. If you can do it, try it. If you throw into impel down, it will prove that I am just such a man. As Bullet's roar erupted, the ghostly spirit on his body became more and more intense. Obviously, he had been suppressed by the opponent, but his strength was still rising. Should I say, this guy deserves to be called the descendant of the devil? At this moment, Giotto was already close to this warship. He frowned when he watched the collision between Bullet and Sengoku. These 2 guys are the top ones on the sea. If you continue to fight like this, I don't know how long it will take. Able to tell the winner. Bullet, this battle is over now. It won't do us any good to continue fighting. If you are constrained by marine here, you can't surpass Roger. Giotto now landed on the deck of the warship and shouted to Bullet. He knows that Bullet is a pure lunatic, and ordinary persuasion has no effect at all, and the only person who can touch this lunatic is the former captain, Gold Roger. Don't mention that guy's name with me, since you want to end here, then leave it to you. Ha ha ha, I have sent 1 billion Baileys to your site, so the favor will be paid back. Suddenly, Bullet blasted Sengoku away with a punch, then jumped up without hesitation, and rushed towards the boat he had prepared with a powerful jump. But his move made Giotto's face extremely gloomy, because the direction he blasted Sengoku away was exactly where he was. Sengoku also reacted immediately. It is not easy to stop Bullet, but no matter what, a damn pirate must be left behind. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Giotto vs Sengoku, Seeking Flowers Collection. BD stuff. Even though Giotto had a good temper, he couldn't help but cursed at the moment. He didn't expect that bullet actually blasted Sengoku at him, and what did he say is a favor? Let Lao Z see you again, you have to peel off this BD skin. But I don't think about it now. Looking at Sengoku's angry look, it is absolutely impossible to let himself go away casually. Abandoned by my own captain, and then thrown into impel down by me, this tragic ending is quite suitable for you pirates. Sengoku's breath at the moment had completely locked Giotto, and the cold voice came from his mouth. Hey! Giotto took a deep breath, then his expression became serious, his eyes fixed on Sengoku. First of all, that guy is not my captain. Second, I am not a pirate now. Although I know this is impossible, but I still want to say, since the 2 points do not meet, can I leave directly? To be honest, he really doesn't want to fight Sengoku here. If he can't fight or not, it will definitely be troublesome anyway. Anyway, there is no doubt that you and Bullet attacked the marine branch together. How could it be possible to let you leave like this? The impact of the Buddha. At this moment, Sengoku approached Giotto directly, and then pressed it down with a condescending palm. The huge impact instantly enveloped this area. Facing this palm, Giotto's expression was extremely serious. The lifelessness on his body began to burn crazily at this moment, especially the lifeless fire on his hands is now more and more vigorous, and his pair of Vongola gloves are in armament hackies. It becomes extremely dark under the action. Sengoku split a palm, no one dare to be careless. Hey? This flame. Sengoku raised his brows, and he felt a little familiar with the flame, as if he had seen it before, but he didn't have much impression. However, he could clearly perceive the power contained in the opponent's punch. Dead-armed, earthquake. The move created by the combination of death chi and armament haki. The broken bones are direct contact with the opponent's attack, while the earthquake uses the soft flame to affect the space in front of it, eliminating the resistance that should have when the fist is thrown, and fully reducing the power. The move that broke out. For the current Giotto, Zhenkong can be regarded as his most powerful attack. Suddenly, the dead air swayed through the space in front of him like ripples, and it turned out to be part of Sengoku's shock wave. At the same time, relying on his super intuitiveness and observation haki, he chose the weakest position of the shock wave, and his dark fist fiercely met the palm of the Buddha. Boom! A huge sound exploded, and the two tyrannical forces collided frantically at this moment. The damaged warship simply couldn't withstand such a devastation, and the process of disintegration began immediately. However, Sengoku's attack was not so easy to block. Giotto, who was facing him head-on, almost heard his bones creaking. Should I say, is it worthy of being admiral with the highest combat capability of naval headquarters? At the next moment, Giotto's body was knocked into the air by the power of the shock wave, but this was exactly what he wanted. With the help of the power of the shock wave, the deadly fire on his hands burst out, making his body anxious in mid-air. After returning, he immediately rushed to the warship that had just set sail. But at this time, Sengoku felt that his spirit suddenly became blurred, and subconsciously blasted a palm of the Buddha in the opposite direction where Giotto had left. At the same time, Fran, standing on another warship, stared solemnly at the golden Buddha, and the ring of hell on his finger, the emblem of Satan, was burning with an indigo flame. This is the deadly fire of mist attribute, and it is also the standard equipment of the illusionist. The highest combat power of naval headquarters is really great, but the next time we meet, everything will be different. Sengoku Admiral. Giotto landed on the bow of the warship, his eyes fixed on the Buddha Sengoku standing on the deck in the distance, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and a low voice came slowly from his mouth. This time he lost to the opponent in the confrontation, and just taking the next move made him very uncomfortable, but this is also of course, because he still has a lot of room for growth. And to put it another way, being able to withstand the impact of Sengoku's Spuda is already very powerful, isn't it? Boss, don't you plan to continue doing something? Looking at the look of that local tyrant, it seems that you can't wait to eat us alive, and our physique is small, he should be able to eat one in one bite. Fran raised his head, and didn't know if he used illusion, the frog head on his head seemed to blink very vividly. An atmosphere that was originally very serious has become embarrassing in an instant. Can we pay attention to the occasion if we complain about it? Although Sengoku is eager to arrest the two of us, as Marine Admiral, people don't eat people. Moreover, still thinking about doing things in this situation? Are you afraid that nothing happened? Go back to Seiken Island, Marine's real goal is Bullet, and New World is not within their sphere of influence, they can only act in a targeted manner, and there is no extra power to take care of us. The flames on Giotto's body subsided, and after taking a breath, his expression returned to his usual calm, but if such a big incident comes out, it is estimated that a reward is inevitable. Obviously I am not a pirate. I think it seems normal for the Mafia to be offered a reward, right? Fran answered the question like a good student, and only slowly spoke after raising his hand. Although, what he said is not a problem at all, but when it comes out of his mouth, it's still complaining. The world's top illusionist, why is this virtue? But then again, it seems that besides Fran, the other illusionists are not normal people. If you offer a reward, let's offer a reward. I hope that Marine can increase the bounty for me, so that at least not many people will dare to trouble me. There are still a lot of things we have to be busy in the next time. New World will definitely riot, and that is trouble for us, but it is also a good time for family development. Giotto knows exactly what the sea will look like next. The pirates who crazily flooded into the New World, and the powerhouses themselves based in this sea area, will upset this era. Until the top guys stand up, and there is a wonderful balance between each other, the sea will be a little stable. In this process, the Vongola family is either called one of the top existences in the balanced sea, or it can only be submerged by the waves of the times. Asterisk. Chapter 13 First time offering a reward of 560 million. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Sengoku looked at the two guys in front of him, his eyebrows were already frowning. You two mean, in your consciousness, that guy has been beheaded by Polo Salino? And the battle between me and Bullet, you also know effect. Well, that's the truth. The other party should have hallucinations. Sakazuki's face was extremely cold at this time. For him, it is undoubtedly a shame to be defeated by Giotto. No, that guy is not an illusion type ability. The frog head with him should be the one who actually illusioned you. When they finally escaped, I also felt a trance. Sengoku didn't blame the two people in front of him. After all, even he was in a trance due to the influence of the frog's head. It was normal for the young Akainu and Kizaru to be unable to resist. After a pause, he put his gaze on Akainu's arm. Sakazuki, how does your arm feel? It's okay, but the guy's ability is very strange. Similar to Kuzan's freezing, my lava can't melt. Only Haki can deal with it. But my Haki is not good enough to fight against that ice. It is Zephyr's help. I broke it open. Sakazuki was very jealous of this, but he didn't feel that his strength was not enough. He just felt that he needed to strengthen his training on Haki. During this time, he paid too much attention to the development of fruit abilities, thus neglecting Haki. He doesn't specialize in Haki, but he is not weak in armed SX and seeing SX. Even he can't break it. Now in Marine, those who can break the ice can count it with just 2 hands. Sengoku Admiral. At this moment, a Marine soldier walked up to Sengoku and handed a pile of information to the opponent. This is the information you wanted for Admiral before. After receiving the information and nodding, Sengoku started to read it carefully. and his expression was also more and more ugly because of the information. In the end, he slammed the pile of information on the table, and said in a deep voice, "Immediately offer a reward of Vongola Giotto, a reward of 560 million pele. At the same time, a reward of Fran, the froghead capable of following him, is offered. Offering a bounty of 330 million pele. The first time the bounty was over 500 million? Sengoku Admiral, is this bounty a little bit?" Poor Salino was surprised. He didn't expect that Sengoku would offer such a high reward to that kid. Even the great pirates of New World didn't have such a high reward when they were offered the reward for the first time. In his opinion, although Giotto has good strength and strong ability, it should not be such a high first reward. 560 million is not a small number. If he remembers correctly, many of the captains on the big pirate ship in Whitebeard have not reached this amount. Although Giotto is considered to have attacked the G5 branch, the leader is Bullet. From this point of view, there shouldn't be such a high first reward, right? Poor Salino is not as simple as you think. Take a good look at the information about that guy. I'll just say that his flame was a bit familiar before. Grabbing the information on the table, Sengoku just stuffed it directly into Kizaru's hand, and continued, "Vongola Giotto, born on Seikan Island, established a mafia family on Seikan Island, but we don't need to go to these. The real key point is that this guy was a pirate not too long ago. One Piece. Crew on Gold Roger." Hearing that, Kizaru and Akainu's eyes changed accordingly. In this way, it made sense. Although Roger had already been executed, the guy who had a relationship with him, no matter how much he valued. Especially those like Giotto, who are still active in the sea. If it weren't for the Vongola family in New World, and there are many more dangerous guys in the ocean now, Sengoku even plans to lead Marine out directly and catch that guy and impel down and lock it up. So, what should we do next, Sengoku Admiral? Sakazuki was suffocating the fire now. Marshal Sora has already issued an order. Next, the first thing we have to solve is the lunatic Bullet. As for this Vongola, wait until the Bullet is solved. Douglas Bullet. He is the trickiest guy. Roger has been walking violently on the sea since his death. This time he and others attacked the G5 branch that is being established. If he is not arrested quickly, God knows how much craziness he will do. Things. And this time, Marine is ready, even Marshal Sora has issued an order to use Buster Call when necessary. It can be seen that what Bullet has done has already touched the bottom line of Marine. Seikan Island, Vongola Villa. Giotto sat in his room, looking at the updated template in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a little satisfaction. Because of the rewards offered by Marine, he and the Vongola family are already well known in this sea. Coupled with the flying Vongola flag, many people have noticed this mafia family that appeared in New World. The increase in reputation has a significant effect on one of the main tasks, the creation of the Vongola family. Now the completion of this task has increased by 5% to 10%. In addition to unlocking a family member again, the rewards gained this time gave Giotto his own fire. So, the template becomes what it is now. The strongest mafia system. Host, Vongola Giotto. Personal abilities, Flame of Death Dekong, Flame of Softness, Flame of Death Dekong, Fire of Rigidity, Super Intuition, Beginner, Armament Haki, Beginner, Observation Haki, Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki, Unawakened. Personal equipment, Vongola Ring Dairy, Unopened, Vongola Gloves. First family, Vongola family, 15% unlock. Family members, Reborn, the 7 rainbow sons of the Sunny, Fran, the guardian of the Varian Fog, and Naker, the guardian of the Sunny, appears in March. Main task, gather 6 guardians to complete 16.5%. 10% completion of the creation of the Vongola family. Compared with the previous Giotto, although it is only one more flame, but the combat effectiveness is completely different. After all, the power of the flame of rigidity is countless times more powerful than the flame of gentleness, and with the flame of rigidity, some of the moves he wanted to try for a long time can now be used. Among them, the most powerful one is X-Burner, which was often used by Vongola X. Chapter 14 The Strongest Fist of the Seal. Since returning to Seikan Island, Giotto has been exercising his control of Gangxian, and will continue to temper his haki when he has free time. Through the previous battle, he also knew that his current strength was far from enough to move horizontally on the sea, and even defending his own 1/3 of acres was slightly insufficient. So he has to get stronger quickly. Fortunately, Reborn is a very top teacher from all levels. To be honest, in the entire Vongola family, the most accomplished in armament haki and observation haki is the seemingly harmless baby. It can only be said that he is worthy of the world's #1 killer, and his talent is so powerful that it makes people envy and hate. If Reborn can return to his original body shape, Giotto estimates that he can all play against Admiral of Headquarters. Boom! It exploded like a thunderstorm, erupting in the back mountain of Vongola base camp. There were dust and gravel everywhere. Giotto was very embarrassed at this time. There were also many scars on his body, and the corners of his mouth still had unoozed blood. In order to apply X-Burner proficiently, he has suffered a lot during this period. It turns out that even with the help of super intuition and observation haki, it is difficult to grasp the balance of this trick. From having Gangxian to the present, he can count the number of times he has successfully used X-Burner with both hands. Most of the time, either the power is not enough, or the power is too large, the reaction force directly blows himself up. Just like just now, I directly came into close contact with the mountain at a negative distance. Call. Taking a breath, Giotto could still feel the pain coming from all over his body. Although it is difficult to master, this power is definitely enough. Anyone who takes such a hit will definitely be overwhelmed. Powerful, difficult to control. At the same time, he has done a lot of his own consumption. He estimated that with his current strength, he can almost only support the release of X-Burner twice in a row, and then he almost has no strength. Therefore, this trick can only be used as a whole card now, and Giotto still has a long way to go before those big tricks are equal to a brother Giotto. At this moment, Crowley rushed to Giotto's body. The current Crowley and the previous one can be said to be completely two people. After receiving Reborn's training, he is no longer the cowardly young man. Now he, wearing a straight suit, can see a hint of heroism between his brows. In addition, in terms of strength, Crowley is not too strong, but at least he is no longer a weak person to be slaughtered. As one of the first members to join the Vongola family, his talent is considered to be the best, and he is also the hardest among all people. Under Reborn's teachings, he can already use both the armed color and the seeing and hearing color haki. As for Conqueror's haki, it is estimated that he has no such talent. What's the matter? I haven't seen you panic like this for a while. Giotto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth casually, and after standing up straight, he asked slowly. Crowley's expression is very serious now. It's Big Mom. The members of their pirate group have just landed on Seikan Island, and they propose that we offer them the specialties of Seikan Island every month. Otherwise they will have to destroy this island. It's literally, we didn't put Vongola in our eyes. Hearing this, Giotto's brows were also frowned instantly. He didn't expect to be spotted by that troublesome guy. The reason was the food of Seikan Island? I have to say that in this new world, Big Mom, that is, Charlotte Linlin, is one of Giotto's least want to fight against, and the other is Kaido. Both of these guys have extremely strong physical qualities, and they are exactly the kind of immune to death Xiaoqiang. In addition, these two are still pure neuropathy, not different from the bullet guy. This type of enemy will either not provoke. If you get involved, you must get rid of the opponent, otherwise they may suddenly rush out to bite you at any time. Even if the injured is more serious, it will be themselves. It's just that Giotto still doesn't know whether the other party really liked the food of Second Island, or because of the 500 million bounty that Marine gave him, he wanted to try it out. Who is here? Giotto put on the cloak he had placed next to him, and stepped directly in the direction of the dock. It's the brothers Charlotte Defoe and Charlotte Owen, both of whom have a bounty of 87 million Baileys. Teacher Reborn and Senior Fran have already gone to the dock, and they wouldn't be able to do anything with each other. Excessive things. Crowley replied immediately. Both Defoe and Owen now guess that they are a little over 20 years old. In today's new world, it is very good that there are more than 80 million rewards. But given the current strength of the two brothers, facing Reborn and Fran, there is only a dead end. After all, even Tefuk and Irving in their heydays are probably not the opponents of Reborn and Fran, let alone them who have not fully grown up yet. In the Charlotte family at this time, the real fighting power is not bad, except for the monsters Charlotte Linlin, that is, the Longbread, Katakuri, and Perospero. Second Island, Pier. Defoe and Owen, who had just set foot on this island, have now confronted one person. Both eyes flashed with killing intent, but neither side did it lightly. Ms. Reborn, don't we go to help? The other party is a cadre of the Big Mom pirate group, and the priest looks just an ordinary person. A member of the Vongola family said with some worry at the moment. Their responsibility is to guard this place. Although their strength may not be equal to the people of the Charlotte family, they can't do it if they let them sit on the sidelines like this. But at this time, Reborn stretched out his small hand to signal everyone not to come forward. The other hand was playing with his sideburns, and a black-bellied smile appeared on his face. We don't need to act here anymore, and with your current strength, it can't help the priest at all. It is rare for Fran to use that playful tone at this time, and said with a serious face, after all, that priest has the title of the strongest fist, the guardian of Vongola Ching. Naker. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Tea Party Invitation, 4 Flowers. Naker, the guardian of the son of Vongola I. An invincible boxer with the strongest name as the target, but too strong, which caused him to kill his opponent in a boxing match. From then on, he sealed his fist and became a priest, and never returned to the boxing ring. But this is the world of pirates, and there is no need for him to constrict his fists. Here, he can once again pursue his goal, the strongest name. It doesn't make any sense to stand up like this. If you don't take back the vilification of Vongola just now, I can only knock you down. Naker looked a little ugly at this time. He didn't intend to care too much. But I kept hearing these two guys in front of him slander Vongola, which made him a little unbearable. As the guardian of the family, he can tolerate himself being underestimated and slandered by others, but he cannot allow the other party to insult his family. Because the Vongola family, he who exists as a guardian like this, places his faith in it. I can understand that what you said just now represented Vongola and declared war on our Charlotte family. Owen, with golden orange hair and a 3-bladed haircut, showed a fierce look at this moment, staring at the priest's dressed Naker, and a cold voice came from his mouth. As the fourth son of the Charlotte family, although he was only in his 20s, the number of pirates killed by him was already hundreds of thousands, and he was also very famous in New World. If faced with Vongola Giotto, who was offered a reward of 500 million and was once a crew member on the one-piece ship, he would have some fear. As for the others, not to mention the seemingly weak, unknown rat, even the Fran who was offered a reward of 330 million Baileys, he did not pay attention to it at all. Declare war or something. The moment you set foot on Second Island and asked us to hand in food every month, you were already declaring war on our Vongola family. Suddenly, with the sound of this sound, Giotto also appeared in everyone's field of vision. His footsteps were steady and strong, and he did not show any fear or panic because of the arrival of the Charlotte family. He just doesn't want to face Big Mom directly at this time, but if he really wants to face it, it's no big deal. Vongola. Our arrival represents the mother's will. As the original One Piece crew member, you should be very clear about the strength of your mother. If you go to war with our Charlotte family, then your Vongola family and this island will sink to the bottom of the sea. Daifuku's hands are close to his belt, he is ready to fight, and his words are full of threats. We can ignore the offense of your subordinates, but I suggest that you still consider carefully the request made by your mother. Otherwise, even if you have 500 million rewards, you will be crushed by your mother. He hasn't seen Giotto take a shot, and he doesn't know how strong Giotto is. However, he is very clear that even if the other party has good strength, it is absolutely impossible to compare with his own mother. In today's ocean, the pirates who are equivalent to their own mother are just the familiar ones. As for the 500 million reward, haha, the guy called the Green Pepper of Cone also has a reward of 500 million. Can you see if he dares to be presumptuous in front of his mother? What if I refuse? A cold light flashed in Giotto's eyes. And his mighty aura was like a mountain whistling at tsunami, and he directly pressed towards Daifuku and Owen. At the same time, the surrounding Vongola members in suits raised their spears in unison. After reborn training, they don't care if the other party is a big pirate Big Mom. They only need to follow their own boss actions. Oppose your own boss and oppose the Vongola family, that's the enemy. The only thing facing the enemy is the sword and the muzzle, no matter what the background of the opponent is, this is the case. Although I want to vomit at this time, it doesn't seem appropriate. The blue mochi and orange flame man on the opposite side, if they want to fight, my boss can accompany you to the end. Fran was also standing next to Giotto at this time. Although there was laziness in his voice, his eyes, like a cobra, locked the two of the Charlotte family. As long as the opponent moves slightly, he will shoot without hesitation. I believe that under his illusion, the young Daifu and Owen have no ability to resist at all. You guys are looking down on. Owen's temper came up all at once. Just when he was about to take an angry shot at Vongola, Daifuku stopped him as soon as he stretched out his hand. Compared with Owen's fierce temper, Daifuku was obviously more sensible. He carries the pride of the Charlotte family, but he also knows the current situation. Together, he and Owen are by no means an opponent of the Vongola family. Just now when Giotto exuded the momentum of the mountain whistling like a tsunami, he already felt an extraordinary pressure, and that kind of pressure only appeared when he faced Katakuri and his mother. Although aura does not completely represent strength, the oppressiveness is enough to explain a lot. Vongola, you have more time to consider the proposal just now. After a moment of silence, Daifuku stared at Giotto and said, this time we are not here to declare war. In addition to the proposal just now, there are more important things. With that said, he took out an invitation letter and threw it to Giotto, and at the same time said, I believe Vongola should be very clear about what this invitation letter represents. Mom's tea party is different from what we just proposed. You can refuse us here. Propose, but no matter where you are, you can't refuse the invitation to the tea party. Farewell. When the words fell, Daifuku turned and left with an angry Owen. After all, it would be unwise to fight Vongola here anyway. As they left, Giotto's eyes changed slightly, because just now, a voice sounded directly in his soul. Activation mission, Ants Tea Party. Participate in the Ants Tea Party, and refuse the Ants' solicitation, to get a completion reward. Giotto, who didn't intend to take care of the other party, raised his brows at this time, and said softly, a month later? Well, it's okay to leave it to you, Reborn. I'll go with Naker and Fran. Go, I hope that monster can be a little more interesting, otherwise. I'll leave it to you, Naker. If someone else was suddenly hit by a pot that was thrown out, he would definitely spit out frantically, and he couldn't tell that there was an alpaca galloping in his heart, but Naker was no ordinary person, so his reaction was Oh. If that's the case, then do it. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Cake Island Meet the Ant, Seeking Flowers. Today's new world is not as clearly divided as it was more than a decade later. All big pirates compete for their own territory. Big Mom's IWC is just a rudiment now, with only 4 islands under the rule of that desert monster. But the power of Big Mom is indeed different from that of the heyday, but her strength is not much different from that of the 4 emperors in the future. After all, this guy is a natural monster, and he does not need any training to have a terrifying combat power. It's not an exaggeration to say that among the big pirates active in New World, she has her place as the most powerful person. And the island of Saiken, where the Vongola family is now, is not far from the nations of Big Mom, so the 2 parties will have contact sooner or later, and this contact will inevitably be accompanied by contradictions. After all, Vongola will never depend on the survival of the nations. In addition to the 2 of them, there are also Kaido, who is fighting in Wano Kuni, and Whitebeard, who is in the same era as Roger. As for Douglas Bullet, which is equally powerful, it is estimated that it will be thrown into Impel Down by Marine soon. That guy is too crazy, neither Marine nor many pirates can tolerate him. A month later, Giotto also landed on Cake Island, which is the core of Big Mom's current master island. Welcome to the Vongola family. I don't know what you should call your excellency. Young Vongola. At the gate of the huge Cake Island castle, Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, has been waiting here for a long time. Basically every tea party of the Ant, he is the one who is responsible for welcoming guests. It is said that this can make the guests feel that the Ant attaches importance to them. But in fact, everyone knows that the monster-like big pirate can't pay attention to something that is like an ant to her. As for the current Vongola, in her eyes, it should be a slightly larger ant that can pay more attention to it. There is no need to fiddle with extra etiquette, just take us to see Big Mom. After all, I didn't come here for desserts and drinks. Giotto maintained his Furui Nobo look, without any emotional voice. It came out of the mouth. If that's the case, then come with me. Mom is also very interested in you. Perospero narrowed his eyes, an array of light flashed through them. After that, I didn't make any extra stops. After the contracting door was opened, they took the 3 of Giotto directly toward the innermost place, where Charlotte Linlin was. Before long, a tall, slightly obese woman, wearing thick lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, appeared in the vision of a woman wearing a pirate hat. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was not as fat and ugly as it was during the 4 Emperors period, but because of the relationship between many children, the figure has begun to be obviously out of shape, but it can still be seen how sassy and heroic when he was young. Well, isn't this the kid on Roger's ship? After Roger was executed, you can still stand in the New World. It seems that you have grown a lot compared to that time. Charlotte Linlin, the Ant, looked down at Giotto and others like this, and smiled happily. Since you have come to my tea party, it means that you have made a decision? If this is the case, I will give it to you first. Introduce someone, after all, in the days to come. You will have to get along for a long time. Come here, Castad. As the Ant's voice spread, a slender, young, fair-skinned woman walked over. She has brown eyes and short violet hair decorated with a flower. Wearing a purple-pink catsuit with elbow-length gloves and belt. Among the Ant's daughters, the existence of Castad can be said to be very special. After all, most of the Charlotte family are no different from crooked melons, and Castad can be regarded as a serious beauty. N.S. Big Mom, what do you mean? Giotto frowned, looked up at the other person in front of him, and said flatly. Of course I want you to be a member of the nations, Vongola. The Ant said without concealment, I hope Toto-land will become a perfect United States that unifies all races in the world, so you are an indispensable piece of the puzzle. To be honest, when you were on Roger's ship before, I already fell in love with you. Now, the flames that you call lifelessness are simply not the power that ordinary races can possess. So this matter is settled like this: your wife, I have already decided for you, and Castad is worthy of you. Fran looked at Castad at this time, then looked at Giotto again, and said thoughtfully, It turns out that the boss came here to get married. This is really unexpected. I forgot to prepare the red envelope. I won't be targeted by the boss because of this in the future, right? Facts have proved that people who are not tuned, no matter what the circumstances, will maintain their maverick thinking. But having said that, Giotto himself didn't even think that Big Mom had an idea of death, and wanted to make himself a member of the Charlotte family. After a moment of silence, Giotto suddenly took a step forward and faced the behemoth without fear. I'm very sorry, please forgive me for rejecting your proposal, Big Mom. Our purpose here is not to surrender to you, but to announce to you the existence of the Vongola family. From this moment on, the waters around Sycan Island will be included in the protection of our Vongola family. If you cross the border, Vongola doesn't mind the relationship with Toto land. Go to war. If there is a real war, Vongola must be at a disadvantage today, but the momentum must be sufficient. Retract what you just said, Vongola. This way I can assume that nothing has happened. Today is my tea party. If you really intend to reject my kindness, then you and the two people around you will probably only last forever. Stay here. The ant's eyes gradually became dangerous. This involves our second purpose here. Giotto raised his head, his eyes sharpened. If you want to go to war, choose the battlefield in your territory, so we can let go of our fists. Hearing this, the ant's forehead burst into blue veins, and her expression instantly became savage. The tyrannical conqueror's haki swept all around in an instant. Then she stood up abruptly, stepped forward, and shouted, Napoleon! Asterisk. Chapter 17 The Guardian of the Sunny, continue to ask for flowers. Napoleon. Yes, mother. Hearing a big shout from the ant, the cocked hat on her head immediately turned into a huge sharp knife, which she held tightly in her hand. In the next moment, she didn't hesitate to face Giotto's location with a slash. Even if this knife didn't use any special tricks, her natural powerful body also gave this blow an extraordinary power. Seeing the swift slash, Giotto stood motionless, his eyes were as tough as ever, and his face remained flat, as if he firmly believed that the knife would never fall on him. At this time, the figure dressed as a priest blinked and rushed directly in front of Giotto. His bandaged fist was immediately covered by the pitch-black armament haki. In just 1 month, Naker's armament haki has become the strongest among the Vongola family today, and even in the entire sea, his armament haki can be called the top. It should be said that it is indeed the guardian of Vongola first generation. Boom! The fist collided with the broad knife, and the violent vigor instantly lifted many people from the Charlotte family around. Various things around were also swayed at this moment, and some were even directly destroyed. Hey! Just use your fist and armament haki to block the beheading of the old lady? When did you have a character on the sea? The ant looked at Naker with a little surprise. She was not someone who had just made the knife. Can be blocked? Guardian of Sunshine of Vongola Naker. Naker looked serious. Although he blocked the ant's slash, he also felt the monster's power of the opponent. If you want to go to war, then I will accompany you to have a good time. Anyway, if you want to take action against you have to pass my level first. The Vongola in his mouth is undoubtedly the current Vongola Giotto. As a guardian, he has the responsibility to stand in front of his own boss, especially he knows very well that his own boss has not really grown up yet. Do you think you have the qualifications to fight against my old lady? The ant's face became more gloomy, and the whole person's momentum became more and more violent. I have to try it out before I know if I am qualified, and I just need to do it to the extreme. Suddenly, Nakel also burst out with a fierce aura, and the deadly flame of the sunny attribute circulated in his body, stimulating the vitality of his cells. "Boss, Senior, is he really okay? That fat woman seems to be very powerful." Fran started to complain with no expression on her face. Hearing this, the originally angry ant became even more savage. Napoleon held high in her hands gripped the hilt of the knife, and the powerful force caused the ground under her feet to crack. El Bafwaguo. This is her truly powerful slash. Even the huge island can't bear the terrible attack of the Prestige. After all, this is a move belonging to the giant clan. And Charlotte Linlin, her monster-like body, used this trick to show great power, capable of exerting even more terrifying power than a giant warrior. With such an attack, the castle will collapse, Mother. We will also be affected. Please stop, Mother. Many of the members of the Charlotte family turned pale and uttered horrified calls. But the ant, who had already entered a state of anger, naturally couldn't hear a word. However, before her prestige was completely cut down, one after another glutinous rice protected everyone in the Charlotte family present. There is no doubt that it is the strongest of the Charlotte family besides the ant, Charlotte Katakuri. Only he can protect those who do not have the ability to protect themselves at this critical moment. In the next instant, an extremely powerful sword aura rushed out, the earth was torn apart, and even the space seemed to be cut directly by this knife. In the face of such an attack, Giotto still stood in place, without any intention of avoiding. Even Fran did not intend to escape. Because both of them believe that no matter how powerful the other's attack is, Naker can crush it. Use your own body to crush the adversity that attacked the family and turn into the sun shining all over the earth. This is the meaning of the guardian of the Vongola family. It's a terrible attack, but it has already reached this point, and it can only be defeated extremely. The power of Naker's whole body was concentrated on his fist, and armament haki was also fully used by him, and the rising momentum was not weaker than that of the ant. Immediately after that, he made the punches he had repeated countless times. In the boxing ring, he could end the game with such punches and win. At this moment, he believed that he could smash all the adversity in front of him by punching like this. Ultimate, Fist of Radiance. Boom! Under the Napoleon's broad knife, Naker, who looked like an ant, threw a punch with all his strength, and the whole world quieted down in an instant, followed by a thunderous explosion. The aftermath of the power impacted in all directions, setting off an unstoppable storm. The entire castle began to shake, and then collapsed, and even the ground under his feet could not withstand the terrifying collision. Giotto was also burning his own deadly flames at this moment, and his naturally drooping hands were spraying soft flames intermittently, otherwise, even he would not be able to stand tall in the whistling storm of power. Just a moment. The original gorgeous castle was turned into ruins, and Naker and the ant maintained their actions, but the tyrannical power of the two has begun to dissipate. Boom! Suddenly, another sound erupted. Giotto, who was standing on the ground, urged his own flames and flew directly into the air. Those eyes were staring at the ant, and he said coldly, "I'll stop here, or continue to fight. It's up to you, Big Mom. If he continues to fight, then he will be ready to fight." Well. The ant's gaze shifted to Giotto for an instant, and she said coldly, "Destroyed the tea party I carefully prepared, and declared war on the old lady. After committing this stupid crime, do you still want to leave alive? Vongola, I don't think I should take my aging mother seriously. Go on, is this your decision, Big Mom? If that's the case, then I can only learn." As soon as the voice fell, Giotto's two hands stretched out, the soft flame on the right hand burned and sprayed, and the rigid flame on the left hand began to condense crazily, and an ultimate coercion came here instantly. Asterisk. Chapter 18 A Wise Choice, Seeking Flowers. After Giotto made that specific posture, the ant's face changed slightly. Her observation haki felt a hint of danger, and the source of this danger was the fire released and condensed on Giotto's hands. Seeing this same scene, Katakuri and Perospero looked at each other, and then both of them had plans to shoot. I said, if you are to disturb the boss at this time, I will be deducted the bonus when I go back. So, can I ask you to stand still? In this way, it will be much easier for you or me. Fran spoke lazily, but there was a dangerous atmosphere in his slightly dull eyes at the moment. There is no doubt that if Katakuri and Perospero are really going to make a move, then he will never stand idly by. A bounty of 330 million Bailey, Fran the Frog. Katakuri's face also became difficult to look. He knew very well that this guy who looked very funny was not the kind of existence that was easy to deal with. At this moment, the ant's face changed again. It was obvious that there were only 3 people in the other party, but as it was now, it seemed as if her side was suppressed. The thing that worries her the most is the priest who locks herself into a sigh of relief. Being able to block the prestige unharmed is enough to show that this guy is extremely powerful. Looking at the guy dressed up by the priest, she seemed to have seen the old guy called the Marine Hero, with such tyrannical power just by fist. It doesn't matter if you want to fight it down, but here is the Cake Island. If you continue the battle like just now, the island you have worked so hard on will probably all become ruins in the battle. This made the ant a little harder to accept, and now she fully understood what the other party had said before, and the second purpose of coming here was to choose the battlefield in her territory. Even if a strong man like them fights against each other, the islands can hardly bear that powerful force. Under this premise, naturally they don't want to destroy their territory. Stop it, Vongola. The ant's face was extremely gloomy, but at least at the moment she had no idea of continuing to fight. One is because she probably had to finish playing the Cake Island if she hit it. The other is that the flames burning on Giotto's hands and the Naker, who has been locking himself with his breath, all pose a certain threat. In the ant's mind, she thought she had absolute certainty to kill the 3 guys in front of her, but in this way, the Charlotte family would also pay a certain price. For a big pirate like her, the word benefit is very important, and killing the Vongola 3 is not good for her. Occupy a second island? The price you get is not directly proportional to the price you might pay. It looks like you have a new decision. Giotto didn't stop his movements. Make a deal, Vongola. Although there is nothing wrong with saying that the old lady is going to kill you, it will be of no benefit to us if we continue to fight like this. Isn't this unquestionable? The ant suddenly became very sensible. This made the people around her a little bit ignorant of her. After all, she rarely had a sense of reason. So, Giotto didn't quite understand what the other party meant. After a moment of silence, the ant continued, what you want is the territory of your family near Seacon Island, right? And what I want is only what you have. That special race bloodline. So, I think we can make a deal, as long as you are willing to marry Castad, then we are not only enemies, but I can help you protect Vongola's territory. How about? I think this proposal is good, boss. Fran looked up at his boss at this time, and at the same time stretched out his finger to point to Castad not far away. Actually, the other party is also quite beautiful, I think it is worthy of the boss. Moreover, as a qualified boss. At this moment, I think even if the opponent is a terrifying person, the boss should pay for the family. Hearing this, Giotto couldn't help but pull out the corner of his mouth twice, and then hung a dangerous smile on his face. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Fran coldly. Oh? Is that so? I remember you can also use lifeless breath. Fire of it, Fran? If that's the case, how about you sacrifice yourself for the sake of your family? I don't want it. Fran didn't even think about it, so she chose to reject it, and she didn't have the meaning of thinking that the other party was beautiful just now. Listening to the conversation between Giotto and Fran, the ant, who had finally recovered her calm, looked more and more terrifying at this moment. You two, do you look down on my old lady? It's not that I look down on it, but the transaction itself is not within our consideration. The corner of Giotto's mouth raised. Be honest, now your kingdom is expanding. There should be a lot of enemies to deal with. I don't think it is necessary to add Vongola's name to the list of enemies. I can admit it, yours. The power is above us, but if we really want to start a full-scale war, it will not benefit anyone. Vongola boy, are you threatening my old lady? The ant said in a dangerous tone. There is nothing wrong with saying that it is a threat. After all, in this sea, everything must be spoken with strength. And now, I think there is enough strength to threaten you. Giotto didn't save face for the ant, just to the threat was on the lips. As he said, the Vongola family may not be as strong as the IWC, but it will be no good for anyone to fight. The scene became silent for an instant, and the ant's face was uncertain. She wanted to get rid of all three of Giotto here, but at the same time, she also knew that this was by no means the most correct choice. After a long period of time, the ant cursed, "Get out. This time I won't care about you, but you'd better remember today's things clearly. Whenever there is a chance, my old lady will definitely let you do what you are today." I decided to regret it, Vongola. A wise choice. Since that's the case, then we won't stay here anymore. I hope your tea party can be held smoothly, but looking at it now, it's estimated that it will be postponed for a while. When the voice fell, Giotto had no intention of staying at all. He turned around and walked outside, followed by Naker and Fran. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly in Giotto's mind. Mission completed. Reward the main task, 10% completion of the creation of the Vongola family. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Ex-Burner Air, Seeking Flowers. The improvement of the degree of completion is also the change that has made Giotto's current panel. The strongest mafia system. Host, Vongola Giotto. Personal abilities, Flame of Death Dekong, Flame of Softness, Flame of Death Dekong, Fire of Rigidity, Super Intuition, Intermediate, Armament Haki, Intermediate, Observation Haki, Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki, Unawakened. Personal equipment, Vongola Ring Dairy, Unopened, Vongola Gloves. First family, Vongola Family, 20% unlock. Family members, Reborn, 7 Rainbows of Sunny, Fran, Guardian of Varian Mist, Naker, Guardian of Sunny, Belphegor, Guardian of Varian Lan, appears in March. Main task, gather 6 Guardians to complete 16.5%. 20% completion of the creation of the Vongola family. Super Intuitiveness and Armament Haki's level improvement undoubtedly have a huge impression on Giotto's strength. The mid-level Super Intuition, coupled with the mid-level Observation Haki, can allow him to take the lead in most battles. The improvement of Armament Haki's level can strengthen his offensiveness. After all, Haki's practice is the mainstream in this world. As for the newly joined family member Belphegor, although like Fran, he is a member of the strongest assassination unit Varia, but in terms of strength, Giotto believes that he is inferior to Fran. But in this world, if you practice Armed Color and Observation Haki, Bel can reach the level of Marine Vice Admiral. It shouldn't be a problem. It's a pity that there is no second Guardian. If there are 2 Guardians, then Giotto doesn't need to worry about the Big Mom pirates. On the ruins of the Cake Castle, the ant gazed at the few figures who were leaving with a gloomy face. For the sake of interest, she did not want to go to war with Vongola completely. This is the right choice, yes, she herself knows this, but she feels very upset in her heart, and the more she thinks about it, she gets more angry. Mom, are we really letting them leave like this? Katakuri seemed to see through his mother's mind, and asked immediately. He is now full of hostility towards the Vongola clan, not because the opponent is opposed to his mother, but because the opponent hurt his brothers and sisters just now. He is a person who values the family very much. Perhaps for this twisted Charlotte family, Katakuri is more like a bond to maintain the family than a powerful aunt. Well, if they can leave, then let them go. There is no need to let the battle cause further damage to Cake Island. At this time, the ant stepped forward and walked toward the coast. There was a cold smile on her face. There is no doubt that although she chose not to fight Vongola, it would be impossible for her to just swallow her mouth parts. After all, she is now the #1 big pirate in the sea, Big Mom. From the Cake Castle to the pier, there was no one to stop them. After all, even the ant let them leave. Those hermits and ordinary members of the pirate group did not have the guts to stop the Giotto trio. Of course, they did not have the strength to stop these 3 people. Did the other party just let us leave like this? Why, I always feel something is wrong. After boarding the ship, Naker looked at the direction of the Cake Castle with some worry. The person who fought head-on with the ant just now is the person who can most appreciate the monster-like power of the other party. Would that kind of monster simply let them leave because of profit? It can only be said that you can become a big pirate. No matter how tyrannical and brutal in the eyes of outsiders, it is definitely not an idiot that simply follows your own preferences. The current Big Mom wants to annex dozens of islands around Cake Island and build its own the Kingdom of Toto Land. This is a very huge project. At this time, we will forge feuds with us. It will not be a good thing for their future actions. Giotto analyzed the situation seriously. Roger was executed, and Golden Lion was arrested in Impel Down, which means that the 3 great pirates of the old age only left Whitebeard, the strongest man who could not be shaken. After a period of great chaos, many of the guys who were previously suppressed by the 3 great pirates came out to occupy part of their own territory. Just like near the territory of Big Mom, there are a dozen pirates of different strengths, and that is what she needs to deal with now. Saiken Island, where Vongola is located, was actually not considered by the ant from the beginning. It was only because of the special flames of death that Giotto had that the ant sent someone to Saiken Island and sent an invitation letter to Vongola for the tea party. Boss, actually I think we should also expand our territory. At this moment, Fran suddenly raised his head and said with rare seriousness, although our family was born to protect, as a mafia, it is impossible to justify being confined to the island of Saiken. In the future, we will definitely be encountered a lot of enemies, so every time we fight, we will not be in our own base camp, right? Giotto looked at Fran with a look of surprise. He couldn't even think that this Toko master could even say such constructive words. I have to say that what Fran said just now is very correct. Vongola is to protect, but the territory is also indispensable. Whether it is to expand one's own power, or to complete the main task of the system. I understand. After I go back, I will draw up a plan and start preparing for expansion. Giotto nodded and made a decision directly. It was also at this moment, his eyes changed suddenly, and he immediately turned to look at Cake Island. At that moment, he felt danger. Sure enough, when he turned his head like this, he saw a huge body with a fierce flame burning in his hand and a grinning smile on his hand at the pier of Cake Island. Well, well. Since there is a tea party for my mother, if there is no gift, others will say that my mother is not entertained. So, take this trick well, Vongola's kid. The ant laughed a little frantically. She shook her fist violently. With the punch she blasted, the scorching flame directly turned into a pillar of fire that could completely swallow all the ships and rushed out, Prometheus, flame jet. If hit by this pillar of fire, Giotto estimated that he would have to fly back with Naker and Fran. Of course, swimming back to Seacon is also one of the options. But you want to destroy your ship like this? Wishful thinking. At this point, Giotto flew out and rushed out. The whole person was suspended in the air, and the flames of softness and rigidity were all running. The direction that his palm was aimed at was the rushing pillar of fire, which was also a Cake Island. Spurnarer. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Leave. Spurnarer. The skills used in the face of lack of ground support are also supported by the soft flame of the right hand, and the rigid flame of the left hand launches an attack, which is the spurner released in the air. Boom! The violent gang Zion broke out frantically at this moment, and directly withstood the flames of the ant's punch. Moreover, the flames of gang have already had a tendency to suppress the opponent, and the energy purity of the dead gas flame is much stronger than the flames displayed by the ant using Prometheus. However, Giotto at this time said he was a little panicked. Because from the perspective of the spectator, he is now on the left. There is a well-known saying that has lost against Poland since ancient times, except for the pig that Dina. So according to the rules of the big world in this sentence, I can't stand it anymore? Or is it that Big Mom, which will become 4 emperors in the future, will be at the same level as Dinadio in the match-up session? It has to be said that as the future 4 emperors, now offering a reward of more than 2 billion Baileys, the ant's strength is really very powerful, and the flame impact formed by Prometheus is completely enough to destroy most things. However, the power of spurner should not be underestimated. The deadly fire that bursts crazily has extraordinary ghost lamp impact and destructive power. It only takes a few breaths. The orange flame impact has begun to gradually devour Prometheus. The flames completely prevailed. The situation is a bit bad. Naker frowned suddenly at this time, and said in a deep voice, Is there any problem? It seems that the boss has perfectly suppressed the opponent. Fran did not see any problem at this time. After all, he is an illusionist. Naker, the strongest boxer, is far behind. In terms of attack strength, I have indeed taken advantage of it. It will not take long for Spurner's attack to penetrate the opponent's flames and fall on the cake island. However, I is far from enough for the master of this trick. This is especially true in the air. His own body has already begun to move back, which means that the buffering power of the soft flame is weaker than the impact of the rigid flame. Naker frowned slightly, and his face was slightly serious. In simple terms, it won't take long for him to explode the flames of the opponent, but he himself will be flew out by the powerful recoil of Spurner. I'm still going to get him out of the sea. Hearing that, Fran's mouth Kakuzu couldn't help but twitched twice. He really didn't expect that his boss' big move would have this side effect. At this moment, Giotto, who is trying his best to motivate Spurner, is also aware of this, but he can't help it. The accuracy required by Spurner is too high. Even if he has intermediate super-intuitiveness and observation haki, he simply cannot grasp that point. Alas, I wish I could summon Spurner. If I really didn't have this luck, I wouldn't be able to feel wronged. It would be acceptable to come to Verdi. Boom! At this moment, the thunderous sound erupted again. Giotto's body had already moved back obviously, but the deadly fire also completely crushed the ant's flames, and the orange flames were unstoppable and swept toward the cake island. Go! Boom! As the explosion resounded through the sky, the ant and the cake island wharf area were completely swallowed by the orange flame of death, and the screams of the ant's mouth could be faintly heard. It is estimated that even she herself did not expect that Giotto would have the power to break her through the attack, but it is not a simple matter to injure this monster. Steel Balloon, this title is not for nothing. A few days later, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku Admiral, there is news about New World. The Marine soldier stood straight in Sengoku's office and said with a serious face. Well, bring the files. Sengoku nodded, then said. His job is called a conscientious work. It has been like this since he was called Marine, and he has been working as an admiral until now. Even if he becomes a marshal in the future, nothing has changed. After the Marine soldier sent the documents forward, Sengoku temporarily put down the things he was dealing with, picked up the documents and read them carefully. After all, New World has become a mess now, and any useful news may become them. Marine's breakthrough into New World. I said, Sengoku, your 2 eyebrows are about to squeeze together. What is the news? Garp, who was sitting while eating senbei and drinking tea, also found something wrong with Sengoku at this time and couldn't help it. Asked. Of course, he just asked casually. Sengoku usually didn't bother to pay attention to him. After all, his purpose in this office was to steal senbei and drink tea, but nothing else. Especially now, after the fellow Roger has been executed, he has become more relaxed. Garp, are you familiar with Big Mom? Sengoku raised his head, looked at his old friend, and said seriously. Ah. The guy on the rocks before, the woman with too strong physical fitness, the old man still has this in my memory, but why did you mention her suddenly? Garp digs his nose with one hand and said indifferently. If you are so silly, get out of the old man. After an angry curse, Sengoku continued, on the sea after Roger was executed, Big Mom was definitely one of the most difficult pirates, but some time ago, someone fought against her on Cake Island, her base camp. After retiring, he destroyed part of its Cake Island. Hearing this, Garp was also a little interested. He put down half of the senbei in his hand and said, there are not many pirates who can do this. Let the old man think about it, is it Whitebeard or with her? Same, the monster imps on the rocks ship before. The monster imp on the rocks is the big pirate who is also in the New World now, Kaido. In Garp's impression, now New World has the strength, and it is possible to play against Big Mom, that is, these two guys. But at this moment, Sengoku shook his head, then picked up one of the files and placed it in front of Garp. Vongola Giotto, the guy who attacked the G5 branch before, the guy on Roger. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Troubled Prince. This time it's up to me and Reborn to go out. Seacon Island will be handed over to you and Fran. Giotto, who had just returned to Seacon Island, said to Naker with a gloomy expression. I thought that after I came back this time I could take a good rest for a while, and then start the plan to expand the territory, but who would have thought that when he came back, both the system and Reborn told him the same bad news. That is a member of their Vongola family, who is now in a state of being pursued and killed, and he is still the most terrifying big pirate in New World who is chasing him. Known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Activation mission, rescue Belphegor. When learning about this task, Giotto was a little helpless. After all, the uncle, he had dealt with each other when he was on Roger's boat before, so he knew very well how strong Whitebeard is now at the peak, let alone be. Now he was himself. Even Naker estimated that it would be difficult to withstand the terrifying destructive power of Whitebeard's shock fruit. Coupled with the fact that they have just had an antagonism with Big Mom, Naker staying on Seacon Island is the safest choice now. Otherwise, once Giotto takes Naker out to rescue the troubled prince, he will not be allowed to point Big Mom will bring people directly to Seacon Island. It's true that Reborn's strength is not weak, but it is difficult to play a role against that monster-like steel balloon. Oh, leave it to me. Naker patted his chest and said confidently. To be honest, it seems that he is so confident in any situation. Is it true that he is the guardian of Vongola? Nodded, Giotto didn't say much, just boarded the ship with Reborn and sailed in the direction of the BD Prince. In addition to the two of them this time, there are Crowley and two newcomers from the Vongola family. Originally, Giotto didn't plan to take them together. After all, it was Whitebeard who was going to face him, and he was not sure about it himself. However, Reborn agreed to let Crowley follow along, saying that it would allow young people to see the world or something. So, how did that idiot provoke Whitebeard? Giotto asked with a gloomy look after sitting on the boat. How could he not understand this? Reborn sat on Giotto's shoulders, holding information appropriate to his size in his hand, and said slowly, it is said that on the way to Seacon Island, I met a prince of the country who mocked him, and he was very unhappy. In this case, he killed the opponent directly. But what he didn't consider was that the country had the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Although, Giotto felt that Belphegor was making trouble for himself, but from the analysis of the actual situation, he also had to admit that the prince who provoked Bell was largely suspicious of death. Why do you say that? First of all, Bell himself has royal blood, his personality is arrogant and proud. Secondly, Bell likes to kill. As a prince of a country, to taunt Bell, in addition to his own pride, he will not be able to bear it. Your prince's identity will also have a hatred bonus. Therefore, the prince who didn't know what country died also asked for it. It's really troublesome. Giotto sighed, and then asked, however, the prince of a country under the pirate group has been killed. It shouldn't be the old guy Whitebeard who can do it himself, right? Whitebeard shouldn't be so idle all day long, right? I don't know how many countries are holding his pirate flag. Anyway, the biggest power in the New World is their Whitebeard pirates. In the intelligence obtained from the Dark World, it is true that Whitebeard is not the one who chased Bell, but his captain Diamond Jaws. However, the Whitebeard pirate ship seems to be nearby, so if we are going to rescue Bell, yes, there is a 70% chance of meeting Whitebeard directly. Reborn lost the information in his hand. After all, these things had no value anymore. They currently do not have their own intelligence organization in the Vongola family, so the way to obtain intelligence is to buy it from the Dark World. Forget it, the details will only be known after arrival. Vongola has never abandoned the tradition of his companions, even if he really wants to face Whitebeard. Giotto's eyes condensed, and a firm light flashed. He knows very well that the current Vongola family is by no means an opponent of the Whitebeard pirates. Neither he nor Naker have the strength to contend with the strongest man in the world. But so what? If you have to give up your companions and family because you are not an opponent, then Vongola will have no meaning. Furthermore, now is not an opponent, what about the future? His Vongola family has 6 guardians, and there are many things belonging to them that have not yet been unlocked. If you really want to die, Giotto will not necessarily be afraid of Whitebeard. He can't fight the wretched development for a period of time. After he has enough strength, he will collect debts from the other party. Go at full speed, that guy Bell can't last too long. At this point, Giotto immediately gave instructions. He didn't want to see Bell's body when he arrived. On the west side of the island. This is just an unknown island in New World. The only peculiar thing is that the wind is raging for a long time here. After all, the weather in New World is always strange. In the forest on this island, a young man is walking fast, his right arm has been injured, and he will have severe pain even when he lifts it up. That damn Diamond BD, defense is too perverted. If it wasn't for that guy's whole body of diamonds, I would have killed him. Damn it. While speeding up his pace, Bell couldn't help but scolded. To be honest, Jaws' ability is indeed very restraining Bell, even if the dead fire of the Lan attribute has the characteristic of decomposition, it is difficult to hurt Jaws, who can become a diamond. After moving forward for about 5 minutes, Bell suddenly stopped his footsteps. He felt the raging wind in this special terrain, and he showed an excited and crazy smile on his face. He. That's it, even if it is resolved. If you don't lose the Diamond BD, the others will not escape the prince's hunt. He didn't just ran away and came to this island. In the process of escaping from the pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates, he found this island where the wind was raging. For him as the guardian of Varian Lan, this is the most suitable venue for him to perform that artistic battle. P.S. Thank you, Shinigami, I did not see it, I saw it. YI9247, Lu Junda, Y, is to clean up, there is no emperor, laughing life, 11 big guys monthly pass. Thank you 5 cats for their rewards asterisk. Chapter 22 Bell's dangerous situation, Flower. Soon after Bell boarded the westward island, the 3rd Division led by Jaws landed immediately. However, at this time, Jaws hadn't realized that the island had become a trap against them the moment Bell set foot on it. Find that guy right away, and dare to make trouble in our Whitebeard pirate group. He must pay the price. Jaws's face was stern, and his mood was quite unhappy now. As the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he hadn't caught the blonde guy for so long. Moreover, in the process of pursuing the opponent, he suffered several times. The opponent was a guy with no bottom line, and he always attacked his men to contain himself. If it wasn't for protecting his own people, he would have been able to catch each other long ago. He. Chasing me for so long without results, what good is it for you to be so persistent? At this moment, Belle took the initiative to walk out of the forest and stood at the entrance of the road into the forest with a crazy smile on his face. To be honest, if you don't have that diamond, I can kill you easily. If you fight head-on, I can also crush you directly. Jaws clenched his fists, but didn't rush forward directly. Through the previous fights in the chase, he also had a certain understanding of Belle. If he rushed forward at this time, the opponent would definitely choose to attack his own people to force him to retreat. Very scary. Suddenly, Belle threw a flying knife, and the deadly fire of the Lan attribute attached to it, and it swept toward a pirate at lightning speed. Seeing this scene, Jaws reacted immediately, his sturdy body disappeared in place, and the next moment he stood directly in front of his own hands, his arms turned into brilliant diamonds at this moment. There was a crisp sound, and the flying knife hit the diamond's arm and landed on the ground. If you want to be clever, let's save time. Don't you know who you are facing? Didn't you see that your captain is always vigilant? The idea of shooting a sneak attack, it's best to start thinking about it now. Erase the inside. Even in the situation of being surrounded by enemies, Belle still has his new crazy smile on his face, as if this situation is not dangerous for him, but an ultimate enjoyment. Enjoy the killing of the Prince of the Ripper, this is the true face of the Guardian of Varian Lan. UBD. At this moment, Jaws let out a roar, then stepped on the ground with both feet, and rushed towards Belle. His whole body has been turned into diamonds at this moment. In this way, he doesn't need to worry about the opponent's attacks on him from various tricky angles. Because the knife can't break through his own defenses, in the future, even the world's largest swordsman's slash will not be able to break his diamond body. According to the situation of the previous encounters, Belle will definitely avoid or flee quickly at this time, but this time, he is standing in place without any extra actions. Although Jaws was a little strange, he didn't care too much, because he was confident in his defense. But when the distance between the two was less than 5 meters, Belle suddenly moved a step to the right, just one step, and a very violent wind rushed out from behind where he stood just now. This gust of wind impacted Jaws' body, although there was no way to break his diamond, but it also made him retreat one after another. This is the hurricane weather on the island. Jaws was surprised. He knew the peculiarities of this island, but he didn't expect that the other party would use the hurricane weather to fight against him. I am very sensitive to the flow of air. After all, I am the guardian of Varian's Lan, he. Belle said proudly that this island is his home court, although there is still no way to break the opponent. The defense, but in other areas, he has occupied an absolute advantage. But it's just luck. The weather changes on the New World Island. How could it be possible for a guy like you to be a master? Jaws' face grew gloomy. At the next moment, Belle just took out his flue, and at the same time, the ring in his hand burned the flames of death with the Lan attribute. This time he had no plans to retreat and escape. Even if there is no way to break through the defense of Jaws, he can still enjoy this battle and killing. After all, on this island, it is not just Diamond Jaws alone. The Prince's dictionary does not have the word fluke. With that said, Belle just threw the flying knife in the direction of no one. Everyone in the room couldn't understand what he was doing. Is it self-defeating? Just as they thought about the significance of Belle's actions, a violent wind appeared without warning. With the flow of the violent wind, the direction of the flying knife immediately changed, and it shot directly at a sea with an extremely tricky orbit. Thief's Vest. At this moment, Jaws finally understood the meaning of Bel's actions, and at the same time his eyes became extremely solemn, and now he finally knew what the other party said that being sensitive to airflow meant. This island is the battlefield exclusive to each other. An exclusive venue that can maximize the opponent's strength. In the face of this situation, Jaws has no other choice. He can only move quickly to help his men withstand the throwing knives, but Bel's is one after another, using the howling wind to throw the throwing knives. Every time he attacks they are all tricky to the extreme. Suddenly, neither Jaws nor the other pirates in the 3rd Division could attack Bel, and could only continue to resist the throwing knife that could take the life of his companion at any time. This is simply that Bel alone suppressed the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. Ding! There was a crisp sound. Jaws once again blocked the flying knife with his arm, but this time, his face became very ugly, because the flying knife was actually on his diamond arm, leaving behind track. Even if this trace is very shallow, it actually happened. The other party's attack started to have a tendency to destroy his defense. How can this be? Hee, have you started to notice it? But what can you do even if you find it? Either give up your companion's life and attack me, or you can only resist my attack as before. Bel caressed his hand that hadn't been thrown out and flew, sneered, so, what are you going to do? Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jaws. *. Chapter 23 Phoenix Marco. I have to say that Bel is indeed a genius. As a killer, his talent has reached a level that can be called terrifying. If his opponent is not a guy like Diamond Jaws, with almost full defensive power, under the blessing of such a venue, he can completely destroy the opponent easily. But even if he was at a disadvantage, he was still using his extraordinary talents, just like the flying knife left a mark on Jaws' arm just now. Utilizing the decomposing ability of the Flame of Death of the Lan attribute, plus his calculations every time he throws the knife, it perfectly landed on the same spot on Jaws' arm. A strong defense will also begin to fall apart under this continuous impact. The so-called dripping through rocks is such a truth. Moreover, this art of gradually eroding and hunting opponents can bring Bel an extraordinary enjoyment and pleasure. At the moment, Jaws' face was already gloomy, and water was about to drip. He himself clearly had the strength to crush the opponent, but because of various restrictions, there was no way to directly attack the opponent, and he could only passively defend. This kind of battle is not only frustrated, but also makes people very angry. Hee. Looking at your expression, you should be dissatisfied with the current situation, right? If that is the case, let us make this battle more intense. Let me remind you of the action of the reaction. It must be faster, otherwise your subordinates will be dead. Bel seems to be a person who dominates the game, looking at Jaws with an arrogant face, the cold voice that makes people such an ice cave, from his mouth. By the way, I heard that everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates they exist just like your family, so you won't abandon them. When the voice fell, Bel threw a dozen flying knives one after another. These flying knives were all attached to the Flames of Death of the Lan attribute, and the natural and then born gust of wind on this island seemed to know Bel's thoughts. Screaming wildly at this moment, under the guidance of the strong wind, dozens of flying knives immediately flew from various tricky directions to the members of the Whitebeard pirate group. Seeing such a scene, Jaws could no longer think about any tactics. He immediately kicked his feet on the ground, and his body flew out like a cannonball. He didn't even care about raising his arms to resist those throwing knives, directly covering his whole body. Be diamondized, let your body become a strong shield to protect your companions. This is his only choice now. Damn, damn, damn. Jaws couldn't help yelling at this moment. After all, he really had no choice but to vent his anger with a few curses. But at the same time, he was amazed at the horrible fighting talent of the opponent. It was very clear how difficult the weather in New World was to control him. The opponent could even predict the squalls of the wind without a single mistake. You can't stop this now, Diamond Idiot. At this moment, Belle suddenly sneered. The whistling wind suddenly shifted in completely opposite directions, and the three flying along the wind, also flew to another position together. Jaws didn't know the moonwalk of Marine 6 styles. He was already in the air. He didn't have the ability to change direction at all. He could only watch the three flying knives and flew towards his men. "Hurry up!" Jaws shouted anxiously. But how can Belle's throwing knife be avoided by ordinary pirates? Seeing those flying knives rushing towards his subordinates, Jaws' teeth were crushed, but at this time he was powerless. "Does it make you even more angry to watch your subordinates spurting blood?" He he he. Belle's face became more and more ferocious and mad. "How come?" Suddenly, a voice sounded, and a cyan flame appeared in everyone's vision. "Make you so simple, kill my family." The flame swallowed all the three flying knives, and then the pair of flaming wings converged, and then in the flames appeared a golden punk head with a slightly fierce face on his face. Sneer. Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 1st Division, Marco the Phoenix. "Captain Marco! It's so timely, you deserve to be the captain." The pirates who had escaped from the dead couldn't help shouting in excitement at this moment. At the same time, they also knew that since Captain Marco appeared here, then this farce-like battle could be brought to an end. The opponent can contain Captain Jaws through this disgusting method, but there is no way to contain Captain Marco at the same time. With the combat power of the two captains, it can be said that apart from a handful of large pirates, there is no opponent that they can't solve. It's troublesome now. Seeing Marco's appearance, Belphegor's brows frowned instantly, although his golden hair had completely covered his eyes, so no one could see whether he frowned. However, the appearance of Marco did make him feel dangerous. A diamond Jaws is enough trouble. Now with a stronger Phoenix Marco, he can say that he has no chance of winning at all. It would be okay if he could use the box weapon, but I don't know why. His box weapon is now in an unusable state. No matter how he injects the dead energy into it, there is no response. Oh, it's not too much trouble in fact. Since you are dealing with my family, then you should pay the corresponding price. In an instant, Marco rushed in front of Belle, the cyan flame burned again, his feet turned into claws. Using the inertia of the high-speed flight, he quickly kicked him towards Belle. At this time, Belle has no time to dodge. Although he has a strong fighting talent, his ability to fight in close combat is not that strong. Boom! A loud noise broke out, but at this moment, Marco's eyes were one side, and Jaws' face, who had thought everything settled, became difficult to look again. At that moment, the orange flame flew from a distance, blocking the middle of Marco and Belle. Just like when Marco played just now, Giotto also appeared from the deadly fire of Ozora attribute. His right hand grabbed the paw raised by Marco, making it impossible to deposit. "We haven't seen each other for a long time, right, Marco?" Giotto raised his head and looked at the figure with the cyan flame burning in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Is this thing that can be seen in my face? You can't just rely on your words so far." Hearing Marco's refusal, Giotto also sighed in his heart. As expected, he was different from Shanks, and he was not a person with the ability to save face. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Whitebeard arrives. Giotto and Marco knew each other. He had dealt with the members of the Whitebeard Pirates when he was a trainee on the Rogers ship. As the first person to be a trainee on Rogers' ship at that time, the other party also had an impression of him. In fact, no matter what, his special lifeless fire will be remembered by those who know him. "Are you going to intervene in our Whitebeard Pirates, Giotto? I heard about the Vongola family that you established. Even Marine and Big Mom are at a disadvantage in your hands, but you will not forget the old man. How strong is your strength, right?" Marco stopped the attack temporarily. He stood in front of Giotto and said with a serious face, "We are the Whitebeard Pirates, like this kind of stupid who provoked us and shot our family, no one can keep it. What is the most impossible thing to do on the sea? That's hurting Whitebeard's family, which is actually a member of the Whitebeard pirate group, because behind them is the strongest man in the world as a backer, and at the same time the strength of their pirate group is firmly at the top of the current sea. There used to be Roger pirates and Golden Lions flying pirates who could contend with them, but now, there is only one Whitebeard left among the three big pirates. Although it is said that New World is still in chaos, everyone knows that Whitebeard is the real master of the sea today, an unrivaled existence. Not to mention the emerging Vongola family, even the veteran Big Mom, Kaido, and others will never be so stupid to provoke Whitebeard, who is at the peak. There is no way, after all, this fool prince is also my family. Giotto pressed his right hand on Belle's head, and said solemnly, "So, can you spare him for the time being? After all, you members of the Whitebeard pirates have not been substantially harmed. The only problem is that only the prince who took the initiative to provoke Belle, isn't it? If there are members of the Whitebeard pirates in the list of victims, then Giotto will not talk nonsense to Marco, because he knows very well that if the members of the Whitebeard pirates are hurt, unless they give their lives, the other party will never do anything for anything. Compromise with things. But the current situation is that Belle did not really kill any of the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, this matter has room for maneuver. As for the hapless prince, how could something happen if he didn't taunt Belle himself? In the final analysis, this matter is not Belle's fault. Step back 10,000 steps and said, even if it was Belle's fault, Giotto would not do anything stupid, righteousness and extermination. Just as Whitebeard protects the members of his pirate group, Giotto, as the leader of the Vongola family, also has the obligation to protect his family members. Even for this, if you want to fight with the strongest pirate group in the sea today, there will never be a slight change. You are too light, Giotto. Marco shook his head, but he didn't mean to do it right away. This matter is about the face of our Whitebeard pirates. That kingdom has the flag of Daddy. If that's the case, Daddy's majesty will be lost. At this moment, Reborn walked over step by step. He was holding the pistol that Leon had turned into in one hand, and playing with his sideburns in the other hand. So how about taking a step back? This is something the fool prince does. That's not right, but at the same time, as Giotto said, his actions did not cause substantial damage to the Whitebeard pirates. So, if we can stop here, it will be considered that our Vongola family owes the Whitebeard pirates a favor. If there is any need for help in the future, the Vongola family is obliged. I don't know if you think this result can be regarded as an explanation? Reborn is very aware of the current situation of the Vongola family. It is definitely unwise to stand on the opposite side of the Whitebeard pirates in the current situation. And just now, the three of them will not be the opponents of the Whitebeard pirates. Although Giotto can deal with Marco and Belle can hold jaws, it is extremely difficult to retreat. One more thing, their current location is already within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Who knows when Whitebeard will suddenly appear? In the current Vongola family, the only person who can play against Whitebeard is Naker, who is responsible for guarding Seacon Island and guarding Big Mom. If they had a head-to-head fight with Whitebeard here, it's likely that everyone would stay here. Is it the favor of the Vongola family? Mal's subject flickered, obviously considering Reborn's proposal. He pays attention to the changes in the situation on the sea every day, so he also knows that the current Vongola family has a certain level of strength. It is already possible to retreat under the command of Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku and face Big Mom on Cake Island. Can explain a lot. And he could see that this guy named Vongola Giotto had an extraordinary talent. Comprehensive judgment. The favor of the Vongola family is very valuable. The Whitebeard pirate group is indeed standing at the top now, and Dad is indeed the strongest man in the sea, but this does not prevent them from having a reliable ally. Goo la 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 la. Just as Marco thought about it, the familiar laughter came over, and after looking along the voice, you could immediately see the Moby DK that had docked. There is no doubt that the strongest man in the world has arrived. Giotto's face was extremely solemn at this time. Just now, if Marco did not agree to take a step back, he could also choose to force Belle to escape. Although it is not that easy, it is also possible to succeed. But now it was different. Whitebeard arrived. With the strength of himself, reborn in Belle, it was simply not enough to retreat under Whitebeard's hands. As for the people on the Vongola ship, faced with the Whitebeard pirates, it's not a combat power. Boom, boom, boom. The dull footsteps sounded like a heartbeat. Giotto's eyes were completely locked on the Moby Dick at this time, and his spirit was unprecedentedly focused. The man who is about to appear in the field of vision cannot be overestimated. In the next moment, the 6-meter-high body appeared in the eyes of everyone. He held Kong Yun, one of the 12 skills of the Supreme Sharp Knife, and his face was his symbol, a crescent-like white beard. Is it here? The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Fang Tian painted a halberd? Whitebeard Edward Newgate, whose name resounds all over the world, and even the songs sung by children from all over the world describe him as terrifying than monsters. It exerts the power of shock fruit unparalleled, and is believed to have the power to destroy the world. Like Big Mom and Kaido, he was once a member of Rock's Pirate. At that time, his strength was already extremely powerful. After the collapse of Rock's Pirate, he formed his own Whitebeard pirate group. In the previous era, he was called the Three Big Pirates together with the One Piece King Gold Roger and the Pirate Admiral Golden Lion Shiki. At that time, Whitebeard and Roger also became friends, so the members of the pirate groups on both sides knew each other. Who I thought was, it turned out to be the kid on Roger's boat. Standing on the bow of the mobile, Whitebeard looked down at Giotto in the distance. I remember a red-haired kid and a red-nosed kid, are they with you now? Although his tone was not in his eyes at the moment, the prestige that naturally radiated from him still made Giotto have to be cautious. Shanks and Buggy had their own journey, and I am not a pirate anymore. After the captain disbanded the pirate group, I have abandoned my identity as a pirate. Giotto took a deep breath and stabilized his current state of mind. It doesn't matter whether it is a pirate or not. As long as you are born in this ocean, everyone is a child of the ocean, and you are no exception. Whitebeard smiled, and then changed his voice. Gu la la la, your purpose of coming here today is to save the kid who made trouble in Lao Zi's sight. He is indeed a troublesome idiot, but he is also my family. Giotto nodded and answered without hesitation. Family? It seems that you kid has also grown up. With such a belief, you shouldn't get on Roger's boat at the beginning. At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly stretched out his hand to Giotto, and then said with a serious face, "Come to be my son. If this happens, then I can no longer pursue everything that happened before. After all, my family and there is no conflict between the family members." Hearing this, Giotto was instantly Spartan in his heart. He thought of everything that could happen to Whitebeard, but he didn't expect that the other party would suddenly come to himself. Whitebeard is a well-known recognizing mad demon, he knows this, who would have thought that this could happen to him? So what should I do in this scene now? It seems to say Daddy, everything can be solved, and there will be the Whitebeard pirates as its backer in the future, and the development of the Vongola family will definitely go smoothly. However, Vongola doesn't seem to have the habit of admitting a foster father, right? Ding! Start a special mission, please choose host. Suddenly, the voice of the system rang in Giotto's mind. 1. Recognize Whitebeard as the daddy, and reward Fang Tian for painting a halberd. Special effects, specifically to kill the foster father, the success rate can be increased to 100%. 2. Reject Whitebeard and reward the Vongola ring for unblocking. Hearing this mission choice, Giotto was a little hysterical. He was obviously Vongola I, but if he chose the first one, it seemed that he could directly evolve into the first fierce general of the Three Kingdoms, Lu Fengxian. Fang Tian's painted halberd even has special effects for killing foster fathers. Does this mean that if you get this weapon, you will call your father when you encounter an enemy, and then you can instantly kill others? And the success rate is still 100%. In other words, if you call Whitebeard, the world's strongest man is no different from the paper under Fang Tian's halberd? But this is too. I'm sorry, as the leader of the Vongola family, I will not surrender to anyone, even you. Giotto's eyes became firm in an instant. He is Vongola, the leader of the Vongola family. If even he surrenders to others, what choice should the members of his family make? The moment he made this decision, the large empty ring he wore on his hand emitted an orange light. Soon the ring changed. The words Vongola Famiglia, Vongola family, were engraved in the center, and the surroundings inlaid with 6 gems of various colors. As the ring changes, Giotto also feels that the deadly fire in his body has become much stronger than before, and his strength has undergone a qualitative change from the previous second. At the same time, in Nacre on the island of Sikon, the injured ring of Sunny was also turned into a yellow hexagonal gemstone, with a golden rim. The gemstone was engraved with the emblem of the Vongola family and the pattern of the sun. The unblocking of the ring also symbolizes the change in the strength of Giotto and his guardian. The only pity is that now he only has Nacre, the guardian of sunshine. Nice look, it really is the kid on Roger that guy's boat. The future of this sea belongs to you. But the cloud in Whitebeard's hand slammed on the ground, and the violent conqueror's haki whizzed out, instantly impacting the spirits of Giotto's people. But now, it's the age of Laozi. Since you refuse Laozi's kindness, then this matter is it can't be over simply, the one favor in your mouth is far from enough. Whitebeard's conqueror's haki was extremely terrifying. Even the bloodthirsty Prince Belphegor felt a dizziness at the moment, but he quickly recovered. As for Giotto and Reborn, there is no change in their expressions, as if they have not been affected by the other's conquerors. Seeing that the other party's appearance became calmer, Whitebeard appreciated it more, but it was a pity that the other party didn't want to recognize himself as a dad, so naturally he couldn't force it. Whitebeard. At this moment, Giotto suddenly took a step forward, and his body was suddenly violent. Since he directly resisted Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, according to you, we are all children of the sea. Then follow the sea. Come on. I don't mean to fight with the Whitebeard pirates, but Belphegor definitely wants to protect it. Since you want to maintain your majesty and vent your anger, let me be your opponent. Hearing that, Marco and the others changed their faces and looked at Giotto with a weird look. They couldn't think that this guy would say such words to the old man. Is this a challenge to the strongest man in the world? Asterisk. Chapter 26 Giotto vs Whitebeard. Giotto vs Whitebeard? This is a battle without suspense at all, at least that's what Marco and others are thinking. As a crew member on Roger's ship, Giotto's talent can be affirmed by everyone, but it is only a talent, and it is still unknown how far this talent can support him, let alone meet their father at this moment. To put it ugly, it is not clear whether Giotto can block their father's punch. Most likely, with a punch from Whitebeard, the Giotto was gone. Even Belphegor's face is hard to see the extreme at this moment. He doesn't know what the strength of his own boss is now, but he has a certain understanding of the strength of Whitebeard. After all, he has been chased by the captain for so long. Even if he didn't understand the news of the other party, he didn't deserve to be a member of Varian. However, Reborn is still not surprised as usual. He also knows that this matter can only be handled by Giotto, because Giotto is the leader of the Vongola family. Gu la 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 la, do you say you will be Laozi's opponent? The kid on Roger's boat. Whitebeard's eyes condensed at this moment, and his power became more fierce than before. Who do you think of Laozi? Laozi is Whitebeard. Then give it a try. No matter what the result is, I hope this matter can be revealed. Giotto was also unwilling to show weakness at this time. The death flames burning on his forehead became more and more vigorous. The strength has also been further improved. He is now stronger than before. At least, he thinks that he still has the power to fight. Even if the opponent is now at the peak and is the strongest man in the world, it is impossible to crush him. Interestingly, do you think you can block Lao Zi? Then stop and watch. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard waved Kong Yunkai in his hand, and slashed at Giotto with a domineering knife. Although he is not a swordsman, his powerful physical strength and the sharp edge of this supreme sword still don't. Several people were able to withstand such a simple attack. He swayed. Without the blessing of shock fruit, he is also a top powerhouse who can cross the sea. Dead-armed, earthquake. There is no hesitation, no reservation, shot is one of his strongest moves now. In this world, no one can dare to keep his whole cards when facing Whitebeard. Suddenly, death air swayed through the space ahead like ripples, and Armament Haki's wrapped fist directly blasted towards the extremely sharp supreme sharp knife. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through the sky, and the powerful impact directly shook everyone around him back. The terrifying force fell on Giotto's fist, causing his whole body to sink a lot, and his feet directly fell into the ground. Then the ground he was on cracked directly. Giotto's arms were shaking right now, and he could even hear the sound of his bones overwhelmed. Too strong. Whitebeard at its peak is simply a monster among monsters. Hey! You can block Lao Zi's blow, you deserve to be the most talented kid on Roger's ship. It seems that many people on the sea are blind. Vongola kid, your talent is probably more terrifying than the kid that bullet. Seeing that his own blow was blocked, Whitebeard couldn't help but be surprised. Although he didn't use the power of shock fruit, the power of his previous blow was already strong enough. There are not many people who can withstand his previous blow on the ocean today. At this moment, Giotto's figure swayed like a ghost, and suddenly flashed to the left. The flames of death in his right hand burst out. With the help of the propelling force, it turned into a few afterimages, and appeared in the back right of Whitebeard in a flash. Moreover, his position is exactly the angle of view of Whitebeard's line of sight. Shooting in this position can make it difficult for the opponent to make an effective response. Since he is going to fight, he will naturally not be the slightest carelessness, holding the determination to die, only to be able to display all his strength. Giotto, who usually looks extremely calm, has this kind of madness when he fights, putting life and death out of his mind. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, he will spare his life every time and do his best. Dead-armed bone break. A punch that was as fast as lightning hit Whitebeard's waist directly. But just when his punch seemed to be about to succeed, Whitebeard's body spun suddenly, and in an extremely unreasonable motion, he slammed his fist from the side with a transparent halo on it. Kaka, crack. The cracking sound sounded, a punch containing shock fruit's power, directly aimed at Giotto's head, which was almost an injury for life style of play. Giotto's punch will land on his waist, and his punch can directly shatter the opponent's head. If it is a normal person, even a powerful person with amazing strength, at this time, there is no time to make other reactions, and can only force Whitebeard's punch. As for the end. For reference, in the future, Akainu Sakazuki, who suffered a punch from Whitebeard in the war, would basically be half-life. It was also at this moment that everyone watching the game was nervous, but there was one exception. Reborn played with his sideburns, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, showing a smile, and only he could really see the situation at the moment. Hey! Giotto, who was attacking, suddenly disappeared and then appeared in the air. His punch did not stop, but the target was from Whitebeard's waist to Whitebeard's right shoulder. At this moment, Whitebeard's eyes couldn't help but widen. He didn't expect Giotto to react at such a critical moment. Could it be that the little devil on Roger's ship, Observation Haki, has reached such a terrifying point? In fact, with the exception of the Observation Haki that Kair Miku possesses and sees through the future, it is difficult for other insights to respond to Giotto's reaction at this moment. Giotto's sights and colors naturally did not reach that level. It was not his mid-level observation haki that supported him to react quickly in this battle, but his super intuition. Next moment. Boom! The dull sound erupted, and the armament haki entangled and hit Whitebeard's shoulder with an impartial punch that burned with death fire. Even if it was stronger than Whitebeard, after being hit by this blow, the body couldn't help it. Stagnant, frowned. Daddy was actually hit. At the same time, the faces of Marco and others were all in disbelief. They couldn't imagine that Giotto had hit his father in a frontal battle. Asterisk. Chapter 27 The Ultimate Punch. After a hit, Giotto immediately pushed his body with the flame of death, and quickly opened a distance from Whitebeard. It is not easy to make 2 consecutive attacks. He knows that the opponent is Whitebeard, so he has to wait until he has a chance before he can make the next attack. Otherwise, being hit by Whitebeard would be troublesome. Goo la 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 la. Very good, kid, it's no wonder that you can retreat from that guy Linlin's hands, your strength is already very good. Whitebeard didn't get angry because of the punch. Instead, he laughed, turned around, and looked at Giotto appreciatively, but you are still too young, and you are not Lao Zi's opponent now. Still the same sentence, come and be my son, bear the name of Whitebeard, and you can still lead your own family on the ocean. Excuse me to refuse. Giotto paused for a moment before answering. His pause is not to think about Whitebeard's proposal, but to see if the system will trigger a special task. If it can be triggered repeatedly, he feels that he can do the task in Whitebeard. System, what about the card bug you and me? Sure enough, this is the answer. If that's the case, Lao Zi won't keep his hands anymore. Now Lao Zi will treat you as a real enemy. If you can block the blow, today's things will stop here for the time being. Stop it. Whitebeard plunged Kong Yunkai into the ground, and then squeezed his right fist sharply. The muscles bulged and veins appeared, and the sense of ultimate strength was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The power of the real fruit converged on his right fist, forming a ball cover. Around his fist, the atmosphere was shattered by this force, and a spider web-like crack appeared. Daddy is getting serious. I really didn't expect that the young kid on Roger's boat could be taken seriously by Daddy. Marco couldn't help but say seriously when he looked at the scene at the moment. He has dealt with Giotto, and when the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates met, he knew each other. At that time, he felt that Giotto had extraordinary talents, and he would definitely be able to make a name for himself in this sea in the future. But he didn't expect that the opponent would grow so fast. The last time he met, Giotto was just a good rookie, let alone making the old man serious, even inferior to the other captains on their ship. This guy's fighting talent is also terrifying. In the situation just now, he can also dodge his father's attack and launch a counterattack. Jaws also didn't expect things to develop into what it is now, and at the same time he couldn't help thinking about it. What would be the result if he and Giotto were confronted? The probability is a tie. Although he admits that Giotto has terrible fighting talents, the opponent's attack obviously can't break his diamond defense, but this time, he should not be able to stop it. The power erupted from the old shock fruit. At least it must be a strong person of the level of Marine Admiral to be able to resist. That's not necessarily true. After all, Giotto is the leader of our Vongola family. He is not just such a man. Reborn calmly observed what was happening now, his eyes full of trust in Giotto. It seems that there is no way to dodge this blow. Giotto sighed, his super instinct told him that this blow can only be resisted head-on, and there is no room for evasion. The opponent has completely locked himself in with observation haki. With Whitebeard haki's knowledge, it is irrational to choose to avoid it at this time, so that instead of being able to avoid the attack, it will make him unable to resist with all his strength. Immediately, a ray of light flashed in his eyes, and the look of incomparable determination was clearly telling everyone. He. Vongola Giotto, face Whitebeard's attack with shock fruit. Very courageous kid, but didn't that fellow Roger teach you? Meaningless courage will only be called stupid more often. With the last two words out loud, Whitebeard finally slammed a punch he had stored for a long time. In a short time, the atmosphere in front of him was completely shattered, the powerful vibration brought the impact, and the mountains swept out like a tsunami. This terrifying destructive power can be felt without touching it at all. Even Belphegor, who enjoys killing so much, couldn't help frowning at this time. If he faced this blow, he would have to lose half his life if he didn't die. Watching the attack towards him, Giotto's right fist was also clenched. He concentrated all his lifeless fire on his fist. At this moment, an unspeakable violent momentum rose into the sky, covering all directions. Anyone can feel that the attack that Giotto is about to issue at this moment is equally extraordinary. It is said that when Vongola concentrated the flames of his whole body on his fist and threw his own ultimate punch, the shape of the gloves of the first generation would also change. The power of this punch was equal to Spurner, but both existed before. The difference? Because all the flames are concentrated on the fist, the power of this fist is more concentrated and solid than Spurner. However, the name of this trick is a bit rustic, and it's called the super burst of the universe, as if it is the second disease. Never fall down here. Pure belief came to mind, and then throw a punch. The orange flames of death with the big sky attribute have completely condensed on the right fist at this moment. With this power, he will completely blast from the front to defeat Whitebeard's attack. Even if this does not mean that he really has the strength to defeat Whitebeard, but it at least symbolizes that he has indeed taken an important step. Facing the sea, the top powerhouse. Boom! The deafening explosion, the shock of death and vibration spread all around in the blink of an eye, and the entire island trembled at this moment, as if it was about to collapse and sink in the next moment. The location where the forces of Giotto and Whitebeard collided, centered on this, the earth shattered in a huge range, and everything that could be seen in the field of vision was destroyed under the violent force. The rising dust blocked the view. No one knew what was going on inside. Did Giotto block the blow? Goo la 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 la. Suddenly, Whitebeard's laughter reached everyone's ears. Vongola kid, Laozi recognizes you. As his words came out of his mouth, the dust settled, and the figures of the two people once again caught everyone's eyes. Giotto and Whitebeard were both in their place, standing proudly. P.S. Thanks to Xiodeo, Lahaolii, blank world, monthly pass. Thank you Xiaodeo for your reward *. Chapter 28 The Importance of Making Money. Exiting the death mode, facing Whitebeard, Giotto was able to block the shock of shock fruit, which was enough to prove his strength. You know, the current Whitebeard is at the pinnacle. He is impeccable in terms of strength and physical fitness. If he wants to, he can even defeat Big Mom and Kaido directly and become the only master of the New World Sea. It's just that he doesn't have such thoughts. For Whitebeard, his power is used to protect his family. The ambition to contend for the hegemony of the sea? Maybe he didn't have this thing from the beginning. Go back to Marco, Jaws. It's really nostalgic to see the kid on Roger's BDS boat here. Whitebeard had no intention of fighting anymore. While speaking with emotion, he stepped forward towards the Moby DK. As he passed by Giotto, he whispered, "Have a hard time, Vongola's kid, there will be sooner or later. One day the future will belong to your young people, and Roger must have the same idea." But this era is still the era of Laozi and Whitebeard. That's right, this era is called Whitebeard. Without the appearance of Giotto, Whitebeard would be the only name that could be written before the era until the appearance of the four emperors side by side. But now with the change of Giotto, with the Vongola family standing above the sea, what the future will look like, no one will know. Hey! Jaws glared at Belphegor, and immediately followed his father's pace without saying much. Although he was very upset with this blonde BD who couldn't see his eyes, since his dad didn't pursue it anymore, then he didn't have to worry about it. Soon, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group returned to the mobile and set sail. "Father, that kid is very interesting. The last time I met Roger pirates in the ocean, I thought that kid was very good. It's a pity, if he wants to be called our family, it would be fine." Marco leaned on the spread, looking at the smaller and smaller Zylandeo, and said with a faint smile, "The determination and will to protect his family really suits us, but it was a pity that Roger was robbed in the first place. Gone. Gu la la la. Vongola kid is indeed very suitable to be Laozi's son, but now, that kid is already a hero who can carry a banner on his own. Whitebeard also really thinks Giotto is good. Speaking of Marco, if you don't work hard, you might be surpassed by that kid in the future." Seeing the expression of their father, Marco, Jaws, and others were also slightly embarrassed. They knew very well that their father was not joking, because they could also see that Giotto did have terrible talent. The future will inevitably be one of the top powerhouses in this sea. But as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, they won't admit defeat. However, I am more concerned about that kid's companion. Whitebeard's voice suddenly changed at this time, and then he said with a strange look, "It's obviously a baby, but it can withstand Laozi's haki. That Vongola kid has also found a good family member, hell la la la." Hearing this, Marco and others suddenly reacted. They had always looked at Giotto's body before, and they had neglected subconsciously. The little thing that appeared on the west side island with Giotto, now in retrospect, is exactly the same as his father said. That little bit looked like a baby, but he was wearing a neat suit, and he was very calm from the beginning. Even under the deterrence of his father's terrifying conquerors, his expression did not change at all. Is this something a baby can do? Is it right? Someone with special devil fruit ability? Jaws shook his head and threw out what he thought was unrealistic. And this sentence of his was also recognized by other people. After all, no matter how pervert a baby is, it won't be able to resist the conquerors of the old man. It must be a capable person of devil fruit. There are no surprises in this sea, and there is a devil fruit that can turn people into babies, and it is not a rare thing. On the west side of the island. Are you okay, Giotto? Reborn leaped on Giotto's shoulder. He was just a baby and didn't weigh much, but when he fell on his shoulder, Giotto staggered and almost fell to the ground. Just now he resisted Whitebeard's air shock, and now his muscles and bones are all protesting, and the severe pain makes it difficult for him to stand. At the same time he woke him up. When he played against Big Mom on Cake Island before, he felt that his current strength was not bad, but now he knows that there is still a big gap between himself and the real powerhouse on the sea. He wants to become stronger, become stronger. Special mission, Rescue Belphegor has been completed. Reward the completion of the creation of the Vongola family 2%. Unlock new characters, Johnny 2, appears in March. Yes, when the task was completed in the past, the degree of completion was increased by 5% or even 10%, but this time it was only increased by 2%. As for the family members who have appeared, how should you describe it? Johnny 2 is an excellent mechanic. Yes, he often makes some strange malfunctions. Of course, his ability is undoubtedly undoubted, and it is also of great help to the development of the Vongola family at this stage, but then there is a problem in front of Giotto once again. If you want to play the role of Johnny 2, you naturally need to set up a technical department, but it takes a lot of funds to click on the science and technology tree. And now in the family, that is, the billion Baileys Giotto got from Bullet last time. It sounds pretty good, but if you invest in the technical department, it will be a drop in the bucket. Activation task: set up the technical department of the Vongola family and prepare to invest 2 billion Baileys in the early stage. Completion reward: Masa Ichiiri, consultant of the Vongola family's technical department. Giotto, who didn't know if he should set up a technical department immediately, made a decision as soon as he heard the system's prompt. Make money. Must make money. Just a Johnny, he might have to think about the current development of the family, but adding an Irimasa Ichi is not the same. This guy is a rare genius. It is a pity that Spainer did not appear in the quest reward, *. Chapter 29 Ways to Improve Strength. On the way back to Second Island, Giotto basically stayed alone in the cabin. He needed to be stronger than he is now. As the leader of the Vongola family, his strength must not only be at this level. The most straightforward way to get in front of him is to increase the unlocking degree of the family, so that his lifelessness, haki, superintuitiveness and various abilities can be improved. However, it is not an easy task to improve the unlocking degree of the family. Either develop the Vongola family or only complete related tasks that appear from time to time in the system. So he had another idea, which is a native product of Pirate World. Devil Fruit. Known as the secret treasure of the sea, the market price is at least 100 million Baileys. It is the incarnation of the demon of the sea, and it will gain different abilities after eating, but as a price, the eater will be disgusted by the sea and become a land duck. Devil fruit is divided into 3 categories: Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. Of course, devil fruit of any kind of ability may be very strong. After all, the extent of devil fruit's ability depends on the strength of the capable person's own strength. For example, Whitebeard's shock fruit is called the strongest Paramecia, but in Giotto's eyes, it is because Whitebeard got shock fruit that it can be called the strongest Paramecia. If you change someone to be shock fruit's capable person, that's not necessarily true. But having said that, eating devil fruit can indeed significantly improve one's own strength, especially those rare ancient species and phantom beast species in Logia or Zoan. Since you are in the pirate world, you should naturally use the power that this world can use. Devil fruit is a very good choice. Because of this thing, not only can you improve your own strength, but also the strength of other members of the family. Take Naker, for example, as the strongest boxer. His physical fitness itself is extremely tyrannical, and he also possesses superb physical skills. Coupled with the vitality provided by the sunny attribute of the flame of death, his strength is already at a world-class level. From the previous fights between him and the ant on Cake Island, it can be seen that he already has admiral-level strength. If he can eat some strong Paramecia or Zoan's devil fruit, then his strength will surely be further improved. It's just that Giotto himself is still hesitating whether to use devil fruit's power, because demon fruit power is afraid of the side effects of sea stone and sea water, and in some cases may reduce its own combat power. No, my thoughts have entered a misunderstanding. The truly powerful people on the sea will not be affected by the side effects of devil fruit. Giotto frowned, and whispered to himself, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, these people are capable people, but sea water and sea stone can't threaten their strength. In the final analysis, it depends on their own strength. People who have developed a lot can naturally avoid the trivial side effects. It looks like you finally figured it out, Giotto. I don't know when. Reborn has already arrived in this cabin, standing in front of Giotto. I had this idea some time ago. Devil fruit can indeed greatly enhance the strength of the family. However, I want to find a suitable one for myself. The devil fruit is not an easy task. In order to avoid some unnecessary mistakes, I specially asked Crowley to find something. Picture book of devil fruit. With that said, he just handed a book to Giotto's hand. This book of illustrations records a lot of devil fruit's shapes and abilities. With this book, you can avoid eating the wrong devil fruit to a certain extent. Reliable, Reborn. Giotto smiled at the result book. He did not expect that he had been struggling with the problem for such a long time. Reborn had already considered it and put it into action. After a slightly proud smile, Reborn continued, according to my research during this period, I have selected some devil fruits, which are very suitable for you and the Guardians. Although the Guardians only have NAK you're here, but starting from now to prepare, I don't think there is a problem at all. First of all, let's talk about the devil fruit that suits you, Giotto. In my opinion, the most suitable devil fruit for you should be Logia's Maramara fruit. The flame-type fruit can strengthen your own strength, and the deadly fire should also. Is it a kind of flame, right? Hearing this, Giotto's eyes also changed slightly. Dead fire is also a flame? This seems to be true. Even if this is aside, Maramara fruit itself has huge potential, especially the ability to develop flame temperature. What lava can burn out the flames? In Giotto's view, it is entirely due to Ace's insufficient development of Maramara fruit, which led to this situation. Moreover, Giotto himself has good control over the flames. If he consumes Maramara fruit, he will definitely be handy to use it. In this way, Maramara fruit is indeed your best choice, but it is not easy to get this fruit. After returning to Seacon Island, I will find a way to see if I can get Maramara fruit. Giotto nodded in agreement, and made a decision in his heart. After a pause, Reborn continued, well, if that's the case, let's talk about Nacre. As the guardian of the sun, he has the ultimate in physical skills, so I think it is the most suitable. His should be Paramecia or Zoan's devil fruit. After reading this picture book, he also summed up a few choices. Paramecia shock fruit, Paramecia shining fruit, Paramecia hot fruit, Zoan bird fruit, eudemons, undead forms and other eudemons or ancient devil fruit. Listening to these devil fruits mentioned by Reborn, Giotto's mouth Kakuzu could not help but drew it twice, and then looked at Reborn in front of him with an expression of "Are you kidding me? Did you kill the Whitebeard pirates? Or go to Cake Island and kill the Big Mom pirates?" "I'm not kidding you, Giotto," Reborn said with an idiot look. "You joked with me first." In an instant, Giotto became hysterical. Just listen to this as human talk? The name of the series of devil fruit just now was not eaten by the people of the Whitebeard pirates, but owned by the Big Mom pirates. Although it is quite suitable for Nacre, it's impossible to get it. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Shucky's ripped off bar. After discussing with Reborn, Giotto is basically sure that he can get devil fruits that are suitable for him and the Guardian, but even so, it is a big project to obtain these devil fruits. Of course, these devil fruits are not necessary. After all, those guys who are the guardians of the Vongola family are extremely powerful in their own right, and whether they are willing to use devil fruit, then they need to ask their opinions. Because a great swordsman like Chao Liu with his guardian, in all likelihood, he has no interest in devil fruit. For the moment, the devil fruit that needs to be obtained is only the Maramara fruit that you need. Obtaining this devil fruit will greatly improve your strength. And if you want to get Maramara fruit, then you have to consider it according to the original plot. At least now there is no Maramara fruit ability in this sea, that is to say, the fruit has always been in East Blue called Sixus on the extremely beautiful desert island, waiting for the appearance of Ace. But now, Giotto is going to cut the beard. The only difficulty now is, where is the desert island called Sixus in East Blue? He didn't have the luck of Ace, and he was able to find such an island by wandering around, so he needed information about this island. Regarding information, Giotto has a good consulting partner, and that is the old friend of Senior Rayleigh, Shucky. Sabayati Archipelago, number 13. This island is the only way from the first half of the Grand Line to New World, so many pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters gather here, but most of the people here still follow the rules, even if they are extremely evil. This is also true for many pirates. After all, this island is not far from naval headquarters, and celestial dragons often appear. Unless you are confident that you can fight against the existence of Admiral of Headquarters, it is more reliable to be stable on this island. The whole island of Sabayati Archipelago is composed of 79 trees. Each tree has towns and facilities, so the area is very clear. The islands from 1 to 29 are completely unlawful areas. Any human trade, slave auctions, and hired assassins can be found in this place. Many people in the dark world have their own businesses in this area. At this moment, Giotto was walking on the 13th island of Sabayati Archipelago. After bringing Belphegor back to Second Island, he set out on his own to Sabayati archipelago, in order to come here to find the seniors who used to be on the ship. As for Saikan Island, now that Naker, Reborn, Fran and Belle are sitting in town, it can be said that it is very safe, and he does not need to worry about it. The thing he needs to worry about this time, besides the Maramara fruit he wants to get, is Pele. Bailey is needed for family expansion, Bailey is needed to establish a technical department, and Bailey is needed to cultivate talents. Anyway, if you have money, you can talk about anything, but if you don't have money, you can't say anything. That's it, I hope I can convince Senior Rayleigh to get the news I want. Giotto looked up at the small bar named Shucky's ripped-off bar not far ahead, and muttered to himself softly. After that, he just opened the door and walked in. Ah, isn't this little Giotto? A big man with a bounty of 970 million Bailey, how could he come to me? Let's talk about what you want to drink first, like your current status. Drinking won't be cheapo. Standing at the bar, the black-haired woman saw Giotto opening the door and said with a smile on her face. She and Giotto knew each other themselves. To be precise, she knew all the people on Roger's boat before. As for the reason, just 2 words. Rayleigh. It's been a long time since I saw Senior Shucky, I'm not a big man, and I'm a really poor man. But then again, when do I have a bounty of 970 million? Giotto nodded slightly to Shucky, and then slightly. Obviously puzzled. He remembers that his reward should be 560 million Baileys. He hasn't had any conflict with Marine recently, and it hasn't been long since his last reward was announced. How could it become 970 million? Leading his subordinates to retreat after fighting against Big Mom on Cake Island, and then for their subordinates to be safe and sound after fighting against the Whitebeard pirates on West Coast Island. These 2 things alone will give you 970 million. I think I'm underestimating you for the reward, but this reward was indeed updated only 2 days ago. You don't have the habit of following the news at any time, so naturally you don't know. While talking, Shucky poured a glass of wine for Giotto, Shengui 10 million Baileys. Giotto, who had just raised his wine glass, stopped his movements instantly when he heard this, and looked at the wine in the glass. He didn't drink it for a while, and it didn't seem good not to drink it. That's 10 million Baileys. It's even more than Ming grabbing. How about finding a place in this Sabayati archipelago and opening a ripped-off bar? Okay, just drink if you want. It's just a joke with you. No matter how you are also a friend of Rayleigh, the money for the drink will be credited to his account. Shucky saw Giotto's reaction at the moment, forbearance. I couldn't help but just laughed. Hearing this, Giotto also drank his glass of drink in peace, but felt a little sorry Senior Rayleigh, thinking of the old man in the original plot who often sold himself for the sake of drinking money, and now he carried 10 million Baileys on his back. External debt. Forget it, anyway, it's the matter between the 2 of them, why do you want so much? Senior Shucky, this time I came here to inquire about an island. Hey! Isn't this Giotto? You guy has done a lot of big things recently, why did you suddenly think of coming to Sabayati archipelago? Before he finished speaking, Rayleigh, who had just walked into the bar, found Giotto, put his arm around Giotto's shoulder, and said with a big smile, could it be that you kid finally got the hang of it, knowing to come over and invite me to drink? Rayleigh, I have counted the money for little Giotto's wine just now on your account, 10 million Bailey. Hearing Shucky's words, Rayleigh's joy of seeing Giotto disappeared instantly, and his face couldn't help convulsing. After being silent for a while, he whispered to Giotto beside him, Giotto, you have established a family by yourself now, right? 10 million Baileys or something, for you, it shouldn't be a big deal. The amount is right. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Sixes, Seeking Flowers. Seeing that Pluton, who was crisscrossing the ocean for a while, turned out to be like this now, Giotto couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Rayleigh can sell himself again and again. With his current temperament, he is no different from the street gangsters. If you didn't know him, how many people would know that such a guy would be the Pluton Rayleigh who made countless people feel terrified? Time really is a pig-killing knife. Okay, Rayleigh, let little Giotto talk about business first. He came here to buy information. When it comes to business, Xiaoqi's face shows a taste of conspiracy. Even if you are an acquaintance, ripping off is essential. Otherwise, why would her bar take such a name? Do you need information? Ha ha ha, I thought it was a big deal. Since Giotto needs information, it's just for the sake of my face. Before Rayleigh's proud words were finished, Shucky interrupted him. If you want to sell your face, please change the money you owe for the wine and let it be clear. Besides, the little Giotto is now the leader of a family power. Buying a piece of information is just for him to spend a small amount of money. Do you need you to swell your face here to fill up a fat man? This. Giotto didn't know how to get back when he said that. Shucky was going to take himself to the sky, and after a while, he would offer a price. I was afraid that he would be embarrassed to bargain. To be slaughtered is probably something that is about to happen. That Giotto, you should have some understanding of my situation, so I can't help you, sorry. After saying this, Rayleigh immediately distanced himself from Giotto, then sat down and posed. It seems that the things here have nothing to do with him. So, is Senior Rayleigh really useless in front of Shucky? After sighing helplessly, Giotto asked with a straight face, about a desert island in East Blue, the specific location of Sixus. I am among the people I know. If anyone can know the specific information of such a small place, then you will only be Senior Shucky. East Blue, the weakest sea. People in the dark world don't pay much attention to it, and East Blue's intelligence can't be sold for a price, so naturally no one will collect it. But Shucky is different. No one knows how she got her information, but many people in the industry agree with one thing, that is, except for some extremely special information, as long as you can withstand being ripped off by her, you can get the news you want. East Blue's intelligence. Shucky thought for a while, and then said, well, I don't have any impression of that sea area. After all, few people buy East Blue information. Even if they do, they are nothing more than Roger, Garp, etc. from East Blue is a great person who came out, but, I can check it for you. As long as there is an island, I can find it 80%. Thank you. So how much does the intelligence cost? Giotto asked this key question a little nervously. He is in a state of lack of money, and even now he is a little doubtful whether he can afford the intelligence fee. This is the topic. We have friendship, and business still has to follow the rules. Although East Blue's intelligence is of little value, it is necessary to accurately find an island that is completely unfamiliar from such a large sea area. But it's very troublesome, so the price, just set 100 million Baileys. Hearing this, Giotto swallowed hard, and started roaring directly in his heart, is this money so easy to make? I helped Bullet stop the two monsters in Marine Vice Admiral, and he could grow into a strong admiral in the future. And then I played against Admiral of Headquarters, the Sengoku of the Buddha for a short time, and I made 1 billion Baileys just so desperately, and now it's an island location, it will cost 100 million Baileys. My heart is so tired, I feel like I'm going to collapse. Otherwise, Belle or Fran will come to Sabayati and open a shop selling information, so you can grab business with Shucky. As long as you can grab 3 or 5 deals, you won't just pay for it, there will be more. However, the money that should be given is still to be given, and the value of this piece of information is far more than 100 million Baileys. After all, there may be Maramara fruit on Sixus that has not been eaten by anyone. The price of a Logia devil fruit is far more than 100 million Baileys. Thinking of this, Giotto felt a lot better in his heart. He put a box he was carrying directly on the bar counter, it happens to be 100 million Baileys inside. I don't know how long it will take Senior Shucky to find me information about Sixus. It won't be long before you have a drink with Rayleigh and chat with me to find out the information, as long as it exists. After receiving 100 million Baileys, Shucky was obviously happy. I don't have to pay for the wine today. If I ask you, you can contact me directly if there is such a business, and I will call you later. 20% off. As for Shucky's 20% discount, the price is less than several times that of others, but there is no way. She has a lot of news here that can't be bought elsewhere. So many people are willing to be ripped off by her, plus her own strength is not weak. There is also an admiral-level Pluton Rayleigh here. Even if those who are pitted are upset, there is nothing to do with her. After the business talks here, Giotto also sat down next to Rayleigh and drank the free drink. The two people also chatted about some things during this period. After all, Giotto and Rayleigh have not seen each other for a long time since the disbandment of the pirates. When he was on the ship, Rayleigh, as a senior, took good care of Giotto, and the relationship between the two was pretty good. By the way, Senior Rayleigh, there is one thing I want to ask. Giotto came to Sabaody Archipelago. In addition to buying information from Shucky, he also wanted to consult Rayleigh. When I went to Sky Island before, did you have an impression of a place called Birka? Sky Island is the place that Giotto must go this trip, for two reasons. The first is that there is a golden township on Sky Island. After taking the gold there, the financial crisis of the Vongola family can be resolved. Another reason is that there is a devil fruit known as the strongest Logia on Sky Island during this time period, but I don't know if Enel has eaten that one. Thunder fruit. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Go to East Blue, Seeking Flowers. Birka, the hometown of Enel, was completely destroyed by Enel in the 16th year of the Great Pirate Era. But it is still very early to that time, that is to say, there is a high possibility that thunder fruit is still in Birka and has not been eaten by Enel. Otherwise, with that self-proclaimed God's second disease character, can it wait more than 10 years to destroy Birka? Well, Birka? It seems that there is a little impression, but it doesn't seem to be. No one will remember that time. Suddenly mentioning this, are you planning to go to Sky Island? Rayleigh searched his memory carefully. There is really no useful information. Giotto didn't pay too much attention to this. He just asked by the way. If there is relevant news, it would be best. If not, he will find it by himself. Anyway, the Aborigines of Sky Island should have some knowledge of Birka, and they have to go to Sky Island by themselves, which is not as troublesome as others. Just fly up with the deadly fire, there is no need for rising ocean currents or something. That thing is terribly dangerous. Except for those who are sheltered by the protagonist's halo like Wong Luffy, everyone else rides the rising ocean current to Sky Island. That means 100 to 100 deaths, and only 101 can be safe and sound. Arrival. Yes, there are the actions I need, so I can only take a trip by myself. After all, Senior Rayleigh should have some understanding of the situation in New World now. There is chaos everywhere, and even a peaceful place may be the next day. I will be involved in the fight. For the safety of the base camp, it is myself that can go out in the family. Giotto's words are not exaggerated at all, and now New World is really a mess. The powerful big pirates are expanding frantically, and some other little people are also doing things under the eyes of these big pirates with the idea of getting a piece of the pie. Except for those who are particularly strong and almost no one is willing to provoke them, other people can't enjoy the peace of time for more time. Hehe, the general rules for the opening of the new era have experienced chaos, but I believe it will not be long before all this will calm down. After all, every era will have its own master. Just like us, there will always be someone who will come forward and then become the master of this era, and finally stand tall. Rayleigh smiled, the color of memories appeared in his eyes, obviously thinking of the era of the three great pirates. But he was just reminiscing, because he knew very well that that era has passed. After his own captain surrendered and was executed, Golden Lion was caught and impelled down, and only the seemingly uncontested Whitebeard continued his legend on the sea. My own Pluton is already old. Little Giotto, your luck is good, the information has been found, and the specific charts are available. You are not a loss for this billion Baileys. At this moment, Shucky walked over with a pile of intelligence and placed it directly in front of Giotto. This island is a little bit dangerous, but it's definitely not a problem for you. Thank you. Giotto picked up the information and got up. Then I will leave, and have a good bar at the next meeting, Senior Rayleigh. When Giotto was about to walk out of the pub, Rayleigh suddenly showed a deep smile on his face. His eyes became sharp in an instant. As if a light flashed from it, Giotto. In the future, I believe you will be carved on it. Your own name, after all, your kid walked from our boat. Giotto pushed the door of the bar with one hand, stayed there for a few seconds, and then shook his head. It's a pity, Senior Rayleigh, I'm no longer a pirate. When the voice fell, he stepped away. Seeing the figure of his younger generation leaving, Rayleigh laughed while sitting in his seat, with a lot of emotion on his face. Ha ha ha. You are wrong, Giotto, pirates or mafia, in you from the moment you stand in New World, you have already penetrated into the vortex of this era. Others don't care if you are a pirate or not, they only care about, you and your family are considered powerful. Shucky on the side also nodded, expressing his agreement with Rayleigh's words. In fact, little Giotto has entered the field of vision of countless people. In less than a year, he has been rewarded by 960 million people by Marine, which is rare. I don't even know who else is. Yes, but I'm not surprised at all. When I was on the boat, I thought he was different from everyone else. Locked up, it's not easy to think of someone who can be recognized by the guy bullet. Moreover, I always feel that he and Roger have similarities, the kind of charisma that seems to be innate, as a leader. Rayleigh drank the drink in his glass. For such a guy, there will be young people standing next to him, following in his footsteps. Is the Vongola family? It's good to be young, I don't know Shanks. And the little guys like Buggy, what's the situation now? After leaving Shucky's ripped-off bar, Giotto didn't stop at any time. He just found a merchant ship and set off for East Blue. The matter of Sky Island will be dealt with after I get Maramara fruit. Now the highest priority is Maramara fruit. After all, you can greatly improve your strength. For the development of Maramara fruit, Giotto already has mature ideas in his heart, except for those capabilities developed by Ace. In addition, he will focus on increasing the temperature of the flame, and at the same time find a way to combine the flame of Maramara fruit with the flame of his death. If the two can be combined, it is definitely 1 + 1 greater than 2. And he is bound to win this trip. The East Blue Sea area is called the weakest sea, because the quality of the pirates inside is far worse than the other 3 of the 4 sea areas. Of course, this is probably because the marine hero likes to go home and wander around from time to time. He suddenly appeared in East Blue, and then suddenly appeared below. How many powerful pirates can develop? But at this time period, Garp shouldn't have time to return to East Blue. He is now trying to find a way to help Rouge. After all, Roger entrusted it to him, the marine hero, before he died. After all, my child is following Garp, but it is much safer than following Rayleigh and others. P.S. Thank you for the kaolin, the aftertaste of pain, 000, it is my grandson who scolded me, this fellow Taoist, please stay, and the monthly pass of Yaviluo. Thank you 000, this fellow Taoist, please stay for a reward asterisk. Chapter 33 Clown Buggy. East Blue, the weakest sea. I don't know if it is because of the appearance of Garp that this sea area has become the so-called weakest. Of course, the word weakest refers to the overall strength. After all, there are too many ineffective guys in East Blue. In fact, East Blue at this time is weak, but it is still pretty good. It will take 20 years for East Blue to be weak enough to make people feel pitiful. A creek with a bounty of 17 million and the pirate group formed can be called the largest pirate group in East Blue. A Murloc who escaped from the Grand Line can be the most powerful pirate in the entire East Blue. If you say it, it can only be regarded as a joke. Although East Blue is not strong right now, there are still 40 to 50 million pirates offering a reward. It is estimated that in the future, they will be often going home and have a look. Garp, who takes care of his grandson, will be thrown into the drive one by one. NS. But then again, although the overall strength of East Blue is called the weakest sea, in Giotto's view, this sea area can also be called a legendary sea area, because the number of top powerhouses coming out of this sea area is not enough. Phew. In addition to the protagonists Halo, Luffy, there are also many strong men who cross the sea. For example, the One Piece King Gold Roger, Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp are the top powerhouses from East Blue, and the revolutionary leader Durag who will appear in the future, the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo, the world's #1 sniper Usopp et.al. Of course, the most one born in New World, Giotto didn't take the comparison between these four seas seriously. Anyway, you all will enter New World in the end, right? At this moment, Giotto was lying in the room of a merchant ship, living a life of boring sailing on the sea. This time he came out on his own. Of course, he couldn't sail by himself, so he took the merchant ships along the way. Boom! Suddenly, a gunshot made Giotto sit up suddenly, frowning slightly. His observation Haki had already sensed that more than a dozen people were approaching his merchant ship. It's not surprising that things like this happen on the sea. Pirates are accustomed to plundering by many merchants, but it's not far from Logue Town. Pirates who rob merchant ships here. Are you not afraid to attract Marine who is stationed in Logue Town? You know, less than a year after Roger was executed, the number of Marines stationed in Logue Town is quite large, and there may be Marines of general rank among them. In such a situation, robbing a merchant ship near Logue Town is either a bold person or a pit in his head. Hand over all the treasures to this uncle, and don't do anything irrational. You know, it is a rare honor for you to be able to rob the great Captain Buggy. Ha ha ha. Just as Giotto was thinking about what kind of situation the pirate belonged to, the familiar voice reached his ears. The moment he heard this sound, he was sure that the pirate who came to rob was definitely the latter. The man was in East Blue and formed a pirate group, calling himself Captain Buggy, plus that sharp voice. Except for the red-nosed clown who was on the same boat with him before, there will be no second person. Since it is this guy, then the matter will be resolved easily. But having said that, Buggy now seems to be only 15 years old, right? Did this guy form his own pirate group at the age of 15? Moreover, this guy's strength hasn't improved a bit from the age of 15 to his later 30s? At this point, Giotto pushed open the door of the room, and at a glance he saw the Buggy dressed as a clown with a pistol, and a dozen or so people who were just like passers-by. It seems that the current Buggy hasn't met his later companions, and even the pirate ship didn't know what junk ship was used to change it. In other words, although the current Buggy can be regarded as forming a pirate group, but only with a dozen miscellaneous soldiers, it is estimated that they are not even qualified to offer a reward. Just like this, a group of people dared to rob a location close to Logue Town, and it turned out that they had brain holes. Hey Buggy, haven't we seen each other for a while? Giotto leaned against the door and looked at the old acquaintance with a smile. I took this ship and finally came to East Blue. How about this for my face? I'm also a friend for many years. Don't you plan to give me this little face? Following the familiar voice, the moment Buggy raised his head, Giotto's figure was completely reflected in his eyes, and then his expression changed dramatically, let alone cover up his surprise, even if he was 3 years old. The child could see how shocked he was at the moment. Giotto! Giotto! The scream came from Buggy's mouth, and then he stepped back subconsciously, and looked at Giotto carefully. You Didn't you go to New World? Why did you suddenly appear here? Uncle Ken, there is no treasure map. Completely instinctive, Buggy directly covered his back waist. There is no doubt that he must have found a new treasure map, and this thing is now placed in his back waist position. As a 15-year-old young man, this guy is still good. After all, he is a devil fruit capable person, and he has also been on the ship of One Piece. Just this courage. It's hard to describe in words. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your treasure map, but since you are here, it happens that I borrowed your boat. With that said, Giotto threw the chart that he had previously obtained from Shucky to Buggy, and then said, I'm going to the island marked on this chart. If you have time, please send me over, thank you. Throwing this sentence down, Giotto jumped up and landed directly on the boat of the Buggy group, and then found a spot to sit down. Captain, Captain! The crew shouted twice in a row. Buggy suddenly reacted, then glanced at the businessmen who were scared in front of him, then looked back at Giotto on his boat, struggled for a while before making a decision. Today, fortunately for you guys, this uncle will not rob you by giving face to your friends. Little ones, let's go. He didn't dare not to give Giotto face. Actually, Buggy was scared of Giotto when he was on Roger's boat. It's not because of Giotto itself, but in Buggy's eyes, people who can get along with Bullet normally, then it is definitely abnormal. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Cut Humera Mera Fruit. That Giotto, don't I remember you are back to New World? Why did you suddenly come to East Blue? Buggy sat next to Giotto with a flattering look. Although he was an old acquaintance with Giotto, he couldn't do it like facing Shanks. In addition to being able to get along well with people like Bullet, Giotto is also because he has recently seen news about the Vongola family in the news. It can be said that there is a big gap between him and Giotto now, and Giotto's frowning brow gives people a feeling of self-prestige. You have something to deal with here, but you guy, it's still quite powerful to pull up your own pirate group so quickly. Giotto smiled. Facing this old acquaintance he also behaved more casually, but it is said that, no matter how you are capable of devil fruit, in East Blue this 1/3 of acres, as long as you do not encounter lazy home garb, basically no one can do anything to you. Although Buggy is really a clown, don't underestimate him. This guy will be very weak in the future, but for now, the 15-year-old is already very powerful. And Buggy also has a certain talent, but he has always been in a place like East Blue, and his growth has been completely restricted. Coupled with his interest in treasure maps and other things, he didn't care so much about the improvement of strength. If he has been fighting in New World for the next 20 years from now on, he might become a big thief. Of course, it is also possible to be buried in the sea. Ha ha ha. Of course, this uncle is very powerful, and the little East Blue is simply this uncle's palm toy. When Buggy heard Giotto compliment himself, he immediately became a little overwhelmed. Well, there is nothing wrong with this. But I still suggest that you have time to strengthen your own strength. Anyway, you have been a person who followed the captain. If even Hacky can't use it, it's a bit unreasonable. An interesting idea suddenly appeared in Giotto's heart, so he specifically mentioned Buggy. Although I know you are not interested in this improvement, you shouldn't want to be compared to Shanks in the future. Imagine what would happen if the future King Luffy just went to sea and met a clown Buggy who would be armed and observation hacky. In that way, Luffy, the protagonist of the world, might even have to get out of East Blue. What? Will this uncle be compared to that BD Shanks? When I heard Shanks's name, Buggy instantly exploded his hair. I know, if I have time, I will practice hard. Shanks, that BD wants to compare my uncle. There is definitely no hope in this life. Seeing Buggy's current reaction, Giotto also showed a scheming smile. He knew that as long as Buggy mentioned Shanks, this guy would definitely take this aggressive approach. But even if Buggy will make a little effort to improve his own strength, it is certain that Shanks will compare it to him in the future. Anyhow, the red-haired owner has the Emperor's qualifications, and in the future will become the top powerhouse on the sea. Without saying anything, Giotto chose to close his eyes and rest. As for Buggy, he certainly wouldn't disturb Giotto while he was resting. He turned around and bragged directly with his group of younger brothers. Knowing that the captain of his own knows the big person who is offering a bounty of 970 million, the younger brothers also feel that their future is bright. After all, the strong will be in the company of the strong. The friends of the captain of his own have such a high bounty, which is to be counted. The captain of his own will definitely not be weak. With this idea, all the little brothers look at Buggy with admiring eyes. This 15-year-old young man is their chosen future. After almost half a month of sailing, Buggy finally found this extremely beautiful desert island called Sixus based on the sea chart. However, the boat did not approach, because Giotto told him before that the climate around the island is extremely unstable. If the buggy boat approaches, then there is no need to think about leaving. So after developing this island, Giotto flew over with lifelessness and set foot on the place where Maramara fruit was buried. This changing climate is not bad even when compared to many New World islands. It is hard to imagine that there is such an island in East Blue. After setting foot on the island, Giotto said softly, "In this way, the island exists in East Blue, and it does make it impossible for those who enter it to leave, but for the people of New World, there is no problem. In the second half of the Grand Line, all kinds of weird weather can be said to be endless." Although Giotto is not an excellent navigator, his strength is enough to make him ignore this climate change. Without any stay, Giotto began a carpet search of the island, because he was alone, so the search speed was not fast. But even so, Buggy still took the boat and waited for him outside the island, not because of how good the relationship between him and Giotto is, but in his mind, if he abandons Giotto and leaves at this time, when the other party comes out, he will definitely come to trouble him, and maybe he will have to beg for mercy or something. So, it might as well just wait here for a while. Anyway, there is plenty of food and water on board. After searching the island for 5 days, Giotto finally found the fruit buried in it on the beach. The flame-lined devil fruit is Maramara fruit. That's right. Who would have thought that such a powerful Logia fruit would be hidden in an uninhabited island in East Blue? Giotto looked at the Maramara fruit in his hand with a serious face. If I remember correctly, devil fruit tastes very disgusting, and many people think it is no different from eating shit. Having said that, you can't stop eating because it's unpalatable, right? After a long pause, Giotto took a deep breath, a look of death appeared on his face, and then he bit on the Maramara fruit with one bite. Resisting the disgusting feeling, he said, "Delicious." The flesh is swallowed. Immediately after, vomit. The leader of Vongola, who resisted Whitebeard's attack, was directly defeated by devil fruit at the moment, lying on the beach and retching constantly. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten much in the past few days, otherwise he would have to vomit all of it. Just when he was disgusting, Giotto also felt the changes in his body was burning at the moment. Asterisk. Chapter 35 East Blue Overlord. Logia devil fruit is recognized as the strongest of the 3 devil fruits. The biggest feature of Logia is that it can element the body and invalidate physical attacks. Except for special restraint that can hit certain Logia entities, only armament Haki, sea stone, and dark fruit can hit Logia entities. Within a few days after consuming Maramara fruit, Giotto has completely mastered the elemental skills. Now he can turn any part of his body into flames, and even if his body is destroyed by a pure physical attack, he can instantly regroup with flames. But if you want to combine the flame of Maramara fruit with your own deadly fire, you have to spend a lot of time and energy to develop it. After all, the flame of death is not a real flame. It is reasonable to say that this kind of development is not scientific, but can you make sense with devil fruit if you talk about science? The next goal is Sky Island, Golden Town, and Thunder Fruit. The former is definitely still in the EPUB, and the latter is not known whether it was eaten by Enel. If it is not eaten, it will naturally be the best. Good, but if you have been eaten, you can only fool Enel. As a Thunder Fruit ability person, as long as you can get enough training, it will definitely be no problem to have Admiral level strength in the future. Giotto has now thought about Sky Island, and now East Blue has no need to stay. Giotto. Giotto. Suddenly, Buggy pushed open the door with a panic expression, and said anxiously, "We are surrounded by people. You must help me. That BD actually wants me to surrender all the treasure." "Who?" "East Blue's most powerful pirate, Spooky Huggesman. That guy has a bounty of 59 million, and I am definitely not his opponent." Buggy now said that he was terribly scared, and he felt very unlucky at the same time. How could such a big East Blue meet himself with the ghost pirates? Giotto glanced at Buggy weirdly, not knowing where to start complaining. "This is just East Blue. You are a chop fruit capable person who is afraid of a ghost, so even if the ghost Huggesman is stronger than you, what can he do to you as a capable person? Besides, if you are sitting here with a reward of 970 million, you will be frightened by a bounty of less than 100 million? I said, Buggy, you have changed a lot this time." Giotto shook his head helplessly, and stood up. "When I was on the ship, the people from the Whitebeard Pirates didn't see you have such a big reaction. I remember that you seemed to be very excited about the battle. Now, why are you so timid? Or in your eyes, what kind of ghost pirate group is more terrifying than Whitebeard?" Hearing that, Buggy was stunned for a moment, and then scratched his head with embarrassment on his face. "This is not because the captain and Mr. Rayleigh used to support them. Now I am alone. The situation is different." "Yet, feelings, you are a fake guy? Should you call it a clown? Okay, leave this to me to settle this matter. After all, thanks to your pirate group, the island can be found, so it's just to pay back your favor during this time." After the voice fell, Giotto walked directly to the deck. Seeing that Giotto was willing to support himself, Buggy's walking posture immediately turned his head up and chest up again, and his eyes were raised above his head. After walking to the deck, Giotto also saw that there were 5 pirate boats on the surrounding sea, which completely surrounded Buggy's boats, and using observation haki, he could also perceive that there were almost 500 people on the other side. Individual. In other words, there are about 100 people on each pirate ship, so the scale is not small. But for Giotto, these 500 people are all miscellaneous soldiers. In the future, the Crick Pirates group that will appear in East Blue. Although the Captain Crick has only 17 million in bounty, the group has 5,000 people and 50 pirate ships. What a fierce ghost! The pirate group is much larger. But the result? Hawkeye didn't even count as a warm-up, so he wiped them out. "Tell them, it's still too late to leave." Giotto glanced around before speaking to Buggy beside him. As soon as he heard this, Buggy walked forward a few times, and then shouted arrogantly, "All the stupid ghosts of the ghost pirates have listened to this uncle. Today this uncle is in a good mood. Give it to you. A chance to survive. Get out of my uncle's sight immediately, otherwise, all of you will have to be buried in this sea." Good guy. Now Giotto has a deep understanding of why Buggy can still fight each other so kindly when he faced the Whitebeard pirates on the boat. Sure enough, after someone supported him, the state was different. People who didn't know thought he was surrounded by 500 people. This situation should probably be called doomed. Kohaha, the red-nosed clown, are you planning to laugh Laozi to death and inherit my fleet? Just a dozen of you want to bury Laozi in the sea. The brawny man, shirtless and full of scarlet tattoos, couldn't help laughing at this moment. He is the pirate with the highest bounty in East Blue today, the ghost Huggesman. Who is your red nose? Believe it or not, this uncle will take your head off and use it as a urinal. A stupid muscular man with lipstick all over his body, a domineering idiot who can only hide in East Blue. What do you have? Qualifications to be arrogant in front of my uncle. Buggy's most taboo is that others talk about his nose, and every time he hears similar words, he will go crazy. His words directly made Huggesman's face, who was still laughing just now, extremely gloomy. As the overlord of East Blue, who would dare call him an idiot and an idiot in front of him? Damn it's kid! Huggesman's anger is already on the table at this time. Little ones, kill all these guys for Laozi. If anyone gets that kid's red nose, Laozi immediately promotes him to a cotter. If the cotter gets it first, directly reward 5 million Baileys. For a while, everyone in the Ghost Pirate group became excited. They didn't expect that Buggy's words could bring them such good benefits. Some people even decided in their hearts at this moment that they would definitely go to Buggy's grave in the future to thank them after the red nose was cut off. Are the pirates in East Blue making such noise? At this moment, Giotto stepped forward slowly, his right arm was completely burnt, and a powerful momentum was like a storm, sweeping and spreading in all directions. I gave you a chance before, so now I want to leave, but it's too late. There are a total of 537 people, just to try the ability I just acquired. As soon as the voice fell, Giotto jumped up in the air and locked all the ships of the Vice Admiral Ghost Pirates. Then clenched his right fist and swung it fiercely in the next moment. At the same time, a low drink followed. Fire punch. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Pirate's Dream. The flames burned above the sea, and the 5 pirate ships were all defeated in an instant. A 1-to-1 battle of 500 ended so simple. Looking at the flames still burning on his fist, Giotto couldn't help but sigh in his heart for the powerful power of the Logia fruit. No wonder this thing is called the first of the 3 devil fruits. Just this large-scale attack ability is enough to make the value of this thing rise to a very high level. From this moment on, the East Blue Overlord Stinghan Pirates group ceased to exist. Under the blow by Giotto just now, not many of these 500 people survived. The Stinghan Huggesman was the key point. The carrier is now probably dead. It seems like there is an ace, a private boat that uses flames as propulsion to sail on the sea. It will be very convenient no matter where you go. Well, after you go back, let Johnny 2 develop one. It couldn't have been better that Irimasa Ichi was there at the time, but Johnny 2 alone made me feel a little worried. Giotto said to himself what others didn't understand, and walked straight back to the cabin. When Buggy docked next time, he should also leave. From just now until Giotto returned to the room, Buggy and his little brothers remained stunned, especially his little brothers, who had never been out of East Blue, and had never seen the power of the Logia-capable person explode. Strength. In addition, when Maramara Fruit's ability exploded, the terrible flame that enveloped everything would really shock people. After finishing the East Blue journey, Giotto got on a merchant ship just like before, and set off to his next destination, Gaia Island. Although he does not intend to use the rising ocean currents, but if he wants to find the location of Sky Island, Gaia Island is naturally the best choice. When that time comes, he can directly fly up in the dead air mode, saving time and effort. In other words, the average person would not dare to do this. After all, to reach the Sky Island above 10,000 meters in the sky, one would have to pass through a sea of clouds. Hyun is very similar to the seawater in Qinghai, and it will naturally affect the capable, but Giotto doesn't care about this effect. As long as the speed is fast enough, it's okay to rush over in one breath. A lot of big things have happened recently. Standing on the deck of a merchant ship, Giotto took the newspaper sent by Newsbird and read these recent events carefully. The Golden Lion is indeed a big pirate who was as famous as the Captain of the Year. He has the courage to be imprisoned in Impel Down. Cut off his legs and complete the escape from prison. In countless years, this guy is the first criminal to escape from Impel Down, and he doesn't know how the future will be crushed by King Luffy's foot. If Golden Lion knew that he would be defeated by a hairy boy in the future, he might draw his sword and kill himself with his full name. But this Red Earl is interesting. Just as Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, he was thrown in. The two people went one after the other. I didn't know if they thought it was a deal. As for this new reward order, Giotto took out the newly issued reward order from the newspaper. The first one was a reward worth 79 million yuan. The first time the reward can have such a high amount, it means that this person is very dangerous. However, at this time, he did not consider himself at all, because he had attacked the G5 branch with bullet before, so he offered a reward of up to 560 million for the first time. This is unique in the sea and is a special achievement. When I was only 8 years old, I personally destroyed 6 marine battleships and survived Buster Call. Haha, if I didn't know everything about it, I would think that this little girl is really the daughter of the devil. Giotto shook his head and muttered to himself softly. Then he threw the newspaper and the reward order into the ocean. These things have nothing to do with him, just eat melon. Guest, Gaia Island has arrived. Did you disembark here? Hearing the voice of the crew, Giotto nodded, and immediately landed on the land of Gaia Island. There are not so many nasty voices in Gaia Island. Most of them are ordinary residents and pirates. There are also many people with dreams who want to try to go to Sky Island. In the mouth of the older generation here, there are islands in the sky, and that is the legendary Sky Island. Giotto did not enjoy this kind of peaceful division on Gaia Island. After almost determining the location, he directly entered the death mode, and the flames of death with both hands erupted, flying towards the sky like a rocket. After simply passing through Hyun, he appeared above the White Sea. Even if he had seen the original anime, he couldn't help but be surprised by the magical and beautiful scenery in front of him. The feeling of clouds and mist was no different from Wonderland. However, the people living on this area are not immortals, they are just ordinary humans with small wings. Because they have no contact with Qinghai, the people on this area are not aware of the existence of Haki and Devil Fruit. In their eyes inside, those special abilities are bestowed by gods, so guys like gods and priests appear. For those so-called strong men on Sky Island, the only thing that is fairly good is the heart network in their mouths. In fact, they are Haki. First go to Birka to find Thunder Fruit, and then go to the Island of Gods to find gold. If possible, it would be nice to bring Enel back to the family, but Thunder Fruit can't give him, but his own talent is actually not bad. As long as someone teaches him well, he can be alone in the future. After making this decision, Giotto started looking for a way to Birka. Enel's talent is really good, but he focused on developing Thunder Fruit's abilities and neglected to exercise himself. Of course, it can also be said that he thinks he is a god, and being a god naturally does not need to exercise his body or something. But at this time, Enel is just a teenager and still in a state of being bullied. Because he has no wings and his earlobes are too long, in the eyes of the aboriginals of Sky Island, he is a monster. Many times in this world, whether you are a real monster or not, as long as you are different from other people, you will be targeted and regarded as a monster. The aversion of Sky Island people to Enel is no less than the aversion of ordinary humans to murlocs. In a corner of Birka, a child looked resentful at the world around him, and cursed in a low voice, "You all wait for me, one day I will become a god. I will become the god who dominates you and destroys you." Asterisk. Chapter 37 Thunder Fruit and Enel. The resentment in his eyes shouldn't have appeared on such a child, but from this it can also be seen how Enel's childhood lived. Everyone only knows that the villain who claims to be a god in the future, and a few people know how he, who was once bullied by everyone, survived so hard. If he didn't have that good luck and didn't get the power of Thunder Fruit, then he might choose to end his life for a certain period of time because he couldn't bear the peculiar treatment and bullying of others. Enel. Suddenly hearing someone call his name, Enel shrank subconsciously, and then carefully raised his head. This time he didn't see the Sky Island people who were bullying him. Instead, he saw a man with short golden-orange hair, golden-orange pupils and eyebrows, and a flame burning on his forehead, dressed like a nobleman. "You, who are you?" Enel was obviously afraid of strangers. It was because he was always bullied that he would react like this. Just as Giotto was about to introduce himself, Enel suddenly stared at the burning flame on his forehead with bright eyes, and then surprised, "I see, you are a god. The god who is burning with flames must be the god of fire." "My lord. Vulcan?" If you follow Enel's thinking, there is nothing wrong with it. In the original plot, Enel is Thor as the capable person of thunder fruit, so now as the capable person of Maramara fruit, he is also worthy of the god of fire. Name. It's just that Giotto will not be like Enel in the second. In this world, the idiots who call themselves gods are the only pigs like celestial dragons besides Enel in the original plot. "I am not the god you imagined, I am the leader of the Vongola family, Vongola Giotto. I came from Qinghai below, looking for something I need." Giotto smiled. He did not intend to use the name of a god to deceive the little guy in front of him, not to mention that he doesn't have such a second-degree idea. Is the Lord Vulcan of Qinghai? Enel has already determined that Giotto is a god, regardless of whether the other person is a real god, but at least for himself at this moment, the other person is the god in his heart, who is here to save himself. This kind of thinking is like desperately seeking a gleam of light. And now, Giotto is the light he wants to capture. "Whatever you call it, I'm just here to find something." With that, Giotto just started to leave here. "Before I met Enel, thunder fruit had already got it. This devil fruit, known as the strongest elemental system in the world, was prepared by him for the Thunder Guardian who has not yet appeared in this world. When the Thunder Guardian is paired with thunder fruit, that strength can burst in minutes." At this moment, Enel stood up and said nothing, just behind Giotto, but he deliberately kept a distance from Giotto to avoid being hated by the other party. "Little guy, do you want to be my family?" Giotto saw that the boy Enel had been following him, so he stopped in place, turned his head and spoke lightly. But even with such a plain tone, he still carried a sense of majesty, making Enel's face instantly dignified and serious. "Family? Isn't it a priest? But it seems that family members are closer to Lord God than priests, right?" Thinking of this, little Enel nodded immediately, and his eyes were full of hope. Can I be the family of Lord God? I am just a monster without wings and long ears." Do you think I have wings?" Giotto said calmly. After being reminded this way, Enel discovered that the Lord God in front of him was different from the Sky Island people he had previously come into contact with. He also had no wings behind him, just like himself. In other words, is it not a monster without wings, but an existence like the Lord God? Of course, I am definitely not as noble as Lord God, but at least I am not a monster. If you want, then go to Qinghai with me, where you can bear the name of Vongola, and you can also have the strength not to be bullied by others." Giotto held a deep hand at Enel in front of him. "Think clearly and give me the answer. I will only ask you this time, do you want to be my family and a member of the Vongola family?" The darkness is broken. When he saw that hand stretched out towards him, the darkness in front of Enel was dissipated. For him, that hand was the first time in the world that anyone recognized his existence and brought him a hand of hope ray. No matter what the existence of this person is, at least for myself, Vongola Giotto is a real god. Almost subconsciously, Enel held Giotto's outstretched hand tightly. He hadn't held anything so hard in his life, because he was afraid that if he didn't try his best, this rare hope would disappear. "Let's go." After a simple word came out of Giotto, he took Enel directly towards EPUB. Now he has the thunder fruit. All he needs is the gold from EPUB. After all, the development of the family requires a lot of funds. In addition to improving his strength, he came out this trip to make money. The golden city Sandora that was washed up on Sky Island is incalculable in value, and only a part of the gold needs to be taken away to support the development of the Vongola family at this stage. In the future, he can also let other people come here to continue to take the gold away. At the same time, the Vongola family will also have their own means of making money. After all, Can't move the gold every time, right? Although there is a lot of gold here, it will be emptied sooner or later. Giotto did not encounter any obstacles on his way to gold. Now the so-called god Gonfer on Sky Island is too weak, and the Shandia people are not much worse. A simple demonstration of his strength is enough to deter everyone on Sky Island. People. After collecting the gold he needed, Giotto also asked someone to help prepare a big ship, and planned to leave Sky Island. There was nothing worthy of his attention. Along the way, Enel looked at everything that happened before his eyes, and even the gods of Sky Island showed respect to Giotto. The worship he looked at Giotto had already reached the limit. At the same time, there was a desire to become stronger in his heart. He didn't want to follow Giotto like this. He wanted to stand beside Giotto one day, even fight in front of him. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Expansion Territory. After finishing his trip to Sky Island, Giotto returned directly to Sycan Island. After all, there was nothing else to do. He traveled from New World all the way to East Blue, then from East Blue to Sky Island, and finally came back. Although there was no delay in the middle, it was a long journey. The gold he brought back from Sky Island in this wave was worth 1.7 billion, but the actual financial report he brought back to Sycan Island was worth 2.2 billion Baileys, because on his way back to Sycan Island, he encountered some short-term-eyed pirate. Or should the eyes of those pirates look good? After all, they all saw the gleam of wealth on the Giotto ship, so they chose to rob Giotto, but the pirates miscalculated their own strength. The guy who can take a child like Enel and such a big boat to sail on the sea, either has a lack of IQ, or is a strong man with enough strength. Obviously Giotto belongs to the latter, so instead of the pirates who robbed him, instead of getting his gold, they got their own savings and rewards. At this moment, the Vongola family of Sycan Island. In the family meeting room, Giotto sits in the first seat. On either side of him sits the core members of the Vongola family. Reborn, Naker, Fran, Belphegor and Iri Masa Ichi. That's right, because after meeting the conditions for establishing a technology research and development department and investing 2 billion Baileys, Masa Ichi Iri unlocked it directly and appeared in Sycan Island. As for Johnny too, why didn't he appear here? Because he only needs to study weapons, this kind of occasion is not suitable for him. According to the chart obtained from the Dark World, the two islands that are most suitable for family expansion to occupy are King Tideo and Bay Ishideo. These two islands are rich in mineral resources, which can help the family's future development. Masa Ichiiri put the information on the two islands in front of everyone present, and continued, but now the two islands are occupied by the Warspear Pirates and the Thorns Pirates. The former is worthy of the captain, Bloodspear Cook, with a bounty of 320 million Baileys, and the deputy captain, Silver Spear, Levin, with a bounty of 91 million Baileys. The latter is only the captain Blackvine Tyros who deserves special attention. The bounty is 410 million Baileys, although it is only 90 million Baileys higher than the previous cook. However, Tyros' bounty is almost all because of his strength, and Cook has some crimes of killing civilians added to it. He will have a high reward. In short, this time our opponents are almost all miscellaneous soldiers, he. Belphegor did not look at the intelligence at all. He never took the pirates in his eyes, to make the decision directly to the leader of the first generation, to occupy the two islands. There is no challenge for us at all. Just need. Let Fran and I go to one place, and soon the two pirate groups who don't know what they are can be solved soon. Hey? Can't Senior Bell run two places alone? This kind of thing is very troublesome, please don't take me. Puff. When Fran was talking, a throwing knife was directly inserted into his froghead hat, but he didn't care about Fran at all. Anyway, he has become accustomed to it. On average, he will be thrown into it by Bell every day. Throwing knife. Often. It is not impossible to lose a dozen or even dozens of throwing knives a day. I think it's better to be cautious. The pirates of New World are different from other places. Being able to establish a foothold in this sea area and have their own territory already means that they are not an existence that anyone can underestimate. After all, in this place, without enough strength to survive, let alone occupy an island. Reborn said with a serious face at this time, he still has a certain degree of majesty among the people. I suggest that Belle and Fran go to King D Island to deal with the war's pair pirates. As for the side of Baishi Island, I will take it. Crowley and Enel went to solve it, and it happened during this time that Len had made the death bomb. You can take this opportunity to try it out. Death bullet, a special bullet passed down from the Vongola family. People who are shot to the head will die if they have nothing to regret, and if they do, they will be resurrected and die desperately to complete. After the resurrection, a deadly flame will appear on the head, and the use time is 5 minutes. Giotto knows very well that Reborn wants to test whether people in this world can use the power of lifelessness. Judging from the previous situation, it is estimated that there is not much hope for natural awakening of death energy, but using death energy bombs or death energy pills to stimulate it may allow those new members of the family to also have the power to control death energy. If the trial of the death kiss bomb is successful this time, Reborn also intends to let Johnny 2 and Iri Masaru make a death kiss pill, which can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Vongola family. Imagine that a group of family members in suits and leather shoes suddenly took out a death chi pill and took it down during a large-scale battle, and then all burst into death chi flames. That scene, don't be too beautiful. Mr. Reborn, you are just taking some newcomers. Wouldn't it be too risky? Masayoshi Iryu said slowly. Do you think I am not strong enough? Reborn smiled slightly, and a terrifying murderous aura broke out at this moment. Feeling his murderous aura, Iryu immediately felt like an ice cave. He seemed to see a huge Shura emerging behind Reborn. You know, Reborn is the #1 killer in the world. His strength when he is serious is quite terrifying. Even if he is only a baby now, most people are really not his opponents. The next moment, Iri Zheng felt that even his breathing was becoming difficult, and then he clutched his stomach and lay on the table. Although he is a rare genius, he also has a small shortcoming, that is, when he is nervous, his stomach will suddenly ache. This problem has not improved even if he is now a consultant of Vongola's technical department. Is there any problem, Reborn? Giotto turned to look at Reborn, and asked slowly. After condensing his terrible murderous aura, Reborn smiled, with a flash of war intent in his eyes. This world makes my hands itchy, so let me move my muscles and bones a bit. And, Crow. Lee and Enel also need real combat to grow up quickly, *. Chapter 39 Arashi and Mist's Duo, Seeking Flowers. It was me who came to be your guardian again, which is really troublesome, he he he. On the boat heading to King D Island, Belphilgil said with an uncomfortable expression. I am also unwilling for thousands of times. After all, Senior Bell is the type I hate the most. I used to talk about things because I was Mamun's successor and forced me to wear this kind of thing. Although it seems that I have gotten used to it now, it is still very annoying after all. Fran looked at the sea blankly at this time, frantically testing Belle's bottom line with words, by the way, I don't hate frog hats, I just simply hate Senior Bell, above. Mosi, is he the first leader? Suddenly, Belle took out the phone worm and called Giotto, and then said with a dangerous face, when I arrive at King D Island in a while, the frog next to me may die, and I killed it. Yes. As far as the family is concerned, there shouldn't be any impact if you lose a frog in a college. Don't bother me because of this kind of thing, Belle. Giotto looked at the mountains of documents in front of him. He didn't know why the Vongola family, which had only one island territory, had so many documents. It is said that they were all sorted out by Masaichi Iri, about the future development plans of the family in various directions. The protection and development plan of the island, etc. He doesn't need to go out during this time, but the workload is too much. He is more willing to go out to fight than sitting in an office to deal with documents. Cooperate well, and then come back safely together. I don't have any special requirements in other places. However, don't bother me with this kind of idiot thing in the future. After all, I am also very busy. After saying this, Giotto just hung up the phone and looked at the files piled up in front of him unlovably. Just when he raised the pen and was about to work, the door was opened again, and Masaichi Iryu walked in with a stack of documents. Here are the documents on the development and research projects of the technical department in the next 3 years, for a while. After you read it, remember to tell me when you decide. I have to go to other things first. Seeing Masaichi Iryu leaving, Giotto's face started to twitch. No, you must find a guy who can handle documents to join the family, otherwise, you will definitely be buried under the mountain of countless documents and papers. So the question is, who is suitable for this kind of file processing work, and is there any hope of becoming a member of the Vongola family? To be honest, Giotto really has a suitable candidate in his heart, but he is only 8 years old now. That's right, the right person is Nico Robin. With that temperament and knowledge, he can definitely handle these files perfectly. It's just that Robin is the future. Robin, who is only 8 years old, seems. It seems that Robin, who is 8 years old, has already become a historian, right? So, how about finding time to rescue this little girl from the pain of being offered a reward, betrayed, and hunted down? Master Bell, Lord Fran, above the mine in the southeast of Kingdee Island, is the base camp of the Warspair pirates. According to the news we got some time ago, all the opponents have just returned to Kingdee Island. Of people are in their base camp. An ordinary member of the Vongola family stood behind Bell at the moment, and said respectfully, "What should we do next? Please also Lord Bell and Lord Fran for instructions." He. There is no need for this. Just keep guarding around the island. If you find anyone who has escaped, you can solve it. The rest only needs to be handed over to me and this frog. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Bell's eyes, and he didn't put those people from the Warspair pirates in his eyes from the beginning. It was just a group of miscellaneous soldiers, and both himself and Fran were enough. Bringing these ordinary members would not have much effect, and it would also affect his enjoyment of killing. Set off the dead frog, hurry up and get rid of it and go back. When the voice fell, Bell and Fran were quickly approaching the enemy base camp, but Bell deliberately slowed down and let Fran walk in front of him. Then, in front of the ordinary members, he directly began to throw throwing knives at Fran's back. It's also because Fran has a good temper, plus Bell didn't really want to kill him. I haven't seen it for a long time. As expected, Senior Bell's character is still as bad as before. Although you are a prince, you are a fallen prince at all. Who do you say is the fallen prince? Without hesitation, he threw the knife and directly stuck it on Bell's back. At this time, the ordinary members' mouths Kakuzu couldn't help but pull out. They somewhat understood why Mr. Bell would still wear such thick clothes in this weather. Because if you wear it thinly, you will be dead if you don't know how to do it. It hurts so much that my tears are coming out. When I go back after the mission is over, I must file a complaint with the boss. I want to apply to let the seniors go and kiss the people of the ant pirates. To be honest, there is a good country. I feel that the daughter of Big Mom is worthy of the identity of the senior prince. This sentence is a bit too cruel, and it's because Bell doesn't know what crooked melons are in Big Mom. If he had been to IWC, even if he really killed Fran, Giotto wouldn't feel strange. After almost 10 minutes of advancing, Bell and Fran stopped at the same time. Their position was just enough to avoid the sight of the guard post. Should they be regarded as the codders of the strongest assassination unit Varian? The chaotic layout is indeed a group of mixed soldiers. It is not even a battle to solve these guys, but the number is not bad. The 221 pirates can enjoy the killing for a while, he he he. Bell used observation haki to perceive the enemy's situation in an instant. Speaking of which, Senior Bell, you are really a genius. It hasn't been a long time since you have been in contact with observation haki master to this level. Fran couldn't help but sigh. Bell did not come into contact with haki until the end of the incident and the West Side Island incident, and now his observation haki is already regarded as a grandmaster. He he he. Of course I am a genius. There is no doubt about this, because I am a prince. P.S. Thank you for the monthly pass of disillusionment, life and death, quietly watching the prosperous fireworks, LHC, illusion, dream, hidden flowers in the mist, dragon bang, ABK8631. Thank you for your reward asterisk. Chapter 40 Illusion and Flying Knives, Silent Killing. Are you ready, Fran? If something goes wrong halfway, I'll really kill you. I believe that in that case, even the leader of the First World won't blame me. The crimson flame of the ring burner in his hand, Bell also exudes a bloodthirsty aura, but no one has noticed the aura yet, but he has constrained it all. As a cadre of the assassination unit, how can it be so simple to expose yourself to the enemy's detection range? It's very troublesome, but then again, if the mission fails because of the fault of the senior, such as not the opponent of the blood spear, I will complain to the boss. So, please be more serious, senior. Don't discredit our Vongola family. Thank you very much for completing the task well. Fran also raised his hand at this time, and Varian's ring burned with the flame of death of mist, but his aura did not change due to the burning of flame of death. It still looked lazy. Stop talking nonsense, the prince will never fail. But if it wasn't for Boss and Senior Reborn, Senior Bell would have been besieged by members of the Whitebeard Pirates. If I remember correctly, it seems like that. Puff. Fran had just finished voicing, and a bell-type knife was inserted in the middle of the two eyes of his frog's head. But he didn't care at all. He stretched out his ringed hand and aimed it at the base camp of the battle spear pirates in front. Then the flames of death indigo burned more and more violently, and a strange force was moving at this moment. It spreads ahead, and when no one notices it, that area is completely covered in it. The killing has begun, he he he. Belphegor was playing with his own throwing knife at this time, without any intention of hiding, and walked out in this way, exposing his body to everyone's vision. What's strange is that he walked forward so grandly, but no one saw his existence at all. Those people kept the same as before, and some people were still chatting with each other, and the whole atmosphere was extremely relaxed. The illusionist is really very useful in such a situation, so next is the time for the prince to perform. When the voice fell, 3 flying knives flew out of his hands, piercing the hearts of the 3 pirates standing above the sentry with extremely precise accuracy. The deadly fire of the Arashi attribute has the property of decomposing the matter it encounters, not to mention that the hit is originally a vital part of the heart. The 3 pirates did not have time to make a scream, and fell directly on it. On the ground, the breath of life is completely lost. As for the other members of the Warspair Pirates group, they are already doing what they were doing just now, because in their vision, their companions are abiding by their posts, and there is no intruder or anything. They are in a world created by Fran for them. The world is formed by illusion. The world is very quiet and peaceful. Even the moment they welcome death, they still enjoy the peace of that world and will not do it. Any response? In the following time, every breath will have a pirate lose his life, and Bell is constantly in the courtyard near the center of the base camp, where they are the real target of this action, the captain of the Warspair Pirates. Spear Cook and Deputy Captain Silver Spear Levine. Although in the eyes of Bell, those 2 guys are also weak to kill easily, but after all, they are the captain and the deputy captain, and they also have a high bounty. How can they be different from the current miscellaneous soldiers who have fallen without resistance? A little bit of time passed, and the moment Bell walked into the courtyard, he also saw the two main goals this time. However, these two guys didn't have the slightest sense of crisis, and they were still drinking and eating meat there, enjoying their happy life on this island. It's kind of boring, this kind of killing doesn't make me excited at all. Belle looked at the two guys in front, and seemed to be dissatisfied with such killings. Forget it, now that this is done, I will go back and return to life, anyway. Such an obvious killing intent, brat, what on earth do you want to do? Suddenly, the blood spear cook slammed the spear beside him in his hand, then slowly got up, his eyes were shining bright red, and he stared at Belle like this. Lao Zi's observation Haki is very intent on killing. Sensitive, and with such a strong smell of blood, Lao Zi just wants to ignore it but can't do it. In the distance, Fran frowned slightly at this moment, and he also noticed the change in the situation inside. Haki, it doesn't matter anymore, Senior Belle should be able to solve the opponent alone, even if it doesn't, it is easy to get that kind of guy into illusion again. This is not my mistake, I blame Senior Belle's killing intent for too obvious. He did not expect that the other party would actually use Belle's killing intent as a breakthrough, and then escape the influence of his illusion. However, the illusion he used this time is not only large in scope, but also mediocre. It is far worse than the illusion that he used to deal with Sakazuki and Polo Salino in the G5 branch. Unacceptable things. Moreover, in this situation, what would happen even if he escaped from his illusion? In the entire Wars Pair Pirates group, there were only 221 members, and only the Captain Cook and the Deputy Captain Levin, who could not break free from the illusion, were left. The other 219 members were in that period of time. Inside, all fell under Belle's throwing knife. The killing, in fact, is already nearing its end. How long can the Blood Spear Cook, who has a bounty of 320 million, withstand Belle's throwing knives and steel wire? You know, even a master like Diamond Jaws will deflate in the hands of Belphegor, an unknown Blood Spear Cook? That's the gift to Belle. After lying flat on the spot for about 10 minutes, Fran stretched out and walked towards the enemy base camp. There were corpses everywhere, and the hearts of those corpses were accurately inserted with a throwing knife. If you measure carefully, you will even find that the position of each flying knife is almost the same position, no difference. It can be seen how terrible Belle's accuracy is. Walking to the courtyard inside, Fran raised his head to see that a 3-meter-high man was dropped into the air by a steel wire. The blood stained his body completely red and dripped onto the ground below. There is no doubt that this is Belle's masterpiece. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Vongola's Young People. Beishi Island, just like its name, has more than 60% pure white stones here. This kind of stone is very strange. After some special attack processing, it can be made into gunpowder. Because of this, Irimasa Ichi listed this island as one of the most suitable islands for Vongola's expansion at this stage. Gunpowder is the hard currency of trading. As long as there is enough technology to refine it, the reserves of gunpowder on this island will bring enough profits for the development of the Vongola family for a long time. So, the Vongola family, who have recently gained fame, are coming to rob my island. A middle-aged man whose skin is so dark that he can be invisible at night. At this moment, his eyes are staring at the baby in front of him like Lion Majesty. If you want my sight, then let the boss of your family come over and talk to him in person. If the conditions are satisfactory, I can give up this island. But is the Vongola family humiliating me by bringing a baby like you over? Although it's not as good as Vongola Jato's mission, but at any rate I am also a person who has a reward of 410 million Bailey. And those gangsters are killing me everywhere. The reward is different, my reward is pure strength. Tyros, the Black Vine, is now the master of White Rock Island and the captain of the Thorns Pirates. Even in New World, he is a powerful pirate. Moreover, he went to sea very early. In the era of the three great pirates, New World had his presence. From that era, he was able to live to the present without being attached to anyone. Whether it is strength or other aspects, this guy is definitely not a weak one. You guy, dare to look down on Master Reborn. Crowley stepped forward at this time, looking straight at Tyros without fear, and let out a low drink. In the entire Vongola family, the person he respects most is Giotto, followed by Reborn, who taught himself. Seeing this guy in front of him look down on Reborn, even if he knows that he is a big pirate with a reward of 410 million, he can't hold back his heart. Anger. And he knew that although Master Reborn was the same as a baby, he was quite powerful. People from the world government appeared on Sycan Island before, and there were some strong men with good physical skills, and the few newcomers of them simply couldn't deal with the existence. But those guys, under Master Reborn's hands, can't support even one move. Don't worry about this little thing at all, Crowley. Reborn waved his hand and signaled that Crowley need not be so excited. Then he smiled, looked at Tyros and said, I can understand your mood. It feels really bad to be underestimated. But, I'm here to do it. Instead of underestimating you, it's Vongola's high regard for you. Otherwise, a pirate like you would not be qualified to see me at all. What are you talking about? Telos, who was still smiling, was exposed for an instant. A thick and thorny vine appeared on his hands, which meant he wanted to kill Reborn and others. It's just a statement of facts. By the way, if Giotto is here, you have no chance to speak now. Reborn deeply knows what the art of language is, and he gives Tyros a little bit of face when speaking. As for what you say, the conditions that satisfy you, I can give you an answer. Anyway, in my opinion, this condition will definitely satisfy you. To be precise, no one can refuse this condition. Oh? Gold. Treasure or devil fruit. As long as the price is sufficient, everything is negotiable. Hearing that there were conditions that he could not refuse, Tyros suddenly became interested. He was a very orthodox pirate, and no dream and persistence existed in him. In his eyes, only the benefit is eternal, so as long as the other party can really give something good, it is acceptable even if he is looked down upon. Your life, this condition should not allow anyone to refuse, right? You are now giving up White Rock Island, the Vongola family will give you a way out, otherwise. Reborn's face suddenly turned gloomy, his eyes flashed fierce, terrible murderous aura burst from his baby-sized body, and instantly overwhelmed the people in the Thorns Pirates group. Then they can only be buried on this island forever. Where is the proper condition given? It is a threat from Chikuakuo. Ha. Tyros was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Use my life to make a deal with me? Who taught you to say this kind of joke? Haha, it's going to make my stomach hurt. The Vongola family isn't that great either. Go home and have some milk, little baby. If you roll slowly, I'll screw your head off. Master Reborn, even if you can bear the rudeness of this guy, I will never let him go. On the way you came before, you said that this battle is for me and Enel, so please retire. Take a good look at the fruits of our practice during this time. Crowley's face was already ugly at this time, he couldn't tolerate the other party's repeated insults to Master Reborn. Enel on the side, holding a silver white long stick in his hand, walked slowly to Crowley's side. He didn't care about the other party's Reborn or something. But he doesn't allow anyone to defile the Vongola family. For him, the Vongola family is the light that illuminates his life, and Giotto is the god in his heart. And the other party's sentence, the Vongola family is not so good, just now touched Enel's bottom line. Hey? You can't let me go? Two little ghosts, do you know who you are talking to? No matter how bad you are, I will make you regret coming to this world. The reason why Tyros would keep Reborn and the others with it was not because the two young men in front of him were threatening him. It's that he is scrupulous about the Vongola family. From the last era to the present, he understands better than many young pirates that only by being cautious enough can he survive in this chaotic era. Vongola Giotto was offered a reward of 970 million pele, which is by no means an easy character. At this moment, Reborn's eyes swept across Crowley and Enel. Have a good job, two boys, you have Vongola's name behind your back, do you understand? Asterisk. Chapter 42 Death Bullet. Hearing Reborn's words, Enel and Crowley looked at each other, without hesitation anymore. They rushed towards Tyros one by one. But Tyros obviously didn't have the idea of directly interacting with the two children. He simply waved his hand, and the dozens of pirates behind him immediately came out. The number of his pirate group is not large, but compared to many other pirate groups, his subordinates are worthy of the word elite. If nothing else, the dozens of his subordinates absolutely want more powerful than the 200th in the battle spear pirates. But the elite is the elite, and it's just better than the ordinary pirate. Enel and Crowley have experienced reborn hell training. The strength of the two of them is not an ordinary pirate. Comparable. Enel held the long stick in his hand and pressed hard. The long stick that was taller than others was instantly covered by armament haki and became extremely black. I have to say that Enel's talent is indeed not trivial. Reborn discovered this when he was teaching him. It didn't take long before he was able to use both the armed color and the seeing and hearing color haki. Especially observation haki, who can use it freely just after awakening. It is no wonder that Giotto will specially bring him back to the family from Sky Island. Enel, who can develop Thunder Fruit's abilities to the point of the original, has a strong talent in itself. What he lacks is vision and a teacher who can teach him. And Reborn is undoubtedly the top teacher. Under his teaching, Enel's talent was completely liberated. Judging from his current growth rate, even if he does not have any fruiting ability, he can at least become a strong player comparable to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral in the future. Although Crowley's talent is not better than that of Enel, he has been trained in Reborn for longer. Although he complained every time, he never chose to give up. He was able to stick to his current strength and the boy who did not dare to shoot. There have been earth-shaking changes. With a finger tiger on his right fist, armament haki instantly turned it into pure black. He is not better than Enel in observation haki's attainments, but armament haki is better than him. In the next moment, the two people rushed into the crowd. When facing the attack of the Thorns pirates, both Enel and Crowley seemed to be able to do well, and every time they attacked two people, they seized each other's flaws. The former throws a stick and the latter throws a punch, both easily causing a pirate to fall. Tyro's face also changed slightly at this moment. He didn't expect that his subordinates would not even be able to deal with the two children, and the smile on the baby's face at this moment seemed to him to be no different from ridicule. Retire all to lousy. The two kids can't solve it, you are so weak at home. Tyros grabbed his hand and threw it out fiercely, his eyes fixed on Enel and Crowley like wild beasts, and a low voice filled with anger came out from his mouth slowly, kneel and admit defeat, look at Vongola's face. Go to Laozi and spare you one, otherwise you will be completely strangled by Laozi. Do you have the strength and qualifications? And, even if we really kneel down for you, you dare not stand here anymore. The name of the Vongola family can't tolerate your miscellaneous taint. Crowley took a deep breath, and he faced Tyros, without fear in his eyes. If that's the case, then you all die for Laozi. New World is so huge, Laozi doesn't believe that Vongola can chase Laozi all over the world for you guys. Angrily burst out, Tyros' hands showed emerald green light, and his hands immediately turned into two huge vines, and dozens of vines squeezed out of the ground under his control. Laozi is the vine man of vine fruit. All vines will be controlled by Laozi, wait to be strangled, stinky kid. As his voice fell, the vines rushed towards Enel and Crowley as if they were giant pythons. Both of them knew very well that if they were really entangled in this vine, then they wouldn't be dead enough to have a few more lives. After using observation haki to detect the attacking path of the opponent, Enel made a small back jump, and after avoiding a vine that crashed down by a few centimeters, he grabbed his long stick with both hands and knocked it out hard. Boom! With a muffled noise, Enel's face immediately changed. Wahahaha! Laozi's vines are as tough as steel, and you guys, armament hacky, can't affect Laozi's vines at all. Tyros laughed. His hacky is not strong, and he has been focusing on the development of his fruit abilities for so many years, so under his control, the vines will be strengthened to a certain extent. Even a sharp blade can hardly cut the vines under his control, not to mention that Enel uses a blunt tool like a long stick. While Enel was surprised by the hardness of the vine, a vine under the control of Tyros appeared behind Enel at a very fast speed, and then went straight to Enel. Enel, be careful! With an exclamation, Crowley immediately rushed behind Enel. He strenuously punched the vine, but even with his current armament hacky, there was no way to repel the vine. On the contrary, after the vine had withstood his blow, it entangled his body directly, as if a python was strangling its prey, and gradually tightened. What? With a scream of pain, Crowley only felt that the bones all over his body were protesting, as if he would be crushed by the tightening power of the vine in the next moment. Damn it! Enel cursed in a low voice, and immediately attacked the vines entwining Crowley with a long stick, but his attack had no effect at all. He could only watch the pain on Crowley's face grow stronger. Baby kid, now we can talk about this White Rock Island. Of course, I have to warn you to be careful, otherwise I can't help pinching that kid to death. Tyros looked at Reborn with the win at the moment. He could see that although the opponent was a baby, this baby was the leader of the Vongola family who came to White Rock Island. Vongola is not so easily threatened, and do you really think you have defeated both of them? Reborn said with a smile. Isn't it? Tyros took a closer look at Enel and Crowley, and didn't think the two brats had any room for resistance. Of course, after all, the two little ghosts are also candidates for the cotters of our Vongola family. With that, Len turned into a pistol and fell into Reborn's hands. He raised the pistol and pointed it directly at Crowley, who was entangled in the vines. Fight with the belief in death. As soon as the voice fell, I pulled the trigger and the bullet came out. P.S. Thanks to Shushan for the pressured monthly pass. Thanks, Laughing Life, Yao, and Alex Bingfeng for their rewards. Chapter 43 Death Awakening. What Reborn did made Tyros bewildered. Shoot your subordinates? Is this in order not to be threatened by oneself, and to directly choose to give up the lives of his subordinates? Indeed, this practice is still very common in the world of pirates. After all, not every pirate will value his companions. In the eyes of most pirates, those companions who are no longer useful will die if they die. But he can be regarded as an old pirate, and he has met many people. In his eyes, Vongola's little ghost should not be the kind of cold-blooded pirate. How should we explain this situation now? Boom! Before Tyros could react, Reborn shot Enel too. Now Tyros was even more confused. If Crowley was killed by shooting, it was because he had been entangled in his own vines and was difficult to rescue. But the kid named Enel can obviously be saved. Why should this kid be shot? Moreover, shooting at two of his subordinates one after another, this baby is too cold-blooded. But at this moment, the bullet that flew out of the distance lost its momentum, but a ray of light burst out of it, and it shot into the foreheads of Crowley and Enel. In this way, are you going to bid farewell to this world? What a pity! At the same time, this thought appeared in the minds of Crowley and Enel, as if they were the last sigh of their lives. If you hold the belief that you will die, you will be able to defeat the damn vine pirate. If you hold it, just fight with the mortal belief. Boom! An inexplicable sound suddenly came out. The vines that originally entangled Crowley actually began to collapse at this moment, and Crowley also slowly fell to the ground. A deadly flame burned on his forehead, and the difference for Giotto is that his deadly fire is red, which is the deadly fire of the Lan attribute. And the reason why those vines will collapse directly is precisely because of the special nature of the dead fire of the Lan attribute, decomposition. Decompose the material you encounter, even if this vine is as hard as steel, it can't withstand the power of the deadly fire. But the only thing that is not suitable is that Crowley no longer has that stiff suit. At the moment when he enters the death mode by relying on the death bullet, his suit is also destroyed. Now he just wearing a pair of underwear. The person who had the same experience as him was Enel, but Enel himself did not have the habit of wearing a shirt or shoes, so even if only a pair of underwear is left, it looks not much different from before. Unlike Crowley, Enel is full of green thunders at this moment. Is it true that he is the thunder fruit capable person in the original plot? Even the fire of awakening death energy is also the fire of death energy of thunder attribute. But speaking of it, the deadly fire of the thunder attribute really suits him. Enel has the talent of observation haki, but armament haki's practice is relatively slow, which also led to his lack of attack and defense. The thunder-attributed dead gas fire is hardened in nature, is the hardest in the flame, has the strongest defense, and is easy to break through the opponent's defense. In this way, the shortcomings of his attack and defense can be perfectly compensated by the deadly fire of the thunder attribute. Senior Crowley. Enel turned his head at this moment, and there seemed to be green thunder in those eyes. You must get rid of that guy anyway. Of course. Crowley's eyes were completely locked on Tyros at this moment. The finger tiger clenched on his right fist was also burning with the deadly fire of the Lan attribute. At this moment, he was confident that he would be proud of the opponent. All the vines are destroyed. Damn kid, although I don't know what happened just now, but I want to solve Laozi. Stop joking here. Tyros yelled angrily. He didn't know why, he could easily defeat it since just now. The two little ghosts felt a dangerous breath. And the flames and thunder that suddenly appeared on the opponent, are these two little ghosts also capable of devil fruit? If so, why didn't you use your abilities just now? Or is it that this special ability was given by the baby? Attacking his subordinates with a gun, and then allowing his subordinates to have special abilities, he has never heard of such a devil fruit. But now is not the time to delve into the specific situation. He has to beat the two little ghosts in front of him first. As soon as he thought of this, Tyros began to urge his fruit abilities, and the thick vines began to rush towards Enel and Crowley one after another. But this time his attack was obviously not as effective as before. The moment the vine approached, Crowley punched without hesitation. The decomposing nature of the Lan attribute plus armament haki directly shattered the vine, and then a scornful smile appeared on his face as he mocked, "This is a vine that is as hard as steel? I didn't expect it to be so unbeatable, that is, if you met me, if you met Mr. Naker, he could kill you with a single blow." Although this is a bit arrogant, it is a fact. After coming to this world, Naker's strength has continued to grow. After all, he has more haki to cultivate. With Naker's current power, it is true that a pirate like Tyros can be destroyed directly with just one punch. A vine as hard as steel? Naker said that even if he is a castle made of steel, he can blast it open with his fist. That kind of guy is also worthy of letting Senior Naker take the shot? It's not like this is a joke. At this moment, Enel was already standing in front of Tyros with the deadly fire of thunder and the long stick wrapped by armament haki. He didn't hesitate to raise the long stick in his hand and smashed it down. A strong wind roared at this moment. Although his strength was not great, after the thunder attribute dead fire and armament haki blessed, the attack power of this long stick was not bad at all. But his movements were not fast. Tyros reacted immediately, but at the moment he waved the vines at Enel, a sense of ultimate crisis suddenly rose in his heart, as if Shinigami had already put the sickle down on his neck. Because Crowley had already waved his fist at the completely opposite position to Enel, the lifeless fire of the Lan attribute was burning violently at this moment. At the same time, not far away, Len turned into a sniper rifle. The muzzle was aimed at the key of Tyros, attacking in all three directions, but the key was the gun in Reborn's hand. Although Enel and Crowley have become a lot stronger than before, the attack is still within the tolerable range, but the gun in Reborn's hand makes him feel that he can't resist it anyway. Is that so? In an instant, Tyros finally understood that Crowley and Enel's attacks were never to defeat him, but to contain himself in place. The only real attack to kill yourself is the baby with the gun in the distance. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Rainbow 7. Okay, thank you for your hard work. In the Vongola family office on Sycan Island, Giotto hung up the phone worm. Just now, he had received the news that Belphegor and Fran had taken Ching Iron Island. Reborn also solved the Thorns pirate perfectly. Mission: hung the flag of the Vongola family on the island. From this moment on, those two islands have been officially included in the territory of the Vongola family. Opening the system panel, Giotto also saw the changes in various data. The strongest Mafia system. Host: Vongola Giotto. Personal abilities: Flame of Death Dekong, Flame of Softness, Flame of Death Dekong, Fire of Rigidity, Super Intuition, Intermediate, Armament Haki, Intermediate, Observation Haki, Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki, Unawakened. Personal equipment: Vongola Ring Osaka, Original version, Vongola Gloves. First family, Vongola family, 30% unlock. Family members: Reborn, 7 Rainbow Sons of Sunny, Fran, Guardian of Varian Fog, Naker, Guardian of Sunny, Belphegor, Guardian of Varian Lan, Mechanic Johnny 2, Technical Department Consultant Masa Ichiiri, the 7th Son of Thunder, Verdi, appears within 3 months, Luslia, the Guardian of Varian Sun, appears within 3 months. Main task: gather 6 Guardians to complete 16.5%. 35% completion of the creation of the Vongola family. Because of the expansion of the family territory, the completion of the mission has been improved, and the degree of family unlocking has also been improved accordingly. After this expansion, the upcoming member will be Wildy in Rainbow 7. The appearance of this guy was unexpected by Giotto. After all, he is not a member of the Vongola family, but according to the meaning of this system, it seems that the Rainbow 7 sons are all included in the Vongola family. Of course, Giotto doesn't mind including the Rainbow 7s as Vongola. After all, the Rainbow 7s are all top quests. Everyone except Screw is very powerful. Verdi is one of the world's top scientists, especially good at optical camouflage technology, but in Giotto's view, his greatest achievement is to invent the box weapon with 2 other scientists. Hint: due to the appearance of Verdi, the family member's box weapon is unlocked. At the moment this reminder appeared, Belphegor, who was returning to Sycan Island, immediately noticed that his box weapon exudes a special atmosphere. He didn't even have to try to know that his box weapon was already ready to use. However, the only people in the Vongola family who have box weapons are Bell, Fran, and Iri Masaichi, and Iri Masaichi still doesn't know how to use the box weapons. It is estimated that he will have to build the base himself. System: what should I do if the first generation family does not have box weapons? Is there any idea to reward us with box weapons of the 10th generation family? Giotto suddenly thought of this, and immediately asked. Please host to create it yourself. Yes, just don't give rewards. However, the idea of self-creating made Giotto very interested. Iri Masaichi is also a top scientist. If he and Verdi work together, plus Spainer, which may appear at any time in the future, he may be able to create his own and the box weapon of the first generation Guardians. You know, the strength of the Guardians of the first generation is already extraordinary. If you add a box weapon that is exclusive to them, the improvement is simply not too cool. But this is definitely a big project, and the funds that need to be consumed during the period are definitely not a few. Giotto once again felt how important money is. It seems that it is time to form a fleet and go to Sky Island to get some gold down, otherwise the current economic situation of the Vongola family will definitely not last long. As for Luslia, Varian's Guardian of the Sun, a master of Muay Thai, definitely does not need to worry about his strength. Being able to be called the coder of the strongest assassination unit is enough to show that his strength is also quite good. Moreover, the activity of the Qing attribute is also very well used by him, and he has a strong healing ability. Whether he is the main combat force or auxiliary, he can do it well. The only problem is the character of this guy, which is completely pervert. If such a pervert appears in his own family, he will not ruin the family atmosphere, right? It's also time to inform Yuri and Johnny that they are going to make death pill. After all, Reborn's experiment has been successful, and people in this world can also use the death fire. However, they can't do it independently, they can only do it relying on the death chi bomb and the death chi pill. Can the power of the death chi fire erupt? Thinking of this, Giotto immediately picked up the phone worm and handed the matter over to Iri Masaichi. If the death pill is made, it will definitely improve the family's overall combat power by leaps and bounds. However, this thing must be used by people who are completely loyal to the family, such as Crowley and Enel. After all, if the death chi pill were to flow outside, it would definitely cause an uproar, and it would also cause him unnecessary trouble. Then there will be a period of stable development. After Verdi arrives on Seacon Island, he can start to study ships that can safely reach Sky Island and transport the gold on it. At the same time, some trading routes need to be opened. After all, the development of the family cannot always rely on the gold of Sky Island. Although Shandora is a golden city, it is not inexhaustible. If you simply maintain a family, the gold backer Dorum must be enough, even more. But now the key is to have a technical department, who can say exactly how much scientific research will cost. After Spana comes, he will have to spend a lot of money to study the special machine of Mosca. According to Giotto's calculation, the cost of a Mosca will never be cheaper than the future Vegapunk PX series. So now he is full of ideas about how to make money. In fact, it is not particularly difficult to get money in this world, but there are some things Giotto will not do, and neither will the Vongola family. Speaking of it, I heard Zhang Zhenji say this morning that the kind of personal ship that I want using flame as the propulsion has been made. Would you like to try it and go out for a day or two to rest? I've been shut in the room to deal with documents these days, and I feel like I'm going crazy. Decided, go out and play. Just in time I thought of someone who can be recruited into the family. At this point, Giotto opened the door directly. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Undefeated Sword Fighter. Hey? Iri, why are the Giotto people missing? Reborn, who had just returned to Seacon Island, walked directly into the chief's office, but what he saw was Masaichi Iri, who was immersed in processing documents, and did not see Giotto. Putting down the pen in his hand, Masaru Iri raised his head and sighed, then he lay down on the chair as if he was so tired and paralyzed, and said helplessly, I clearly said that I just tested the empty fire number and it disappeared. After leaving such a large pile of documents, I guess I won't be able to rest until tomorrow afternoon. Airfire is a ship made by him and Johnny too for their leader. It can accommodate about 3 people in size. It is fully propelled by flames, allowing Giotto to navigate the sea easily and quickly. I know, but you should be able to think of this. Giotto itself is not good at handling so many documents. It is normal for him to be unable to hold him in this room for a few days. Since I've already run out, so you can help me deal with it, and I'll find someone to manage these things in the future. Reborn understands Giotto very well. By the way, what is the current progress of the development of the death gas pill? With your and Johnny's abilities, it shouldn't take much time to come up with the finished product. Hearing the research on the above matter, Masaichi Iri also raised a little bit of spirit. Yes, the development of the death chi pill has started a few days ago, and the finished product can be made in 10 days at the earliest and half a month at the latest. However, due to manpower and confidentiality, there is no way to mass-produce the death chi pill, and at most 10 can be developed at a time. 10 death breath pills, if given to Enel and Crowley, means that each person has 5 chances to enter death breath mode, which is quite good. Well, it's enough for the time being. After the finished product comes out, it will be divided into two and handed directly to Enel and Crowley. Then recruit some more new members, and leave the assessment to Fran to handle it, and separate the trustworthy people. Sending to King D Island and White Rock Island, it is best to develop some machines that can quickly mine minerals and speed up the development of the family. Reborn arranged some things, then turned and left. The rest will wait until Giotto comes back. I'll go to train those little ghosts first. Hell, training can't be stopped for a moment, otherwise, how can those little ghosts grow into strong people on their own? At this time, Enel, Crowley, and others, who had just returned to Sycan Island, felt a deep chill. At the same time, the days without documents are so beautiful, I would rather fight than deal with those documents. Giotto jumped down from his boat and landed on the ground of the pier. He then summoned a pier manager and put a pile of Bailey in the opponent's hand and said, "Take care of me during this time." "Boat, thanks." After that, he walked directly to the city ahead, which was peaceful, because their king was a benevolent and wise Kun lord, and he was deeply loved by the people in this country. Even in this chaotic era of great pirates, he still upholds his benevolent governance without any change. Not only this country, but even the surrounding countries respect the king very much. After all, he often assists many countries caught in war. Its name is Lycodold III. That is to say, King Lyco, who was taken away from the country by Doflamingo in the future. Yes, the place where Giotto is now is Dressrosa, but now Dressrosa is still a relatively ordinary country, but there is no famous name of the toy capital. Hurry up, if you go late, there will be no seats. Today is Cyrus's game. I know, but now the past is definitely full. When Giotto was walking on the street, the surrounding crowds were all moving in the same direction. The place they were going was the bullfighting arena. Before Doflamingo ruled the country, the bullfighting arena was a sword fighter who competed in swordsmanship. The place. And now there is a legend in this arena. From entering the arena for murder a few years ago, to the present, the legendary sword fighter, Cyrus, has never failed again. Giotto came to this country, on the one hand to relax, on the other hand, he also valued Cyrus, and wanted to try whether he could include this legendary sword fighter into the family. With Cyrus' sword skills and strength, if coupled with the flames of death, it would definitely be a good combat effectiveness. Everyone around was on his way, but Giotto didn't mean to speed up his pace. After all, it didn't make any sense for him to watch Cyrus duel. When he just walked to the bullfighting arena, the crowds who came to watch the game had already begun to disperse. After all, Cyrus knocked out his opponent in just a few seconds. Sorry, today's game is over. If you want to watch it, you can come back tomorrow. Cyrus will play the game these days. Seeing Giotto walking in this direction, a guard responsible for the safety of the arena just reminded him. You misunderstood, I didn't come to watch the game, I just wanted to meet the legendary sword fighter. Giotto smiled and said slowly. This may disappoint you, Cyrus will not see anyone. It doesn't matter if it's other sword fighters, but Cyrus, the guards can't help it. In the past, there were people who wanted to see Cyrus, but they were rejected without exception. The legendary sword fighter was just a person who kept himself in a cage and did not want to contact the outside world. Can you accommodate a little bit? Or you can arrange a game between me and Cyrus. I just want to meet him. Giotto didn't care about the opponent's rejection, he just continued, don't look at me like this, in fact I am still very strong, even Cyrus is not necessarily my opponent. Hearing this, the guard didn't know how to answer. He could see that Giotto had an extraordinary temperament, but he could defeat Cyrus. It is estimated that anyone in the country will hear it as a joke, right? Do you want to see Cyrus? Can you tell me any special reasons? At this moment, a voice rang behind Giotto, and the strong man in the blue cloak said this. Walked to Giotto's side. And seeing the appearance of this man, the guard immediately saluted respectfully, "Your Majesty King Liku." Chapter 46 Cyrus. King Liku, as a king, his strength is fair, but it is just ordinary when placed on the sea. He walked to Giotto's side and looked at the young man in front of him carefully. He always felt a familiar feeling, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen him. There is no special reason. I just don't want to see a person with extraordinary talents isolate himself from the world like this. I hope I can take him to see the outside world, so that he is not only a sword fighter, but as a sword fighter. A real person to enjoy his time in the future. Giotto expressed his thoughts, and when he said this, he also had an inexplicable influence. If you can do it, give it a try. I really want Cyrus to live, not just as a sword fighter who binds his feet. So, if you can do it, I will also thank you. Yes. Guards, take him to Cyrus. Obviously it was only the first time we met, but King Liku felt that he could trust the young man in front of him. Even he himself couldn't tell why he had such trust in a stranger. After nodding to King Liku, Giotto just stepped forward and followed the guard just now towards where Cyrus was. Suddenly, King Liku asked, "Young man, what is your name?" "Vongola Giotto." After a simple response, Giotto disappeared from King Liku's vision together with the guards. At this moment, King Liku is standing in place, constantly remembering the name, very familiar, but where did he see this name? The appearance of that young man seems to have been seen. Orange hair, aristocratic dress, black cloak. Vongola Giotto. What? An exclamation broke out from King Liku's mouth instantly. He stared at the direction where there was no figure, his eyes widened to ultimate, and his chin felt like he was about to fall to the ground. If it didn't seem to be the case, there would be no way to show how surprised he was now, because he finally remembered where he had seen that young man. "His Majesty King Liku, is there any problem with that young man's name?" the guard on the side asked, puzzled. It was the first time that he saw his king so surprised. Even Cyrus, who had killed people many years ago, was hit in the head with a stick. His king was as calm as water. Now, just hearing a name, how did you become like this? Could it be that the young man is the illegitimate son of His Majesty King Liku? But if it is true, it seems not bad, so that their kingdom will have a successor. Just as the soldier was madly replenishing his brain, King Liku immediately waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and bring me the reward order issued by Marine." "Vongola Giotto, did you see this young man in the reward order?" The existence of Pele with a bounty of 970 million, actually appeared in Dressrosa like this. However, it seems that through the brief contact just now, the other party is not a sinful person, on the contrary, it makes him feel good. But no matter what, people who can be rewarded with such a high amount by Marine must not be ignored. This kind of guy who offers a reward of almost 1 billion, it is estimated that one person can destroy Dressrosa. In the bullfighting arena, under the leadership of the guards, Giotto quickly saw the fierce-looking guy, and he could feel a good aura. Has it grown to this point just by relying on talent and fighting in the bullfighting arena? There is no doubt that Cyrus' talent is very strong. His physical fitness and reflexes are far beyond that of ordinary people. With just the same instinctive response, he has won more than 2,000 victories in this arena. 3,000 consecutive victories are not far away. I have never heard of anyone else coming to me besides King Liku. Cyrus raised his head and glanced up. He stayed in the arena and didn't care about the news outside, so naturally he didn't meet Giotto. Is it fun to keep yourself in a cage? Giotto didn't care about Cyrus' attitude either. He sat directly on the ground outside the cage, clinging to the iron railing. Up to now, do you still think that you are a beast that is only placed in a cage? One is outside. A murderer who has no place to shelter. What do you understand? When he touched the pain in his heart, Cyrus instantly roared, "My hands are full of blood. No matter where I go, I am a beast who only knows to kill. From that day on, it can only be like this, it's a fact of me that can't be changed anyway. After roaring, he seemed to have lost all his strength. A legendary sword fighter who had never failed in the arena just slumped on the ground like this, looking stupidly at his hands, as if he could still see it. The same as blood that cannot be wiped. A beast. Giotto turned his head, his calm gaze fell on Cyrus like this. Why did you commit the murder, Cyrus? It's because the gangsters killed you because of the crowds. Good friend, that's why you brought up the weapon to avenge. If I remember correctly, this is what you believed in your heart back then. What then? What do you want to say here, BD? It's just to reveal my damn past, that's why you came here to humiliate me. Cyrus grabbed the cage with both hands, because mentioning these things made his body tremble, not because of anger, but because of regret. He regretted what he had done back then, shouting in his heart, it would be great if people could forget themselves. I don't have such a bad interest in humiliating others. As for the reason for coming here, it's just because of your recognition. Giotto stood up slowly, and reached out to Cyrus in the cage. For so many years, you have kept your life in this cage called the arena. What's the point? Instead of always doing it for yourself, it's better to wield a sword to protect your past regrets. The outside world is wonderful, and your life shouldn't end here. So, let go of your shackles. Do you recognize me? Cyrus raised his head and looked at Giotto, his voice trembling. After so many years, it was the first time he heard that someone recognized him, but would someone recognize him? Yeah, I recognize you. So, do you want to be my family, Cyrus? Asterisk. Chapter 47 Hero equals free? Recognized? Family? This is a very unfamiliar word for Cyrus. Thank you. Cyrus grabbed Giotto's hand and stood up, then he bowed deeply, and then said, if there is such an honor, I would be your family, but can you give me some more time? Why, still feel that I shouldn't leave this cage? Giotto quipped. No, it is to repay the kindness. His Majesty Liku is kind to me. He taught me what kindness is, so after I repay his kindness, I will definitely come and find you. Then, please let me be well take a look at the outside world. The look in Cyrus' eyes at this moment is completely different from before, and there is already a kind of light called hope in his eyes. I see. Without saying much, Giotto patted Cyrus on the shoulder, turned around and planned to leave. Please wait a moment, I don't know my family's name. A smile appeared on Cyrus's face. He hadn't smiled for a long time, and this smile felt uglier than crying. The main reason is that he looks too vicious, and it's only a matter of whether he smiles or not. It's better to keep serious. Vongola Giotto, when you come out, go to see me on Sikon Island. The hot springs there are very good. You must try it when you go. After waving his hand, Giotto left. His purpose of coming here has been achieved. I believe Cyrus will go to Sikon Island to find him afterwards. Let's talk about the future things later. Anyway, in a short time, Cyrus should not leave this arena, as he himself said, he needs to repay King Liku's kindness. But in this way, maybe Vongola will face the Donquixote family in the future. After all, that bad character clown will definitely not let the country of Dressrosa go. And if Cyrus eventually becomes a member of the Vongola family, then Giotto will certainly not abandon his family. Therefore, the Vongola family will inevitably make a move when Doflamingo takes action on Dressrosa. It's just that Giotto is skeptical, that is, if the Vongola family badge flashes on Dressrosa in the future, does that clown still have the guts to attack this country? When he walked out of the arena, Giotto saw King Liku, who had been waiting here, and looking at the other's expression, he already knew his identity. It's normal. After all, the reward is 970 million. As long as you pay a little attention to the news, you can see yourself on the reward. Your Excellency Vongola, thank you for unlocking Cyrus's heart knot. To be honest, I'm really worried that he will keep himself imprisoned in a cage. It's all right now. It won't be long before I can find an opportunity to get him back here. World. The moment he saw Giotto, King Liku expressed his gratitude. Over the years, he and Cyrus have actually become very good friends. The story of these two elders in the original plot can be perfectly summed up in one sentence: I treat you as a brother, but you want to be my son-in-law? Aren't you afraid of me? Lord Liku. Giotto looked at the king in front of him strangely. It stands to reason that he would be somewhat afraid of facing a person with a bounty of up to 970 million. But he didn't find such emotion in King Liku, as if the other party regarded himself as a non-threatening person. Ha ha ha, I'm not a king who doesn't know the truth. Although the Vongola family has been rewarded by Marine, they are completely different from the evil pirates. I have a certain understanding of the situation on Sicon Island. The people live and work in peace and contentment. Those pirates who wanted to plunder were all dealt with by the Vongola family. For the people of Sicon Island, your family is like a patron saint. King Liku laughed. He was really shocked when he first discovered Giotto's identity, but after thinking about it, he didn't think there was anything. To be honest, even I am very envious of the people of Sicon Island. You guard, after all, the current sea is very chaotic. Even Dressrosa has encountered several blatant attacks. If you need it, I don't mind lending you the Vongola badge. Giotto said with a smile. Forgive me, no matter how Dressrosa is also a member of the world government, if you blatantly seek your help, there will be more or less justifications. Dressrosa is a rare world government franchise country in New World. Why is it rare? Because New World is a paradise for pirates. It is the pirates who are really powerful here, not the marine under the command of the world government, so even if there are pirates looting countries here, it is difficult for marine to support those countries. Even support is very risky. If marine's dispatched combat power is insufficient, it is very likely that it will not be able to deal with the pirates in New World. But if they send too much combat power, it will attract the eyes of big pirates such as Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, etc. Who knows whether marine is here to support those countries or to deal with itself? Especially at this juncture, the internal fights of the New World pirates are extremely frequent, and no one can guarantee that marine will take this opportunity to get in. Therefore, many countries in New World know that seeking the help of the world government to become one of the participating countries is not as good as seeking the asylum of a big pirate. I plan to spend a few days in Dressrosa. It won't affect it, right? Giotto didn't forget that he came out to be lazy this time. Although the matter has been done, he wouldn't go back to face the mountain of documents so soon. Although Dressrosa is not the toy capital of later generations, it also has its own style. As a leisure and entertainment, it can still stay for a while. Of course it's okay, you can tell me at any time if you need anything, after all. Boom. Before I finished speaking, the sound of a shell exploding entered my ears. Obviously there was another pirate who was asking for trouble, but it was not a powerful guy. It could be solved by the army of Dressrosa itself, but some appeared. Casualties. Suddenly, Giotto's eyes lit up and he turned to look at King Liku. His Lord Liku, you said that the hero who helped Dressrosa defeat the pirates, is it free of charge for food, clothing, housing, and transportation these days? It must be no problem, but... No problem is enough, let me solve these pirates. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Business Talker. With just one punch, the pirate ships that attacked Dressrosa were destroyed, and the burning flames above the sea proved the traces of their existence. I have to say that the ability of this Maramara fruit is really easy to use. If you don't eat Maramara fruit, and if you want to quickly get rid of these pirate ships, Giotto estimates that you will have to use Spurner's big tricks. It's convenient now. A fire fist goes over and clears out the miscellaneous soldiers directly. If there are any remaining, just fill up another fire fist. And besides being quick and easy, it's also very handsome. Just now, Giotto leaped into the air for a lifetime, and then swallowed all the pirates with a violent flame. It is not an exaggeration to use the words God descends to the earth. Of course, this is also because the pirates who came to attack were too weak. Giotto was really wondering, how did a pirate group like this survive in New World? It doesn't matter if you survive, but you still have the courage to attack a country? Really never died. But then again, these pirates are really nothing to him, but for ordinary people, these pirates can easily take everything from them. After the pirates were dealt with, the next thing was a matter of course. As a hero who protects the people of Dressrosa, Giotto can be said to have spent the money of King Liku and enjoyed a leisurely life in this country. He does not need to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. He couldn't help but sigh, the life of the rich is really good. Blah brew, blah brew. While Giotto was enjoying his leisurely life, the phone worm in his arms rang. When he took out the phone worm became like reborn. Giotto, you are in Dressrosa right now. Yes, what's wrong? Giotto's expression suddenly became serious, and Reborn suddenly called himself. There must be something serious. Verdi has arrived on Sycan Island, but his research requires a lot of money. Simply put, the family funds are still very scarce. Although the minerals of King D Island and White Rock Island have begun to be mined, they want to make a profit. It will take a while. At the mention of money, Giotto's face looks ugly. At this time, Reborn also continued, additionally, the family has newly recruited a group of members. If all the investments and expenses are counted together, the remaining funds of the family can support up to 7 months, so we need a large amount of money. Funds, and the best way to obtain these funds is Sky Island's gold is the easiest way to obtain funds, but there is a problem. There is not much gold that can be brought from Sky Island every time, at most 1 billion Baileys like before. Normally support the family. There is no problem, if you want to invest in Verdi's research. After a pause, Giotto asked, speaking of which, how much money does Verdi's research need? The initial basic investment is conservatively estimated to require 5 billion Baileys, and there is no way to determine the follow-up investment, but Verdi said that if there is not even 5 billion Baileys, he will not even be able to start his own research. What the hell is he going to study? There are 5 billion Baileys at all times. He doesn't know how much money this is. Giotto roared at the restaurant. He would never have thought of it before. He broke the defense for the first time. It turned out to be because of money. I want to study the optical camouflage technology that can be used in this world, the ring that can replace the death pill to inspire death mode, and the box weapon suitable for you and the Guardians. The first two alone require a lot of financial support. 5 billion Baileys did not include the SIA weapon research. If it is also included, at least 10 billion startup funds will be required. Verdi's voice came from the phone worm. Giotto almost collapsed because of his remarks. Although the things he studied are indeed very useful, it goes without saying that the optical camouflage technology is very useful in many ways. The ring that can replace the Death Chi pill to inspire the Death Chi mode can be said to be crucial to the improvement of the family's overall strength, and it is estimated that this kind of ring can also be used to use box weapons. The last box weapon suitable for oneself and the Guardian is the most important thing, which can directly enhance the strength of oneself and the Guardian. But 10 billion. Where can I find you 10 billion Baileys? After breathing several times in a row, Giotto calmed down his feelings. You call me this call, isn't it just to tell me that I need funds? Oh? I thought you would be frightened by 10 billion, but I didn't expect to listen to it rationally. Reborn was slightly surprised, and then continued, in fact, we have already figured out how to obtain these funds, but the specific things still need to be decided by you as the leader. Someone who wants to do business with us is about to arrive. Dressrosa is now, so let's discuss this directly with him then. Hearing this, Giotto was taken aback. Doing business with the Vongola family? Is there still such a person on the sea? Okay, but you have to tell me first, who is the guy who wants to do business? Giotto didn't care about so many details. If there is a business that can get a lot of money, it can naturally be done. That guy also took the initiative to contact us, because he found out about the gold you shipped from Sky Island before. He called himself Umit, a person from the dark world, based on what he asked Bell to investigate in the past 2 days. News: this guy in the dark world has a huge amount of energy. Ocean King Umit. One of the emperors of the dark world, but I don't know if there is such a title now, but what is certain is that Umit does have a huge power, can gain a foothold in the dark world, and create his own power. It has shown that this person is not simple. Maybe he doesn't have any powerful combat power, but in other respects, it is enough to make anyone unable to underestimate it. I know, since it's him, then this business really needs to be discussed. In addition to obtaining funds, maybe you can also let the family really set foot in the dark world through him, and have a certain right to speak in it. It will also be of great help to the future development. Giotto's expression immediately became serious. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Umit. In a luxurious restaurant in Dressrosa, Giotto sits alone in a chair. The table in front of him is full of food and wine. It is obvious that he is here waiting for someone to arrive. This restaurant has been completely packaged by Giotto. During the day today, not even a waiter will be here. The chef left after preparing the food. After all, the meeting that is about to take place here does not allow ordinary people to be present, and people in the dark world are not so easy to contact. What's more, this time Giotto wants to come into contact with an extraordinary mission in the dark world, the Sea King. Deep Ocean Current Umit. It's an honor to meet here for the first time, the big figures of the famous New World, the leader of the Vongola family. At this moment, a bearded man with a captain's hat slammed the door open, and when he walked in, he sat directly opposite Giotto. Then, I shouldn't need to talk nonsense. Your Excellency Vongola, I should already know me very well. The purpose of coming here, right? My family just told me that you are coming to talk about a business, and they didn't tell me the specific situation. So, even if it is nonsense, please make it clear. Why do you specialize in transportation business in the morning with the Vongola family? Giotto looked at Umit calmly. Doing business with people in the dark world, no matter what it is, he needs to be careful. These guys are no better to deal with than cunning demons. Especially a person like Umit who has reached a high position. If he is a little careless, he might even eat you with bones and skin. If this is the case, then I will say it straightforwardly. Not long ago, His Excellency Vongola I sold a large amount of gold with a total value of 1.7 billion baileys. This is not a small fortune. And according to the information I got, the origin of gold is a mystery. After many speculations, the place where you are most likely to get this gold is actually related to a fairy tale book. Umit spoke confidently about what he thought in his heart, the King Rolando, a story about the expedition admiral and botanist of the North Blue Lubnir Kingdom 400 years ago. In it mentioned an interesting city, the golden town of Sandora. In the book, it is mentioned that the golden town is located on Gaia Island, and the place where Lord Vongola I last appeared before he obtained that batch of gold. It's Gaia Island. I am a very realistic person and never believe in fairy tales, but when many coincidences point to the same place, even I cannot believe that it is really just a coincidence. So, Your Excellency Vongola I, when I was on Gaia Island, I did discover the disappearing golden town in the fairy tale, right? This passage made Giotto couldn't help but glance at the man in front of him. It seemed that he could rise to a high position in the dark world. It was indeed not a simple task. Through such a few seemingly unrelated pieces of information, it is possible to infer the truth, and also believe in fairy tales that no one can believe. You said it's a fairy tale, so why bother to believe in that kind of illusory thing? Giotto looked at the man in front of him strangely, and asked softly. It's a fairy tale, but it's also history. There is not much difference between the two. Anyway, it's something we only heard and never saw, didn't it? By the way, Lord Vongola, I did not deny the existence of the Golden Country. In other words, the Vongola family is indeed the master of the coordinates of the golden town of Shandola, right? Umit kept speculating about Giotto's psychology. His eyes were fixed on the opponent's face, and he judged the thoughts of the opponent through changes in some facial details. So what? Is it possible that you want to snatch Vice Admiral Golden Country from my hand? Giotto suddenly exuded pressure, his expression remained flat, his eyes locked on Umit. Of course I don't have such dangerous thoughts. I still know the strength of the Vongola family very well. It is not a wise choice to provoke a strong enemy to myself for no reason. Moreover, in business, harmony can be a win-win situation, right? Umit smiled. Let's get to the point. Recently, the Vongola family has just taken over the two islands of King Tideo and Bay Ishideo. Development and expansion obviously require a lot of funds. It is precisely because of this that Your Excellency will part of the gold is taken out and sold. But in this process two problems will arise. First, the amount of transportation is limited, and it is difficult to fill the vacancy of your family's development funds in a short time. Second, if such a large amount of gold is discovered, it will also cause unnecessary trouble to your family. You know, money can easily make some people crazy. Even the reputation of the Vongola family may not deter everyone. Hearing this, Giotto couldn't help but nodded. He had to admit that both of what Umit said were very reasonable. Shandora, the Golden Township, is on Sky Island. Every time he transports it is quite troublesome, time-consuming, and laborious, and if people notice that the Vongola family has a large source of gold, it will indeed attract the attention of many greedy people. More importantly, the development of the family now requires a lot of funds, and Verdi alone needs to invest at least 5 billion baileys. Straightforward Umit, what do you want to do? Giotto didn't intend to bend the guy in front of him. It's very simple. I can help the Vongola family transport and sell gold, but I need to take half of it. Umit, this is exactly the lion's open mouth, wanting to get half of the gold in the gold town in one breath. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Giotto's eyes, and the icy breath enveloped Umit in an instant, and then a low voice slowly came from his mouth. Umit, you know? Although you have arranged more than 60 people outside the restaurant, I can completely eliminate them with you. I believe it. People who can retreat under the hands of Whitebeard and Big Mom certainly have such strength, but at the same time I also believe that Your Excellency will not do this, will you? Umit is very confident in his judgment, but also because he has grasped the fact that the Vongola family now needs funds, and he is definitely the best choice for this business. Because he is in charge of numerous shipping businesses. 30%, this is my bottom line, if. Deal. I hope we can cooperate happily. Before Giotto could finish, Umit just agreed. And seeing that he promised so readily, Giotto always felt that he was still asking for a higher price. Although it was reduced from 50% to 30%, why did he always feel at a disadvantage? Asterisk. Chapter 50 Help Letter. Once the business with Umit was negotiated, it was only necessary to wait for the Sky Island gold to be shipped down, and then the family funding problem could be resolved to a certain extent. At the same time, Giotto also used part of Umit's power to make the Vongola family officially step into the dark world, but it was just stepping into it. After reaching an agreement on business with Umit, Giotto also left Dressrosa and returned to Sikon Island. The main development direction of the family now is the minerals of Kingdi Island and Shiraishi Island, and then the technical department in charge of Verdi and Irimasa Ichi. There is no extra effort to manage the dark world. Because of this situation, Giotto felt that the family had insufficient manpower. To have enough development in this world, it is obviously unrealistic to rely solely on the system to unlock people. Therefore, he also began to consider some people who are local in this world and can be included in the family, similar to Enel and Cyrus, who have enough talent. The leader of the first generation, is there anything important to come to me suddenly? He. Belphegor pushed open the door of Giotto's office and walked in slowly. After seeing this guy, Giotto put down the pen in his hand, then handed the full paper to Bell, and then said, "You are in charge of the intelligence recently, right? Except for the normal intelligence collection. Also, pay attention to the people on this list, and report it to me as soon as there is news." Belphegor took the list and looked carefully at the names on it, and then he found. Almost no one knows. That's right, he almost didn't know any of the guys on this list, and he had never heard of it. What Rob Lucci, Boa Hancock, Jinbei, Trafalgar Law, Gilder T. Zallos, I don't even know which gutter the rats are hiding in. Why do my chiefs pay attention to such people? The only name he has ever seen on the list is Nico Robin, the daughter of a demon who was offered a reward of 79 million when he was only 8 years old. Such a person is worthy of attention in Bell's eyes. He destroyed 6 marine battleships at such a young age. It is very likely that he was a genius for killing at a glance. If cultivated well, he should be able to become a good combat force. It is also unclear if Robin knows what Bell thinks of him. Will there be a creature called alpaca flying back and forth in his heart? If I have free time, I will pay attention to the news of some of these people a little bit. Are there other things I need to explain? Bell closed the list. Although he didn't understand his own leader's approach, it was the leader's decision after all. He just needs to execute it. Well, this is enough. By the way, you can help me to inform Fran. When you meet Side is ready, he and Luslia will go to Sky Island to fetch gold. If you meet does it what should not be done, they should know how to deal with it. Although you meet is still very reputable in the dark world, when dealing with such a guy, if he can completely trust him, Giotto probably feels that his brain is flooded. That's why he decided to let Fran and Luslia go together at that time, and with the strength of the two of them, even if there was an accident in the middle, it could be resolved. Especially Fran, his illusion is very practical in the face of some unexpected situations. After dealing with these things, Giotto also started his own training to develop the capabilities of Maramara fruit. If you want to survive in this sea, strength is the most fundamental, especially in this chaotic time. If there is not enough time, it may be replaced by others at any time. Fortunately, the current Vongola family has a certain reputation in New World, and ordinary pirates dare not provoke them, so that Giotto and the others can enjoy a period of peace. During this period of time, Giotto lived a life of training and processing files every day. It was also because Irimasa Ichi specially reduced the number of files that needed to be processed for him. Otherwise, let alone develop fruit ability, he can directly died in his own office. There is nothing special about Naker every day, except for practicing the two-color haki of this world, which is to further exercise his physical strength. After playing against Big Mom before, he also felt that his strength could be further improved, and his own leaders were training to become stronger. As the guardian of the sun, how could he not work hard? Reborn is now the general instructor of the Vongola family. Those members of the Vongola family must receive his hellish training. Only those who can resist are qualified to become the core members of the family. Although his training has caused countless people to complain, but this kind of ultra-high-intensity training combined with Reborn's education, as long as you can persist for a period of time, you can clearly find that your strength has become stronger. The most prominent of these are Enel and Crowley. Their talents are not bad. Under Reborn's teaching, they have grown at an amazing speed. As for Verdi, Irimasa Ichi, and Johnny too, they are naturally focused on their own research. Although they have achieved results visible to the naked eye, every time they are mentioned, Giotto can't help his mouth twitching. Because there is not much difference between the speed at which they spend money and directly burn them with fire, more than half of the family's funds are invested in their technical department. The Vongola family is also developing steadily in this way. After more than a year, the family members have expanded to 300 people, but the number of core members is very scarce. Less than 1/10 of the total number of people. Giotto put down the file in his hand, turned his head to look at the calendar next to him, and couldn't help but sigh that time flies so fast. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded in his mind for a long time. Create the Vongola family and increase the completion rate by 5%. Unlocked character, Kailiuu, the Guardian of the Rain. Activation task, Chao Liu's help letter. The flash of light flickered, and a letter appeared in front of Giotto. This system is very costly. Are the ways to unlock characters so advanced? Have you even made things like letters of help? However, it seems that in the world of homeschooling, Asariyu heard that his friend Vongola I was in a crisis in a foreign country, so he did not hesitate to sell the musical instrument that is more precious to him than life, and replace it with weapons and travel expenses. Go and help Vongola. The meaning of this task now is that Chao Liu is in trouble. Do I need to help him? Asterisk.